around. Rain will pick it up. That is an insane return on investment. Can someone do the math? $200 versus how much equipment on the other side? I want to know.
The start of this game is extremely odd. Let's leave it that way. Karrigan pushes out. He gets, what, 2 Glock kills there? Sure, he's got the help of his teammates, but he's the one whose name's in the kill feed. And then they're able to scoop up multiple guns. This is mental.
Help me understand it,
I don't know. Both teams have dropped the ball in very key rounds, so maybe we'll call it even as those FaZe patented mollies are laden in mid right now. Rain will get out and across towards the mid box. We're straight back into the thick of things that both teams are into. I guess we can call it a bye. Fighting towards B. There you go. Twist up and over gets a kill. Spirit fought hard for that chance and then gave it all away.
Yeah, that's a little bit shocking to see. I think as they came down the B ramp, they were so excited and giddy to go into the fight that they jumped, and that's actually what allowed Karrigan to see them over the smoke, and that's why he was able to do a fair bit of damage and also alert anyone coming through middle. So I think without the jump, they probably, I mean, he might still have an idea, he might hear them, but he doesn't have the same confidence in calling that out. Positioning Robs in the middle for the team to rotate around, and Siren is on a mission.
Yeah, he's done this a couple times, hasn't he? This time with an M4, so a better weapon for the job. And if they do fall back into his position, should be able to get a couple, but it's getting loud, and that could signify one thing. I'm going to take a little bit of a look at the scoreboard here.
Danish noises in the background.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, would you?
Siren, oh here, check this out now. Trigger disciplines, a concept that we bring up a lot. How much can he get out of this? He doesn't want to wait any longer, and it's a great double kill. Rain and Karrigan both go down, and all-out panic on the FaZe side as their little plan to attack that bomb site gets completely blown up. 20 seconds, but they are controlling CT spawn. If he can make it park twist, if he was going to get caught there, the round is done. But he's made it around the corner. Now they come back. Why is he back here with the bomb? Surely just run and plant it. Oh no, this is crazy. Twist is going to finally put that bomb down with 4 seconds left, but they're right on him. And he's going to get dropped. Robs is on his own, 1 versus 3, and he's found immediately. I am so confused. Oh, triple on Siren, double on Magix, and another absolutely mental round.
Is this because we're casting? Right? We've thrown a different pairing into the mix, and the game just seems odd. That's another situation where you're wondering, why is he not just running to get the bomb down? I guess they didn't know that the site was clear, and he didn't want to run in there alone. They knew that they need to cover off the rotations. But some real curious decisions from both teams in the early stages of this second half. Spirit will take a timeout, and I like this because at least they can calm things down and have a conversation. This has been so odd.
I'll be honest, I didn't even think that he would try to run middle. I thought he would just toss the bomb to his teammate in CT spawn and just hold it. Because even the first act of jumping around, even if the Molotov is... Oh, man.
Both teams are going to be, well, a bit upset with some of the blunders that they've had here, but Spirit now, again, are back on top. Karrigan using this time to get a lot of talking done, and it's not going to be a forced buy. It's just going to be a bit of a half purchase here from FaZe. You can see they've left residual cash with the lost bonus coming into the next to get a rifle round into round number 22. But with how these rounds have gone, I think the weaker buys have been coming out on top more often than not.
A lot of fire out there. Twist is not enjoying that at all. Used to that cold weather up in Canada.
Yeah, well,
3 health.
He's been spending a lot of time here, Anders, and right now it's a bit humid in the studio.
Just a bit. That's kind of a predictable result if you know, immediately situate yourself outside of the B bomb site. Very often, a lot of natural land down there.
Yeah, it's just harassing the T's so they can't get control. But FaZe have been opting to go through mid to get B lane up until this round, but lack of utility, they're just going to walk in. Look at this. Chopper should have had a couple there. Bit of a blunder from him.
I mean, we've already seen one. Sometimes one small mistake can lead to a lot more.
Not this time, surely, Anders.
Josh, you say that. Good smoke, and the bomb gets dropped on the wrong side of the smoke from FaZe's point of view, so That should be a fairly decisive little detail that'll bring everybody else over. Still got about 45 seconds left on the timer. Rain in a good position. He's going to catch one of them out, but Siren, well, thankfully, there on the return. Karrigan is going to be found as well and robs this scalp. As long as they don't challenge him, which they do anyway, and they want to win the fight. But it's one of the small things. Maybe take it easy now.
Well, they've kept 3 alive, so if Wonderful wants, he could get into an AWP and drop an AK across, and that's exactly what he's going to do. But remember, FaZe were just into a bit of a partial investment there. They knew that they were going to be able to buy into round 22 no matter what happened in this one. And you can see them starting to get their purchases as well. But this is good stuff from Spirit. It's just a 1-round game now. And as you saw with the B-Stream update on the side of your screen there, Astralis have done it. They've locked themselves in for the Lanxes. We have Movistar Riders and Astralis in the top 6.
Yeah. I would have much sooner believed that Movistar Rider would have been able to do than Astralis coming into this tournament.
Or that the Tooth Fairy is real.
Yeah. Maybe we are in the simulation, chat. You ever thought about that? So, Siren to open up
they're
this
pushing
round.
this.
Yeah, they are. Oh, this is scary for Rain. There's
Hyde. Hightailing it towards A, and Chopper's rotated over in time. Chopper and Siren to lock down this bomb site, creeping through Donut. And Chopper, look at this. The reposition could be perfect. Karrigan's going to have no idea that there's 2 players ready to go.
And, oh, that's a really cool flashbang, though. It's a huge help. They're going to flash their way further. Karrigan wants to fight now, but it will go back around the corner. There's Siren sneaking in. Rob's on the return immediately. 50 seconds. And a 2-on-3. Rob's looking to tap away at a distance, quite confident in the aim. And this is the reason why he is a god with this AK. Oh. Karrigan on the other side will find Patsy, and now it's Wonderful. He needs them to challenge. He needs a fight right here. If they start to escape, he's never going to be able to find them. Has a smoke and a kit, though, and a deagle that he's got out right now. Up close is Karrigan, and it's a wallbang spray to bring him down at the end. And FaZe, they take a slight lead here. They're starting to get closer.
That started with them losing the opening 2 exchanges. Twist went down first, then the beautiful play to find Rain. So Spirit here, even with the right rotation, go down to Karrigan and his boys. 3 massive kills for Karrigan in this one, and Robs was able to pick up the other 2. And you can see the changes already coming into effect. Coming through Temple, it's such a long rotation point. If you want to retake, they've all come through CT spawn, offered themselves up, and FaZe will gladly take that, and they'll take their first timeout.
That was a funny replay of Karrigan winning the first battle there against Chopper, because you could tell from the way Karrigan was, he had no idea in some ways, absolutely no idea. But the flash was so good that it just made up for it. Timeout being called. I don't know. This has been all out chaos, but what have we learned so far, Chad, about what's happening on the CT side? What are Spirit missing apart from money?
That one right there, I think, I don't want to say it was unfortunate, right? Because it was a good play from Karrigan. FaZe did a lot right to take that site. Just retaking was very one-dimensional, right? They all came from the same choke point. So in this instance, that was the issue. They just made it really easy for FaZe. They didn't have to worry about Donut. They didn't have to worry about A main. All they had to worry about was that CT push. Oh, a bit of a flood molly there. Don't think that's going to be the end of the world, as Karrigan still has cave control, and it is just mainly USPs and this pesky Zeus. I've been practicing, Anders, so...
With the Zeus?
Yeah, I've got the sound effect ready to go, so we'll stay trained. Faded.
That was
Sorry,
great.
I cut it halfway. You know, I wanted to get ahead of it.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Wow, that was the only problem on B. This should be 13 now confirmed.
That's an amazing level of dedication. Well, I was offering to tase Jason yesterday so that we could get proper sound effects recorded.
Oh, I thought you meant in-game. No, you mean IRL. Do you have a taser? Do you travel with one?
No, but we could find a way to just get one.
Yeah, we've got some resourceful people around here.
Send the video footage to Valve and see if they want. I'll fund it myself if we have to. Karrigan just a peek down here, but obviously not much going to happen in this round. Maybe if they're really lucky, they could get a rifle and steal it away. So about to be a 3-round lead here for FaZe.
Yeah, this is good. And now that Astralis versus Cloud9 game is over, it was in 2-0 fashion, we know who the opponent for either of these teams will be in that upper bracket final. And if you want some context for everybody playing at home, the winner of the Astralis versus the winner of this matchup is for semi-finals or quarterfinals. Both teams, once we determine the winner here, will already be in the Lanxes. But that's also setting up and shaping up our lower bracket. We have Cloud9 versus Liquid, obviously everyone's favorite North American affair, going on as one of the lower semis. And then the loser of this game will be taking on a FURIA, who have finally broken their loss streak. So it's not going to be the easiest of lower bracket runs for any of these teams.
skipping straight into the semifinals would be huge. What a luxury as a team if you can get there.
This might be a quick hay. There's pace behind this.
Yeah, they're going for it. And they threw a little bit of a smoke out to the B hallway just to fake it out slightly. Are they going to be ready, though? Look at this deep lead. Oh, Twist. That is a stunning start to the round as he takes down Siren through the smoke. Headshot to bring him down. Immediate bomb plant. They don't have the money to lose these rifles either, Team Spirit. So if they want to go for it, they need to get some very confident kills with no rebuttals on this side. Otherwise, they might lose everything. And Twist is on a mission to bring them down in this one. Triple so far. And I don't think there's anything to do. They will take him eventually, but surely there's no way.
Yeah, no kit, no real time, not enough players, and they're actually locked in. Look at Rops' position in middle here. If they even try and drop back out through the donut position, they will go down, and that's if Rain and Brokey don't find him first. So Chopper trying to hold on to this M4A1S, but is being cornered from every side, and that's a huge kill to find. It will just be the wonderful AWP retained, and 14 now notched on the board. This is looking too easy for FaZe. It was a great start to the half from Spirit when they had the force by wins early, but a couple of blunders from them has allowed FaZe to get back in things, and it looks like this map is almost done.
Yeah, 6-9 at the half into a 14-10 lead in favor of FaZe. That's pretty impressive. That's probably not what Spirit were expecting either, coming to the CT side, the more favored side. They even had that early round that brought them into the map a little bit earlier than you would have expected.
That they never should have been able to win.
Yeah.
They were kind of gifted that one by FaZe. I just want to talk about that A approach again. It's one of the new details that you're seeing on the A bomb site. You see the scaling there, the way that they went into the site. Everybody's staying tight. They're going close towards the tree boost and then just scaling straight in between donut and the plant spot instead of going wide, because Temple you can negate very easy. You saw the limp smoke that Carrigan threw out there towards the big box. If a player's there, it's going to be quite difficult with the flashes coming over. And then one of your later players coming through A main can worry about the pushes from that side while the riflers quickly get into A.
And if anyone from the CT side on Temple really wants to come fight you, they have to commit so hard to that. They have to swing so deep into the site, and they're going to get shot down if anyone's in the hallway. One AWP and a lot of work to be done. Wonderful immediately walks into the AK. That is not the result that we were hoping for, and well, you still get to save the AK or the AWP for a minute, but that's a good find.
It's bad consolation, really. You'd be loving a round here because this was to get them an opportunity to keep fighting. Now they are going to boost the AWP up deep towards the, I like to call it the death cube at the back there. It's a terrible name that no one else uses, but there's so many fights that go on there that are very, very difficult.
A bit of a graveyard back here. It's concise. I like it.
And an interesting movie. You seen Death Cube? Or maybe it's just called Cube.
I've seen Cube, yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a little bit of a reference there as well. There's a really obscure movie called The Ruin or The Ruins.
Okay, don't think I've seen that one.
It's about some kids that go exploring something like an Aztec ruin.
Doesn't go well for them, I imagine.
Never does, does it? Never does.
Good luck, Chopper.
But I'd recommend it anyway. Had a good time watching it. 3 versus 5 right here. And that AWP is the only thing of value to bring forward into the next round. So well, it's not very likely. It is going to be 15-10. I feel confident saying it, Chad.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, they don't have the Go-Go Gadget arms for an across the map defuse here. It's not Pub Masters from 1.6 on Nuke where you're defusing through the floor.
Or with an Apache helicopter, possibly. Yeah, I'm so confused. I feel like I had a decent picture of what those 6 rounds might mean for the first half, and you go into the second half and you realize, oh no, FaZe have just a completely different approach to how to play this T side. It's pretty impressive.
And as if you're going to lose to 5 Glocks and a flash, it kind of summarizes the half, doesn't it? You can't be dropping around like that. And I know they bounce back immediately with one of their own. Actually, hold up here. Let me find the Glock round. Started with the Carrigan double.
Did. Yeah, that's a good point. If you had to try and sort of take the temperature of the game and you bounce in, you see that around, you think, ooh.
That one hurts.
Yeah. Yikes, as the Sumas like to say. 26th round coming up. And already some pressure onto the ramp. They know that they don't have that much equipment or utility on the Spirit side, so they're quite happy to go and fight this right here because they're not getting bombarded like you normally would. And look at Carrigan. He wants to end this map right now. Deep in there. Twist on the opening. And some wall bangs coming out onto Chopper. This is going to be a lightning fast bomb plant. Oh, man.
This is one of the smokes they use to segregate the site in a different way here, but Robs is on a massive lurk here, so even if Spirit try and battle their way into the site, you have to worry about Rob and Cool coming in the backlines here to secure the round. The nade lands 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, good grenade kill. But that, I mean, this only has to be the start. They need to move quick on this one. Patsy, he was amazing at the beginning, but this time shot in the back. Not able to continue his fight. And as you said, Rob's there on the flank.
Last round, guys.
He's in hell, yeah. They've got nowhere to go. They can't get it done. FaZe at the end. 16 rounds, and they pick up the opening map in this best of 3. And especially in that second half in a stunning fashion.
Yeah, Spirit might have some soul searching to do after that one there. Their map choice falls at the wayside, a full Glock round being lost. That one is going to sting. No smiles on the faces, but not over just yet. Still one more map for the international side to get this one done, but they'll be happy with the win on Ancient.
I fucking love overtime. People are getting a little bit shaky.
Let's fucking go, boys. Fucking insane mentality to come by, okay?
Yeah, let's go. You smoke mid. Smoke.
All along. Flash playground.
Flashing mid.
I think they started 4 guys B.
First B,
no,
think?
push.
Yeah, I think they
Are
started.
you guys going long or no?
I'm gonna fake
We're
B
going mid.
soon, okay? I'm gonna fake B now.
Yeah, push jump.
Yeah.
Rock. Dead. Deep, maybe long.
Shoot, deep.
Go back.
No response there from Shiro on the 4v5 advantage. They accelerate towards A.
I'll fucking push. Sign. Hold him, hold
Sign
him.
off. Long. Still sign.
Truck.
Hang on, wait.
Pushing, banana.
Peek. It's dead. Two
Tigers.
Up on A.
Let's go back.
They're just keeping Gambit moving right now. Karrigan's about to walk into B.
No one's there. Hobbit, we'll have a look.
Knife out!
Knife out still gets the frag.
One guy pushed in.
No, that's the guy.
Okay.
Slow.
Savage B.
Water.
Holding heaven. You need to kill him.
Yeah.
But he's there. You can plant.
Yeah. Playing sandbag.
I have heaven. Heaven dead. I'm going monster.
Oh, CT.
I'm peeking, okay? Where is he?
Oh, ABC.
Peeking right side. Let's peek.
Fucking good fake, boys, man. Fucking good entry.
Brokey with the ace right there. Overtime kicks off and Brokey steps up. That is insane.
We fucked up the ramp boost and I saw him.
Once IEM Cologne FaZe take map 1 on Ancient. The Kerrigan Chopper battle is going in the way of Kerrigan for now at least. And I'm standing with a newly configured caster duo, I presume. And since this is supposed to be analyst's time, you need to give me like a bombshell talking point for the game.
We're doing all of it. I've got Glocks better than M4's, Chan.
That's not bad. The $200 investment of the Flash really helped out in that environment right there. What about this? It's going to be a quick 2-0 for scheduling fans out there.
Oh, I've heard that before today, Chan, and didn't really work out that way.
Yeah, that was much earlier in the day, right? But it was NACS. You can't trust Jason.
That's true.
I'm an Australian.
You having fun casting with each other?
Yeah, it's like, have we ever casted together before?
We must have at some point, but usually in some...
It was like an RMR probably a million years ago.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
Yanko is giving me bitter looks that he can't talk.
Well,
so
they're dressed better than us. So,
are they?
yeah,
I don't know.
talk to them.
Don't undersell yourself. You guys always look amazing. In any case,
when in doubt, just throw the Serbian under the bus. I have to say I'm disappointed in Anders because this was a layup. The way you set it up for him to say something controversial to talk about, to say tuna pizza is the best pizza out there.
Tuna pizza with pineapple to be exact. And yeah, Spirit, again, I feel like, same like when we watch these games play out at a major Maniac, they're putting their best foot forward, right, in some of these rounds, even though some of them are really weird. It's not like they got blown out, but in the end, FaZe just seems to be a bit better.
Yeah, I think FaZe is a very good benchmark to Spirit and what they bring to the table. The game versus Liquid had us excited, had us believe in this roster, of course, but the truth is there were a lot of messy rounds. There were a lot of messy moments where Liquid kind of get into their own heads. FaZe has a solidity that Liquid didn't have, and you could see the way they were handling these rounds. They stayed in it, even though they lost a couple of frustrating rounds, no problem for Kerrigan, which again kickstart a very great session here in Cologne.
Yeah, some frustrating rounds, none of them as frustrating as round 19. I love it because I remember Anders in like 2013, he's raving about why doesn't the team buy just one flash? 200, just do that. You can get 2 kills. It's worth it for you. And you can get a lot more. Effie, as you see here, perfect timing. Both players are fully blind. They get the AK. They get 2 entries. Kerrigan with a double Glock entry. I've never seen that before. They get the AK. They get all the trades. They close out the round. And this is just such a gut punch, really, for Spirit.
It's a back-breaking round. It's one of these, if you're Spirit, you're 8 to 10, you have money. It's supposed to be the round that sets you up in the rhythm, right? You're supposed to reach cruising altitude. You're supposed to make easy work of that round. Everyone makes money.
40,000 feet.
Exactly. You're good. You're in that business class. You're having a granite cocktail, but
you
no.
maybe. You're from Switzerland.
Instead, your engine blows up and, you know, you're saying goodbye to your loved ones.
That took a turn. That definitely took a turn. But yeah, they just couldn't, because it was so promising on the T side, right? So you start to think, all right, with these rounds that they have in their back pocket, can they get their economy in a good spot? Can they keep going? But FaZe just said no. And you said it there with Kerrigan also, with the 2 kills again. Top fragging, I believe, in the server. We know that he can do that. It doesn't happen all that often, but it's crazy. So in the battle, Kerrigan Chopper, it's 1-0, Yanko.
Yeah, of course, you know, his heart is in it. As we said, he hates Chopper. And I think it's just also the fact that usually we say if Kerrigan, you know, or any in-game leader is top fragging, things aren't going according to plan because that's not really supposed to happen. But he's more similar. It's similar to like NAVI, right? Like he is in a lot of entries. So if he's having a good game, that means FaZe is probably coasting, right? Like they're having a good time. There's a lot of space. There's a lot of openings. You can see Chopper was really struggling this map.
I can tell you, Kerrigan had a better map than
The emotions
NAVI.
got the better of him.
Kerrigan did better than NAVI.
What did NAVI do?
I think there was a little bit of a 121 scoreline.
He's like catching stray bullets, I mean literally, but also on this stream when it was actually on the other stream.
Must have hurt.
If you missed that, Astralis of course knocking down Cloud9. Now we see a little bit of a huddle. Rain definitely in the beginning of that game pulling his weight definitely for FaZe, even though it was a good start from Spirit, but
I'm glad you mentioned Rain.
Yeah.
I'm really glad because it's, I mean, you could sometimes hide behind the fact that, you know, when it's a great event, suddenly he shows up. But the matter of the fact is, he does. Again, currently in Cologne, he's posting 1.22 rating. Last time he had such a high rating was the major 124. Like, what if this man just shows up when he matters the most and the rest is just like, nah.
I'd be okay with that. You know, I'd be fine with that. You know, just show up Major, Cologne, Katowice.
There you go.
Maybe the Royal Arena.
Yeah.
And just chill out for the rest of the tournaments. Let someone else do the work.
But we know how they have their sights set on Cologne, though, so it's good that they won the first map. Now we're going to Nuke. Spirit was, of course, or rather Ancient was Spirit's map pick. We said that playing FaZe is kind of the benchmark for them of where they're at. Do you think or believe, Yanko, that Spirit could push past that and give us a third map, or is it not on the cards?
It's possible, but I think it's highly unlikely, right? I feel they had to win Ancient and then, you know, go into the third map and then try to, you know, win in 2-1 fashion. I think now FaZe winning their map pick, going into Nuke, they've been very, very solid on the map, strong T-sides all the time, and I think they're going to close it out.
Yeah, I would like to give you controversy, but I'm not going to manufacture it. I just think FaZe is the better team right now. They're cruising
That's the most fun part about controversy, when you just make it up.
Make it up.
I'll just wait for the right moment.
Like that Kerrigan Chopper beef. No, it is actually, it has his feet in reality.
They hate each other.
There's roots there.
We'll ask them later. We'll see.
There's a Netflix show somewhere.
Is there?
Yes.
Ooh, yeah, that's why they're following them today with the cameras. Okay, well, we're going to a little break, but when we come back, it's going to be map 2, FaZe versus Spirit on Nuke. Get a snack, and we'll see you here in just a second.
It's happening. O Major é nosso.
Burning quite significantly, and Fallen's obstacle strikes, looking for the Quadra!
Looking at Cologne and its history, it all started in 2014, and the first team I went with was Copenhagen Wolves. I remember that it wasn't the big LAN6 arena we know by now, but it was a small arena with crowd, and we lost to NAVI, I think, and without a tournament right before playoffs, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it all started there, and then obviously next year we started getting the big arenas, and it became like a dream to win Cologne. 2015 was a big step in CSGO history. We're coming into some of the big tournaments like Katowice, Cologne, and big arenas, and from there on they just kept coming every single year, right? So I think that's where we realized how big this is gonna be. And I remember myself going into the arena in LAN6, boxing, and feeling like a boxing match, and it's just an awesome feeling to play in front of 10,000 people in an arena in Germany, right? It was just like this was the first time I realized this is actually what we've been fighting for so many years, and this is just the first step, and it's gonna be many more events to come. I think everybody who played the first Cologne in 2015 with big arena just knew that every single time and every single year it comes, we just want to win that tournament, because it became a really important step in CSGO history that we actually could fill up arenas with 10,000 people. 2016, it was like the first Cologne major, and I remember coming into the tournament, we had obviously changed the player. Kerby couldn't play, so we took Lev as a stand-in, and I think we just managed barely to go through the groups, and it was against another Danish team, a rivalry. We just took Kerby from that team who couldn't play with us, and then he didn't play with Dignitas. By winning 16-14 and qualifying to get top 8, and like I said, it's like directly invite for the next major. It was so big to make. We had the sticker capsules, we had everything. It was very new at that point, right? That was a really important moment for us, because it's like when you go through a lot of stuff during a tournament, losing a player, playing with a stand-in, you're just trying to do your best. And I think it was just like happiness at that moment that we managed to do it. And obviously we lost to Pre during that tournament. He was hospitalized. So yeah, we had to play the Virtus Plow in the quarterfinal with Sonic, our coach back then. So tough times, but we almost beat the VP or two very close maps in overtime and stuff like that. So yeah, we did the best we could back then, and I'm just proud of that we managed to go through with the circumstance we had.
Hello everyone, Mahone here to show some of the key tactics, tendencies, and positions we should expect from FaZe's nuke. Starting on the T side, let's take a look at the key positions, which are outside and lobby, to see who plays them. We should expect Rops as the lobby player and Rain as the outside player. The first thing we want to look out for that's more present in the mid round are these mini and hell smokes. FaZe love to throw these smokes in the mid round to draw rotations and create space for Rain to work outside. These two smokes make it difficult for the CTs because it opens up the opportunity for FaZe to be in the big garage. Next is a very special tactic we need to look out for, and it comes as a result of this smoke from Rops. This smoke lands just in front of the hut and is meant to facilitate an upper rush. As flashes are thrown from above, the smoke is meant to provide more space for the first player entering. It also extinguishes Molotovs that land just outside of hut. We've only ever seen FaZe run this once, will we see it again? Over on the CT side, when it comes to positions, we should expect Rain as the outside player, Brokey as the op towards heaven and outside, Rops as the ramp player, and lastly Twist and Kerrigan as the players holding the upper bomb site. Something to look out for on the CT side is Rops at ramp. He likes to mix up what he does, but when he wants to get aggressive, he usually likes to have Rain throw this flash through the smoke to allow him to push. See if you can spot these tactics and tendencies the next time you see FaZe play on Nuke.
Great way to get us into this second map. It's got Sherlock Mahone over here checking everything, doing all the research.
Yeah, it's great to have him, isn't it? For people not too familiar, he used to be the analyst for NIP, and now he's doing a bit of broadcast work, so it's great to have him giving us those nuggets. We'll keep an eye out for some of those and make sure we highlight them for the viewers, but FaZe will be starting on the T side of their map choice as the slaps come in. The tradition of Spirit continued through, and Twist's delicious hair getting a bit of a hand comb.
It's a different feel from the
softer
red palms on the other side, and Twist is over here getting ready. Now they won that first map, Chad. Second map is coming up, and this one is picked by FaZe, so surely Spirit are in trouble.
Yeah, and look, I know Spirit did some convincing over there at the Major, but I was doing one of the RMR games when Dex was still on the roster, and this is what kind of fooled me about Spirit. They got blown out by Sinners. Zedco just mauled them, but let's see what they have in store here. 1x bet odds, understandably so, favoring FaZe. Towards Yard they want to go, and they already passed. He's seen two.
Yeah, they're flying past. He's just seen the shadows so far. Patsy, one opportunity at the very least, but it's going to be Brokey to open up Nuke with the kill on the Wonderful. Magic gets one in return. Rops is close, but the Dualies is on the other side. Siren good for one, and the trading will continue, it seems. 3 on 3. They're down below. They've got the bomb, and over at the ramp, we still have Rain. What a great crunch. If anyone is there on the Spirit side, they probably were going to be found, but somehow they're not.
Yeah, and two players are coming from ramp here, you can see. Siren's going to come late vent. Twist is already mantled up to a great position in combination with Rain here. This should be locked down.
And this position is so hard to clear if you go the right-hand side from the CT's point of view. It seems like it's a really stupid position because there's nowhere to go, but you just so easily forget about it. Looks like they're going to go the other way, though. Patsy will take one kill.
Oh, no.
That's nicely done. And Chopper with the headshot to bring down Rain. It's all on Kerrigan, 1 versus 3, to try and hold on to this round, and that seems to be almost impossible at this stage. He sees the top of his head.
Needs to knock him off.
For it. Oh, it could have worked. It just almost did. If he gets that kill and gets back in through, there is a really good shot that he's going to be able to win that one.
Yeah, I think that Twist wanted to peek to try and set Rain up, but when he peeked out the second time, getting absolutely punished, you can see here the massive bounding leap of the T's to get this space in the broken opener, but immediately stalled out was the push Hut and Hell. And this from Kerrigan, if he makes that kill, the round could have been theirs because I don't think there was a defuse kit in play in that situation. So almost a round for FaZe, but it will be Spirit drawing first blood here on Nuke, and a force buy back facilitated by that plant. Crazy outside of the box here. You saw that pocket strat that Mahone highlighted with the front smoke going Hut, but they're not going to operate with something that pacey early, and you can understand why, right? You want to allow the CTs to deploy their utility, and then it's more of an even fight. You can see Galil's versus Pyjamas and Rifles, and there's the first fight up and over. Patsy's going to win that one. See you later, Rain.
Yeah, that looked a bit scary for a second. He's down to 31 health. Got to be careful, but he's moving closer to here if anything is happening on the other side. Be hard for him to take many more fights out of the yard, but if he can just stay relevant to make sure that no one is sneaking through, that's still pretty decent.
Curious off angle here from Chopper. Normally you'd have players either back on the stairs or in the vent, so hoping they're a little bit lazy with the clears.
They surely eventually are going to try and connect with the two people playing over on the ramp side. Oh, not even ramp yet. A little bit deceptive there, but...
It's all a fake, right? This is a backside molly. I think they want to keep feet planted, and Chopper, well, he is both. Has a chance to get a double kill, but cannot connect.
Yeah, and there's the rest of the strategy coming in. Magix, he is in a world of trouble right now. They're right all behind him. Brokey will find him. Patsy's on his own. The bomb is planted, and technically a 1 versus 4. Though he does get that kill rather quickly. That's a textbook round from crunching that B bomb site from 2 different sides.
I'm curious as to what the thought process is there from FaZe. Maybe it's if they throw the top util, they're not only expecting the top players to stay standing, right? But also there's a bit more communication. So maybe too many audibles for Chopper, right? And then they just charge on down. You could see it wasn't slow. As soon as the util hit top site, both players in secret rushed.
Yeah.
And that was getting them in towards the lower. But it was great work. You could see there was multiple players from Spirit who were looking the wrong direction, getting caught in the back. So the pace from FaZe was not caged, and we will go 1-1 in the early stages. So immediately back on the board. And they retain 3 Galils. That's a great round. It's very likely to see Spirit bounce back in with a force by their own. But this was it, yeah. And Chopper, it felt like he would have been good for at least 1 there.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he didn't get the kill is a little bit sad, but he did something that I just always... Let me a little note in the back of my mind somewhere. Whenever I see a player in exactly that situation, it's like a player test for me. When they don't try to track the player in air, but just tries to go for 1 target to kill them, that always makes me a little bit happy. I was like, yeah, that's
gonna get baited.
It's so easy, and I don't know if it's exactly true, but I feel like it's almost impossible to train yourself out of doing it. I feel like some players are just so good at target selection, and other players will always kind of, it's almost like their lizard brain will just kick in and they're like, oh, I'm fighting everyone.
I'm just happy to get a kill. So, you know, we all set the bar differently.
We need to play some games.
Played a couple of Ancients. I brought you into the stacks. We showed you the ways.
I don't think I've lost the game in Ancient yet.
There you go.
So, that one, we'll see.
Okay.
Right over.
That's one to draw back, 4v4.
Not that much to work with here, but I mean, if Ancient was anything to go by, maybe that doesn't mean that much. I don't want to draw any conclusions yet because we've been faked out a couple of times. 3 people downstairs.
That's crazy. They've actually been able to pick up the weapons as well. Patsy dropped the M4 and Magic's been able to find that Galil. So this is looking fantastic for Spirit.
And he's ready. If someone wants to come through here, they're going to be shot in the feet as they're trying to climb through the window, and that might make it a bit awkward, although Brokey takes the better angle for it, goes for the fight and still loses at the door. At least the bomb didn't drop on the other side, but they're still in a 2-on-3, making a 1 versus 3. Kerrigan on his own, 28 seconds. This play would have been amazing if the bomb had actually been down, but now, as a last-ditch effort, it just seems like pure panic. 20 seconds crouching in, and oh, not even looking the wrong way. The back.
With the force buys again. So both teams with a couple of boo-boos in the early stages of some of these maps here. And wonderful, we have to point impact to him on the scout. He gets the last kill, sure. The Kerrigan one isn't really the biggest of the deal, but the opening kill, because this Galil in the hands of Magix to take down Brokey came from the opening frag. So you have to remember how they were able to bolster the weapons they had. So great stuff from Wonderful to find that opening pick, but of course the force buy wars will continue here. 3 AKs and 2 upgraded pistols for FaZe, but U2 extremely light on. They'll limp one forward. The nade, a bit sticky there from Patsy. Okay, well, never mind. He's been flatlined. He's given up the opening kill twice now.
That's an interesting beginning. See if they can keep trading back and forth for a while longer, maybe. Patsy kind of seemed like he knew that they were running past there, but just maybe wasn't expecting that much of an aggressive peak.
I don't think Magix is expecting this either. Look how far forward Rops is. And yeah, Magix's back turn. Rops has just slinked on through. Great play from Rops here. Now it's a 3-on-5 situation against Spirit, and it's getting worse. What a shot from Rain.
No
Ouch.
Way. Oh, there's no way.
How long is this going to continue? We've gone tit for tat since the start right now. I'm going to lock this one as a FaZe round.
I feel like whatever this happens, though, whatever team first wins the consecutive round, that tends to be the one you get really far ahead based on that. We'll see if Spirit can save something. I mean, that's going to be important, right? Obviously, on the CT side, that economy is going to get so much worse a little bit quicker. Rain finding one, and Siren, I don't think he's making it out of this one either. Coming up, oh, that's a nice little spin around. Still 30 seconds, but he is low on health. And they're going to take the bomb down below, just to be sure.
Well, we've seen some interesting maneuvers from Twist with the bomb. He's been left to his own devices, and this time he will get it planted, so no worries there. It won't be the same unfortunate fate as Ancient. But yeah, this here from Carrigan, right, just swinging. You can see Patsy was worried about that gap, and Carrigan swings around. This one from Rain was beautiful onto Chopper there. That's what you love to see.
Are those Vox?
They are indeed. It warms my cold, dead heart, Anders, every time I see those on one of the guns. Apparently, they're worth a lot of money. If I'd known, I would have stocked up back in the day.
Yeah, wouldn't we all?
It's crazy how expensive those are, but this is the plan for the future because obviously there's a bit of hype around them. One day when I get old and I want to start coaching, I'll bring an Oz team back, we'll get the Vox logo out of retirement, and we'll all make millions.
Wheel it back out, get some merchandise, all the rest of it.
Yeah, we'll trying to think, we'll bring Kev the Kangaroo back. I don't know if you remember him from the olden days.
I have pictures of him from Beijing.
Yeah,
of course I do.
The gimmicks.
Yeah.
Travel around the world with an inflatable kangaroo. You can't be good at Counter-Strike, you may as well be entertaining.
Different times, strange times in many ways. But yeah, why not?
Oh, that's right, Beijing. Yeah, okay. You were casting with Gomez, our manager. It really did,
and
the
Khan,
multiverse.
Who was also running the event.
Yeah, my best mate.
I was the only caster on site as well.
How times have changed.
Yeah. Magic's, an MP9 and a flash. He might as well have been looking into the sun at that point in time. Patsy down below that M4A1. That's not easy to do anymore, and he's going to almost complete it with a triple. That's a lot of damage. I'm so nervous you see that in the corner like that, but he made the job look easy. Siren up here, and on the other side, Rops recovering his position and able to get that one. And now the A-bomb site's in his control, at least for a bit.
Yeah, really important kill because Chopper had already tucked in towards lower as well. So if FaZe had stayed pedal to the metal and continued in towards B, they would have had to deal with his 5-7. And, well, now he's got an AK. Wonderful. Up heaven with the Deagle in hand, and Chopper starting to make a move over as well. Wonderful has been spotted here by Rops, looking for the fight. And this is where the Force by Wars could come to their end. The consecutive round for FaZe is looking extremely likely here. Wonderful's being called over to pick up another rifle, and he will scoop it up. So carrying these forward seems to be the better decision than going for a 2-on-3 retake with the bomb already planted. Never feels good on the CT side as well to lose the Force by Wars. It's worse on the CT side because
yes,
the economy really not in your favor. You don't have the extra cash coming through because of the plants.
Yeah, it's a lot that's fumbling a little bit here for Spirit early on in this first half on Nuke. Might be a very difficult recovery.
And the context of this game is a big one, right? If you're just joining us, you're not too sure where we're at in the tournament, well, the winner of this game will qualify for Lanxess Arena. We already have 3 teams locked in. Surprisingly, Movistar Riders and Astralis are 2 of the names, NAVI being the 3rd. And I think we all want FaZe to be the 4th in that mix, because what happens is if FaZe lose this series and NAVI end up winning against Movi, they could end up on the same side of the bracket, and we really want to at least give ourselves the opportunity to have a FaZe versus NAVI grand final.
Hell yes. There's so much confusion, I feel like, at the top level of Counter-Strike right now. NAVI and FaZe are probably the 2 teams I would have felt pretty confident picking to make it there, but for all the rest, I just don't even know anymore.
Yeah, it felt like there was going to be at least a little bit more competitive nature out of some of these names who have all started the tournament very slow. G2 with an opening loss. Heroic already eliminated, the same for ENCE, right? The laundry list of names who we thought were going to be contenders for this trophy, well, most of them, well, not most, some of them have already been sent packing.
Yeah, hard times. But if you want to make it into the Cathedral, then yeah, you're going to be tested every step of the way there.
Precisely. That probably didn't spread. So, Wonderful might go overlooked here.
Yeah, they assume that's already clear. Nicely done from Patsy. That's just a 5-7, but up close it's really impactful. And Wonderful, the timing. Look at how they're just exchanging angles. 1, 2, 3, and every time it's a new player swinging for the fight. Very hard for FaZe to deal without them.
Maybe this isn't over just yet. I know it's saved guns and a couple of light upgrades, but now it's a 2-on-5 situation for Carrigan and Rops to piece this one together. Wonderful's already towards lower, has heard the door break, and will have to obey the molly. Bomb should go down here.
What a battle that they have on their hands. 2 versus 5 at the lower bomb side. That's a good tap from Robs. That'll give him a little bit of confidence to start with. They need about 3 or 4 more of those. Carrigan will get 1, but he's going to get traded right away. And they're so fast on there, not allowing Robs to escape back up through the ramp. So it's going to be the round for the Spirit side, shockingly.
Yeah, and at least I think now we can get into full gun rounds for both teams because FaZe should have enough residual cash to get the buy. But yeah, just not clearing the corners right there. You can see Rain expecting Main to maybe have a deeper smoke so it couldn't be played around. But you're talking about those different angles. The molly didn't spread for Wonderful, and then Chopper with the swing as well. It's 3 different barbs towards Yard, and that's fantastic for the confidence of Spirit here early. I think they're quite a momentum-based team, right? And if they can really get rolling in their individuals, because there's a lot of firepower on this team, if they can all start hitting big shots, then they can take this to FaZe.
Well, like you said, finally a chance for some rifles to be brought out on all sides. And Patsy, huge impact at the beginning of Ancient, and starting out this round with a good kill there on Rain. So that'll help them out. A little bit of damage onto him. He steps on a grenade and might want to fall a little bit further back from there on out, but this is good.
This is the thing with Patsy. He never backs down. In the early stages of this game, he gave away a couple of opening kills towards Yard, and now in 2 consecutive rounds has found the opening himself. And this is what you want, right? He still has that confidence. He's not carrying the baggage that maybe a Karrigan and a Rain is of being denied and getting away with a play, you know, ending up losing tournaments or massive matchups because of maneuvers that you repeat and oh no. Whereas Patsy is still quite young, right? He's only 18 years of age, and he's got that confidence to continue to go for them time and time again.
Yeah, some of that trouble comes a little bit later. And some people, Config never learn.
He's in good form.
No, he's amazing right now. I don't want Config to change at all. I love this style. But you're right, it can backfire. It can sometimes cost you important rounds. 4 versus 5. Round number 7 is here, and we've got 40 seconds left. Magic's hugging the corner, trying to dodge the flashbang, but he cannot dodge the bullet that's coming through. Twist will drop him, and just like that, it's back into a 4-on-4 with about 30 seconds. Karrigan, he's ducking down. I think they know. Oh, but what a lineup from Chopper and the Molotov to slow them down behind. They need to call Karrigan. They want a chance of doing this. Karrigan, oh my god! What a spin around! Absolutely crazy, and he'll close it out. Quad kill on Chopper. He made that look so easy.
Yeah, a bit of a statement round there from Chopper. That is massive stuff. They do get the opening, sure, but the fact that he's able to deal with all fronts there, getting attacked from Secret as well as Ramp, this is great. A bit of a statement round there from the in-game leader. Magic's going down without a fight at all. This is perfect. This is what you dream of. Multiple players landing in front of your crosshair there. The easiest double he's going to get, but the flick around and then the final frag are absolutely perfect, sending FaZe packing down to pistols here. That's a great round for Spirit. Now, we've seen them lose to less. We need them to convert this round if we want to have a competitive nuke here.
There's no flashbang in play. I'm just going to point that out. So, at a minimum, they have that. It's a little bit of a bonus. But yeah, these are the kind of rounds where some of those really aggressive players can sometimes be also a liability.
Yeah, well, you can see Patsy's not backing down from a fight. He gave up his life. Lucky Wonderful is here to plug the holes in the boat.
And that AK is far away, so not easy to pick up for anyone on the FaZe side, even if they get the kill. So not the end of the world, maybe. Yeah, here come the rest of the troops. Out of range. Sent flying.
Good that Chopper's starting to hit some shots, and Wonderful as well. Wonderful's going to be a key component, right? We know that the best CT-sided player in Nuke in the world is Simple, and he's the AWPer for the team. So if anybody wants to try and replicate that, rotating around, being impactful towards Yard, making sure that that AWP is dynamic and never expected. If Wonderful starts to feel it and can maybe tell Chopper where he wants to take the big green, that is an extra bow, well, an extra arrow for Chopper to work with, right? It's great when your AWPer decides, hey, I want to go for a pick here or set me up for this. Some AWPers, they just sit back and they'll get told what to do, right? That some AWPers, they go, yeah, I have a good spawn, I want to take this fight. And that helps the in-game leader out a lot. It gives them more options, because if you have a player who's feeling it, right, it sounds silly. It sounds silly, but it's true, because confidence is a big part, especially for somebody like an AWPer in the team who's confident looking for those fights.
And it's not like you don't have enough decisions to make already as an in-game leader, so
Precisely.
Someone can take something off your hands like that and sort of say, well, I'm essentially self-sufficient in this round, I'll be all right. Then, yeah, why not? And he's doing all right at the moment, 7-3. Smoked off out there, but see if he can find a way to play around it. And looks like Rain is a bit worried that there might be some aggression coming his way. And he's not completely wrong either.
Yeah, Patsy could stay here for the entire round, or he could look for an aggressive fight just like this. So an opportunity to take Rain down yet again. Actually, it's him backing off. Okay. A reserved Patsy.
I'm super shocked that he went that whole way without ever looking up at the silo.
Not worried at all, is he? Now, this is curious. You can get double mollies from Karrigan's position here, potentially one backside and one top hut. That's going to be name of the game. Could be a top pop.
Yeah, flashes. Oh, that's not bad. Siren not hitting anything, but Patsy did kill Rain to start the round with. And Siren, he's finally unflashed just in time to see death coming at him. 3 versus 4. Wonderful not getting the flick quite. And Chopper, how do you get out of this one? Surely they're going to be watching that vent. Maybe a flash by a teammate, but this does not feel like a doable round for Spirit. They might want to be really careful. All right, so far so good. He actually did make it up out of the vent. Thought he might have been dead already. Twist looking upper, and Chopper trying to create enough space back here, but that's just not going to happen. Twist, consecutive headshots as they try and get up heaven, and that's a nice lockdown.
Yeah, Karrigan's molly didn't land top hut, so either it missed or it was destined for somewhere else there. So even with a potential hiccup there in the execute, still a clean round from FaZe. Money to buy here for Spirit, no dramas, and this is Twist getting the double kill as they both push out heaven. So great work that you can see 2 of them just standing shoulder to shoulder to try and lock that key position down, and that's one of the positives when you have the number advantage. You can have multiple eyes on a choke point. A bit of damage done to Wonderful here. Maybe he copped a bit of a knife in the back from a teammate. Nade fall with damage done. Exchange both ways. Rain and Patsy both holding down the trigger here, looking for the early fight coming their way.
And nobody wants to back up. Wonderful. That is a great flick. He tries to go for the wall bang, which you absolutely can do. Twist probably lucky to be alive, but they're keeping the aggression. Okay.
Yeah, Magix can stay here, right? They will have to clear this out with either bodies or a flash. So if they go for another top hit like we just saw, Magix can also be quite quick on the flank. But Rain, he's the one who's already made it across towards Secret. So a rotation will have to come in to address that. And looks like that's the case. It's Wonderful being dispatched to deal with the lower side. Now, a door needs to be open or a window needs to be broken, so a sound cue to come their way. But if there's multiple bodies down there, they could get into that site quite quickly. I think fortunately for Spirit right now, that's not the case. It is just Rain looking on his lonesome. Now, there's a few options you can have in the mid-round here if you're FaZe. You can try and get down this vent to join Rain if he takes a bit more space, or you can try and go ramp straight into Magix. The low HP at Twist is gone. He's got a couple more coming his way.
Oh, that's not a bad lineup. He gets 1 more and even does a little bit of damage on the Rops. And if you look at the clock, 30 seconds. Rops is spinning it around. He's got the bomb on his back. He's looking for it, but won't win the fight against Chopper. And that feels like the round is just dissolved.
Yeah, nowhere back into this. Wonderful's going to pick up another onto Rain, and it is just Karrigan who's at least got some space over towards Squeaky, but 4 to find, no time. And you want to consider the save here. He's actually walking towards the bomb, and Siren will take that one. You love those. Looking the wrong way, bullet in the side of the head, and Spirit will bounce back with another, so a 2-round game.
Do you think it's still possible at this level to trick people with some of those audio fakes that we've seen in the past, where you open the door at Squeaky simultaneously with the one downstairs, you shoot out the windows, you crack the windows in control room down below?
I think if you study the demo and you see the way that they like to rotate around, right? Because some teams won't address those moves until there is a sound cue, but some teams will go, oh, we've lost vision, let's rotate 1 or 2 quite heavily. So I think it's a bit team dependent, but definitely so. Those tricks, they could also be used as a fake, right? That type of a maneuver could be a trick in itself.
Yeah, layers upon layers.
Yeah, that's the reason we love this game, right?
Not a lot to work with in this round. A double scout, double deagle. The block of Karrigan effective on Ancient, but not been seen since for good reason. Doing a little bit more damage than you wanted. Oh, this is so dangerous. Chopper, he's going to win that fight, but that's exactly one of those battles where if he goes down, it's a 2-on-2, and who knows what can happen. Rops is out here with a scout, and they really want to keep fighting. Flanking up from behind is Chopper, and he should be able to take down Rops in a matter of seconds. Oh, slowed it down a little bit. All right. Thought he was going to keep pushing.
Yeah, he's engaged right now, so the push should keep coming. The thing is, you don't want to give over another casualty because you haven't really been able to build too much of a bank just yet. So keeping 3 alive would be great. They'll even be able to scoop up the AWP, and yeah, they'll dispatch of Rops right there. So this is actually a very good start from Spirit. Right, we haven't finished the half just yet, but if they could get up to 10 rounds, it'd be a great half here. So this is good early signs.
And at one point, it did not look like this at all. It looked like the whole of FaZe were just going to take over the game. They had that huge back and forth, and for a second, it looked like FaZe were going to come out on top. So kind of cool to see Spirit with some real resilience behind them, not just bowing out. Chopper is 12-4. That's a great scoreline.
I wonder if Patsy's presence towards Yard has completely stalled FaZe from even testing the waters, right? Because they're looking for another top pop.
For it again. I mean, they've been successful getting out here, so maybe that also makes a little bit of sense. Trying to get through the smoke, but Siren's on the other side. He is so blind, but some help from above wonderful there with the AWP, raining down death onto Karrigan and Rain both. And Patsy's there, aggressive as ever, and he'll take that kill. But both of them are up at heaven behind him. Twist, are they just going to push it? Oh no, that might be a mistake! It's a huge mistake! Another round for FaZe. They just wanted to power through, and he was ready.
I can't believe it. They're just walking into the Galil here. Just giving away multiple fighters to Twist from that position. He gets 4 kills in the round. That is massive stuff from the Canadian here. You can check this one back. The one onto Patsy, they knew exactly where he is. And it's a 1-on-2 situation right now, and they just walk straight into the beast. There's a smoke in play. He's using that in his favor, and a massive one to get FaZe their 5th round. You can see how much Karrigan likes that. Brokey even showing a bit of a celebration. Massive stuff from Twist.
They love that. Oh, they want to keep the pressure on. They want to go fast at it again. Chad coming out. That smoke is up. There is a bit of a gap. I don't know if it's the one that they threw. Twist, he goes down afterwards. And this A defense, it'll hold. But that did look like the smoke that Mahone was warning us about. It was a really quick one, so almost feels like there's no way they could have thrown it that fast. They're going to find the last player outside as well, and they're right back on track.
I can understand why FaZe go for that call, because they only had the one player surviving in the previous, so money was a little bit light on. Quicker with some MAC-10s in play, you thinking you can catch Spirit off guard, but they handle and take care of business right there. So back and forth we go, and this is the competitive game that we were looking for. Ancient, right, the scoreline, yeah, it did have its moments, but this one here is giving us a few more offerings that maybe, just maybe, we could be heading to Mirage as that 3rd. Spirit would love to get the last 2, and they should at least get 1 more. Just a couple of pistol upgrades here. And a great start from Wonderful. The AWP strikes, the second bullet a little bit shy, but he's got help in Patsy.
Yeah, should be no troubles outside on this one. Oh, okay. Twist wandering into the flames of the Molotov. Oh, good knockout. Picks up a smoke, dodges the AWP, creates a little bit of space behind it even, tries to find a one-way. He's doing the best that he can to juggle this outside aggression, Karrigan. And he's going to win that one. Wonderful. That, especially that last one, probably should have been his kill.
And not tradable, because nobody else was close here. Chopper is starting to make his way up secret now, but Karrigan's already relinquished yard control. And if you're Chopper, you are scared to poke your head up, because sure, you know Karrigan was there, but where are the other 2? Robson and Brokey haven't announced their presence just yet. They're both still just holding down lobby for a CT aggress, and that's what you normally expect when the number situation starts to fall in favor of the Ts. It's a 3v3, and the door's not blown open, so they will have to announce their presence.
Spirit, they are so close to cementing a brilliant first half. If they let go of this round, that's going to be almost unforgivable, and they won't. Siren with a nice hold up there. They really, I mean, I was worried for a second there because they have 8, now they have 9 on the board, but if they let go of that round, who knows? It could be an 8-7 half all of a sudden.
Could have been flashbacks to Ancient as well when they lost to the Glock, right? And those tilt rounds, they do start to add up because you're doing such a good job in the rifle rounds. You're trading it really quite well, and you have individuals locking down key areas of the map. But when you lose to pistols and you know that you overpeaked or you made a misplay, not only are you a bit mad that you lost to pistols, you're mad at yourself.
Yeah. I mean, they seem to be doing so well, even in spite of all the struggles. They actually seem unaffected by how chaotic of a game this has been, not just on this one, but on the first map too.
Yeah, I think what really reignited the flame for them was that round they saved 2 rifles and then were able to, I think Wonderful got the opening kill with a scout towards Yard, or maybe even one back to draw it up 4-on-4, and that's really given Spirit some life in this half, and they've run with it. They haven't fumbled it.
Look at everyone except for Magic, who's at 6, but otherwise it's 13 on 3 of them and 12 on Patsy. So a lot of people showing up to fight here for Spirit.
Bit of a gap in this smoke wall. Not sure if this is intentional here because Patsy is hanging around and confirming that nobody has made the crawl. And the Yard player of Rain that Mahone highlighted in the default rounds that you'd expect from FaZe, he's been having a rough go of things. Currently 4 for 12, and Yard is traditionally a key component of a map like Nuke. It's been a lot more lobby-centric as, well, these are the smokes Mahone highlighted as well. The Hell smoke as well as the main smoke.
See if he can catch Patsy off guard. Absolutely not. He's been winning this fight so much. Siren will get that one. It's a double for him as well. This is a lockdown. 15th round, definitely going to go the way of Spirit. Nothing that Karrigan can do to change that one. Some solid work here for Team Spirit. Just chill out here. It's Patsy to get the final one. And they've done such an amazing job. 10-5 in their favor on the opening half here. That might be enough to get us to a 3rd map. We'll find out in a minute.
maybe go and hold long instantly, Oleg.
I want to do Stout Hunter.
Under? Okay.
I haven't been there yet.
You can do it, it's good. I will smoke the molly, man.
Okay. I'm holding flash if they do double molly first. Did they do double molly?
No,
short
no,
again,
no.
I think.
I'm under the slide, okay? They nade me.
They might took short again.
Yeah, they did. I can molly balloons and flash.
Yeah, wait. Molly it now.
Nothing. I can flash.
Flash.
Flashing in front of you. Dang.
ENCE and Snappy desperately trying to come up with a solution. This time it's a triple boost to Pure and towards short water.
I'll smoke.
Monster.
I smoke toilets now.
13 to 11, 2-round lead for FaZe.
We go into Vindigo now, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, but they have short, so it'll be a bit out.
They have short.
Spam either direction or make a movement toward either side. He could react to it, but he knows there's a timer. He's backed off, goes safely toward the site.
You can also just search monster. That's also fine. If we cannot take short, just search monster, boys.
Be on the right side, yeah.
It can be
offshore.
Let's come late, Pavel.
Just hold our rain, we will clear right.
I'm playing late. We smoke banana. We smoke banana.
I'm doing the flash now.
Go short. They're going back. They're rotating B, boys. Short.
Look at ABC.
Triple boost. He did push or something. Yeah. Full blind.
Water, boss.
That smoke, the one we just saw in front of Kerrigan, saves them, but Twist goes above and beyond.
Move back side.
Bomb going down, despite the awkwardness and the chaos within the site that it was about to ensue inevitably.
Have an op.
One more somewhere around.
Planting. Should be water.
Desperate to try and get that bomb down once more. Rob's going to take the same approach. Saved by Hades.
Leży heaven.
Tu Iwan.
Może gala.
Chodzę
Ja zachodzę galę, Gala jest. Zachodzę.
How it's favored, how it's switched, how he spotted. Nice shot back onto Dia. Rain tag to 19. And Hades, who's clutched out a one-on-one already versus Twist, has to do the same on Rain.
Nice on it!
Counter-Strike will continue right now. Second map, second half, we've got FaZe, we've got Spirit, and Spirit are continuing to impress. They couldn't quite make it on the opening map of Ancient, but this one, they have 10 rounds to the 5 of FaZe. Is that enough, Chad?
Could be quite the victory here from Spirit. Now look, we'll do the cliches of the pistol round here, but this would be a massive win in itself. FaZe have played this map 14 times in 2022. They've only lost it twice. So this is a massive scout for Spirit to potentially take right here. FaZe, however, win about 60% of their rounds on the CT side. Unfortunately for them, that's where they are.
Okay, well, let's find out if that's enough. What is that speed? And Robs, how does he still hit the headshot? I haven't seen bunny jumping like that in a long while. He still somehow connects, and now they're going to try and see if they can run him down. Why are they still just jumping?
You need to shoot, guys.
He gets one, and why is it working? I have so many questions. Twist and Kerrigan, 2 versus 3. Oh, man. Opening the door and getting absolutely wrecked by Chopper. Kerrigan on the other side. You wanted to bring back the Kangaroo, but they've already done it. Chad, they've got at least 2 or 3 in this round. Trying to see if they can get him. I need some help understanding what's happening.
That right there, look, that little ramp rush. I remember seeing Heroic do it where the first player would always be like jumping out, maybe even backwards with your head down, because we know how difficult it can be for the USP to find those kills. But the fact that Rops gets the first right there, you're thinking, oh, okay, this is stalled out. But they keep coming and they just keep jumping to draw these crosshairs. Rops dealt with it on Ancient and Donut, but he couldn't do it with the USP on the second try. And all the Glock kills just fall in the favor of Spirit here. That's both pistols, and this is almost setting the map up on a silver platter. This is fantastic from Spirit now. We might be heading to Mirage.
What an opening. I think that round sums up what a lot of this game has been. Just a lot of chaos to deal with.
I love the progression here. Oh, so does Rain. Quite easy for him to read, apparently. It looked perfect in terms of the timing of the smokes and when Patsy started to move, but Rain finally getting one back on Patsy. He's had a rough go of things in that first half. He wants to change the tide here in the second, and they desperately needed an opening kill on this 4 spy. So now Spirit, they have less options. They didn't get the secret control. And you can see that Chopper didn't want to try and make it across and try the same gambit.
Well, Carrigan is on the wrong side of the door, or at least from the point of view of Team Spirit. Is that going to be enough to catch somebody off guard? Nope. Magic's smart little shoulder just showing it. It's the detail sometimes.
Yeah, well, I thought the blender of the MP9 would have been enough, and I don't think they're going to be able to drop down the vent because Brokey's going to come up and greet them here. Would love to get his hands on the pocket rocket from Rain's corpse. Not too far away. And a sound cue given off from Twist as he dropped off of Harp. But Spirit aren't in a rush. They'll have to be shortly because there's only 35 seconds left on the clock. Wonderful's low, and Magic's is at half HP, so this round is not done for FaZe just yet.
Are they going to keep the bomb on a guy with 44 health as well, with only 24 seconds? I mean, sometimes that even could be a little bit of a problem. Brokey's raiding down here, hoping that they try and drop against the Deagle. That would be amazing, but they're not. They're going to keep progressing onto the floor of the A-bomb site. 13 seconds, and now comes Brokey out of the vent. Twist with the CC, and this round is falling apart. No time left for Wonderful, and FaZe, they bring it back.
This must be the series of the tournament so far that has had the most low buy or force buy round wins. There's been so many.
By a long shot, yeah.
So many. And Carrigan's getting loud as well. We know Spirit like to yell, but Carrigan, you saw him there if you caught that piece in the ad break just before. You know, he had the cowbell. We've seen it with a bunch of different paraphernalia to make some noise. And now he's getting it done with the mouth. As this is a massive round right here. It started with the Rain opening, but it was time and damage that really hurt Spirit here. And back and forth we go again with these force buy wars.
Yeah, always the showman, Carrigan. He needs some new material, though.
I said force buy wars. I tell a lie, Anders. It's just the saved Galil here. So, looks like Spirit are happy to relinquish control of the early game.
Sign of the fact that they have a little bit more of a buffer this time, maybe?
Yeah, I can understand it, but you think here, because for poor Wonderful in the next round of play, actually for all of them in the next round of play, it's only the 1900 loss bonus. So everyone at home can do the maths here. I want you to get out your calculators, the ones that your teacher said you would never have in your pocket, yep, your phone, and you add 1900 bucks onto what you see everybody having right now. It's not enough for a full buy in the next, but this is something quite cute that Spirit do, is they'll do Galil buys, right? And when they can't do AK buys, they'll do Galil buys with Head Armor and Util. That's one of the positives, I suppose, of having the Galil a little bit cheaper.
Maybe not the perfect aim for it, but he's going to find a kill anyway. And just the Glock going to be found at the end. Now, I did love the Boomer calculator reference. I don't...
We all heard it multiple times.
It's not bad.
And those teachers were all very, very wrong. Let's see, is it going to be the Galils? Or, okay, so they're going to so they took an eco behind a save Galil, and now they're taking a half buy. So essentially, this is like we're playing 1.6 or the early economy of CSGO where it's almost 2 ecos back to back. So this is great for FaZe, and that's why you would normally in that situation see the T's buy, right? That was why I was confused when we didn't see them buy.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be fast. Super fast, in fact, and the flash is amazing. Twist, he was just out of it. They can even call it off.
Yeah, that's it. And that was all the util. That was an all-in shove with all the nades, and they got stalled out. So at this point, now it's just Pistols hoping for a push. 2 back-to-back very flat rounds of decision-making and, I guess, traction. Because Spirit here have to hope for a miracle. They have to hope that FaZe give them more than one opportunity if they want to win a round like this now.
Would you want to have seen them push that after the kill? Just like beating the smoke and the Molotov or whatever else was there?
I guess the fact that they have this number advantage, they're hoping to play out the rotations here, but it's still going to be very difficult because it's rifles to deal with. Brokey looking likely to lock down this ramp position. If he gets to the back box, he doesn't even have to take the initial choke point fight. He can allow them to come out and shoot them in the back. And smoke's starting to fade, so they will be coming.
We can see the idea. Now let's see how it actually plays out in reality for Brokey. A lot of people jumping up. Man, he's handling it so well. Mechanically, this kid is so gifted. Look at that. That could have gone horribly wrong, but that's almost as perfect as you can get. Rob's taking down Patsy and Wonderful back here. Glock in hand, and that container is not going to get much coverage.
That might have worked against a different team, right? Because maybe you don't go up against someone as mechanically sound as a Brokey or a Rain or a Twist or a Rops. But you see the problem? I just listed 4 of the 5 members, right? So this is an issue when you play FaZe. They're the kills they love. They're the, oh, okay, we're playing aimbots, are we? We'll just gladly take those, add them to the tally. And now Brokey can even get out his favorite weapon of the AWP. The same can't be said for Wonderful. This is Spirit into their first gun rounds here in the second half. And after a pistol round win, we were starting to have a conversation that map could be done, but this one's back on.
Oh, definitely. 3-round gap. That's nothing for FaZe. They can absolutely come right back into this game here. Wide open once again. Team Spirit need to double and triple down on that focus to try and see if they can play this one and get a third map. Oh, and the return, Rain, we talked about it. The revenge, you mentioned it. Patsy winning that fight in the opening half so much, so that's got to feel sweet for Rain.
Yeah, and I mentioned a little bit earlier, back at the RMRs for the previous major, it was Spirit with Dexter playing Sinners. For those of you who maybe were uninitiated, the team were like, well, they had Neofrag once upon a time, not anymore, Zedco, right, that type of crew. And they got absolutely pantsed on Nuke at the RMR, and then they went to the major and they came top 4. And I was like, how did they do that after being really quite average against a team who was below the caliber that they were beating and stopping out? But we'll focus back on this round here because it is a 3-on-5. Rops has a chance, spams down 1, the trades are here, and Rain opens and closes another round. They're back in business right now, FaZe, and now it's a 2-round gap, and Spirit have to have another half buy. And you think about how the early stages they've had 1 gun round in, what, the first 5 rounds of play. Make it 6 after this one. Pretty miserable.
Yeah, that is the kind of economy that's going to fast-track FaZe comeback right into the second half. They are locked in. I don't think they have any doubt about what's going to happen now.
I was having a bit of a look as well. Carrigan, out of the last 11 grand finals he has been in, this is dating back to like 2018 when he was on Mouse, once he gets to the grand final, he's only lost 1. It was Epicenter. Every grand final that Carrigan's got in otherwise, he's won. That's 10 out of the 11.
That's a crazy stat. That almost doesn't seem like real.
Crazy, right? Yeah, look, there's quite a few tournaments there where he came 3rd, 4th, but when he gets to the final, out of the last 11, he's won 10.
Ooh, that's a little bit awkward. Not for Wonderful, but for Twist. A lot of damage, though, onto the T side still. So 4-on-4, yeah. Rain is out here trying to see if he can stay. Rob's actually taking up position. He's going to get run down. Wide swing with the Tech 9 and not able to cover it. And Brokey, if he goes down too, this round is officially done. They're going to be in a lot of trouble. Scoped up, but you've got to be really careful. That's a nice pick off. But they're already up on top. 3-on-3 at the very least. And it'll slow them down just a bit. Nobody is down below for the FaZe side, so if they can pick up the bomb and find a way to get there, maybe there's something to play for here for Spirit.
Fortunately, they did chip away at Chopper a little bit. Otherwise, HB a big problem. Carrigan stepping out. He was the healthiest member, and he can't convert a kill. Brokey and Rain, the walking wounded, in a 2-on-3 now. They're going to drop another round to just a light pistol upgrade.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? Molotov, they're happy that it doesn't land on top of Rain. Can't stand that much more of it. They're going to be coming out the vent behind, and Rain he's got some backup now. There's a good kill, 20 seconds, but the bomb is making its way down.
Hello.
Holding it is Magix. No problem on that Tech 9 HE to try and blow up Rain. He's going to dodge the first bit of chip damage. But is it even worth it to go for this? I feel like this might be just a better choice.
He's going to try and wallbang him, I think, or at least he considered it.
He did, yeah. Surely there's no way you get into this bomb site.
They'd have to misplay this. And he has to break a window just to get out. This surely done.
Yeah, maybe this is what he's looking to see if anyone is out of position.
I was talking to Alex about this. It's kind of like fishing when the CTs do this in certain situations. Like they put the bait in the water, they'll hang around. They'll see if you overstep or misplay, and then if they don't, they can still save. So at least they're giving themselves an opportunity instead of immediately packing their bags and heading towards T or CT spawn to save. So he will retain the AK, but another one to add to that tally. I'm sure someone at home can really start making a list of all these rounds because there's been so many.
And I feel like in the past when we've seen FaZe, this is one of the things we kind of credit them for, is that they really don't give up a lot of rounds like this. So you have to wonder if it isn't just the nature of how Spirit are playing that's maybe pushing FaZe out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, well, it's an uncharacteristic fight. The main one that we saw in Warehouse there with the pathing of the Ts and just a bit of a sketchy spray. So a couple of kills coming to Spirit maybe a bit easier than they would have liked, but Brokey jumping across, wanting to use the left-hand side of Warehouse here early. AWP trained and Rain pushing up close and personal.
Yeah, real close. Patsy did this too. Battle continues, and Rain will come out one more time. It's so funny to see how the mirroring of those positions somehow is suddenly going to be favoring Rain in this one. And now he's got some backup to try and help, because on that high ground, Chopper is hoping to catch him, or it was at least.
I think a team smoke was thrown here to help facilitate. Yeah, you can see it here. It's just plumed for Rain to drop back, and they're actually going to march forward. Now, the reason that it's Rain and not Rops going forward is because they already knew that Rain was in this position. So if he goes down, they might not expect another pushing late. An opportunity here for Rain, peppering down Chopper, gets him low. But the two of them can now drop back and reset.
Even if they get no kills, just knowing that the CTs know you're this far back does not feel good on the C side, does it? It's like, well, what do we do? This is going to be so obvious no matter what we... Well, there might be an answer. Rob's tapping away through the smoke. He's going to pick up Siren. Still got 40 seconds and a one-man lead on the FaZe side. Down below, Rob's is hanging out.
Here.
Yeah. I don't know if this is going to be doable. Nade and a smoke off towards Mini, but the real defense is on the other side. They're hanging out on the actual bomb side. Carrigan will pick off one, and Rops comes charging out. Bomb on the ground. And I think it's time for probably to pack up this AWP and save it.
Can Spirit always be on a half buy? Right, save guns are okay, but always be on a half buy. Because right now in this half, they've won the pistol and a Tech 9 round, and that's it. When the full guns come out, they don't look themselves. But when they have a little bit lighter weaponry and, I guess, less to lose, they're able to convert those rounds. I better hear through our mics right now. The B-Stream game has just kicked off. That's Vitality versus Mouse, and that's an elimination match. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. But this is a great defense, wasn't it?
What you just said about winning the half-buy rounds, that's like a... It's like a 2015 Counter-Strike meme.
Yeah, it's like we got Envious in the server, right? And Fnatic going toe-to-toe with just Tech 9. So, yeah, it's a curious one. But we know that decision-making when you are just on this pistol round, you do tend to take a couple more risks. You have less to lose. And also, you're more mobile. But speaking of mobile, Wonderful being very much so.
Monster nade landing on him. And I guess just to add to what you're saying, if you're a team that already enjoys the speed and the madness behind it, then yeah, maybe there's even more synergy to be found playing that way.
A few more Vega Squadron Mac 10 strategies, I think.
What a revelation that was. Wonderful. In spite of the early nade damage, taking down Rain. And he doesn't even get to fight Patsy this time.
One of those smokes missed. You can see it on the radar. It's off in the middle of nowhere.
Seriously missed. Oh, Chopper. He saw Brokey back there. They know. Gonna try and take the fight with Carrigan. Does a bit of damage. Oh, some wallbang coming out, maybe. Go down. Twist fighting at a lot of different angles.
Oh,
His aim is so snappy. Oh. He's another one of these players you don't want to just throw people at him because he'll handle it. He can keep going. 17 and 14 right now scoreline, and Rops is going to be finding Patsy. This looked like a good opening. The Twist is hearing it. He's so ready for it. Wonderful. This might not be the way to go. He's going to have to clear this corner, and that's almost impossible. Walks right into it, and what a round for Twist.
Yeah, he's been very influential. Remember the 1v3 that he had on the first half with the Galil? They only managed 5 rounds, and one of those rounds came off this man on your screen right here. The all know, because you didn't think he'd be able to flick back in time, but he shows exactly that. Wonderful, trying to get some work done with the AWP, but Rob silences this once he takes down Patsy's Kroll in the final kill, where we heard him coming from a mile away. And now, the economy's in the bin here for Spirit. It is going to have to be just another partial buy here, but things are starting to shape up for FaZe to get this one done in a 2-0 fashion. Just a one-round game, but their biggest nemesis comes up next. The light buy.
Yeah, it's true. Do you remember the pistol round that FaZe threw at us at the start of this game where they dive down and cross Mini with 2 people that just kind of like, you know, come in? That'd be a cool round to throw out with your Tech 9s. That could be fun to try and run for hell and just try and, I mean, especially if you think you might be up against Brokey on that AWP. You just need to miss 1 shot maybe, so it could be kind of cool to see them try and put some pressure on that.
And you get fights on multiple fronts, so there's always a chance to be 1 step ahead of the rotation, or at least finding the gap in the rotation. Now, we've seen quite the investment into U2. They're throwing a smoke wall yard, but it is going to be either a top or a ramp play. Looking like top now as we see them on T-roof lining up U2.
But can they be? Molotov is going to land a little bit behind them, but they're slowed down anyway. Carrigan only good for the 1. That's interesting. Brokey, what a commitment. Down on the low ground. He's got no teammates with him. Up on top, Rops has finally shown up, and I'm so impressed That is a bold play, and we'll see if it's going to be working out. He's still a little bit exposed. That might be a huge upgrade, picking up the rifle instead, and Wonderful with a deagle needs some swift headshots, and Roki will absolutely deny him. What a fearless play.
Yeah, that was a look of relief there on Carrigan. Sure, a celebration, but the fact that they withstand this light buy, that is closer than the rifle rounds, right? So you can see here, they get into the site, they get the bomb down, they give themselves some extra cash to work with, but you have to be sitting there if you're Chopper thinking, how do we replicate this with rifles in our hands? Because we're doing such a great job of being brawly with the Tech 9s and the pistols. We're continuing to either take rounds or push FaZe. But we just need to do it with the bigger guns because they're not out of this game just yet. We finally tied things up.
Yeah, I mean, if they could repeat that round with this buy here, and then they would be on the, but they could Molotov and smoke off that heaven position.
It could be fast here, Anders. Look, Chopper's actually going with a MAC-10. He could have bought an AK.
Yeah, they want to go for it. They want to try and see if they can get the job done. Let's see if FaZe are ready. Team Spirit showing up at the A-bomb side. The initial spray is good for Carrigan, but he gets traded. Twisted, not mechanically fast enough this time, and Rain will get at least one more trade. So a 2-on-3, but this time they have rifles. No bomb plant yet. They got it fast last time. But they have to respect the fact that they don't quite have the map control yet to go straight for the bomb planet. They might try and escape. They might try and see if they can just sneak on out. That's a nice move. No
Robs is rotating with the AWP here.
Oh yeah, you're right. He's going to get there before them. Door is open, but the smoke is going to... Oh! Wonderful! Decide to peek his head out. And that's too much. 1 versus 3 for Patsy, and he will not be able to defeat Roki. Double AWP, holding that lower bomb site, and FaZe back in the lead.
Yeah, finally, right? Good to see them. And I was about to start the conversation here that the double AWPs, if the bomb goes down, we're going to have a very difficult time retaking the lower site. But the fact that they get that shot onto Wonderful, the bomb spills forward. That was the chance for FaZe, or I want to say the chance for Spirit, because we talked about something fast, we talked about the trading, and how the hell did he get up there?
I absolutely don't know.
Okay, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Here we go.
Is it the nade?
Oi! Hey!
What a cheeky
10 points?
How's that possible? No way.
Okay. Fair enough. Haven't seen anybody up on that yellow rafter for years. I thought they put some clipping there.
They closed it off a long time ago.
Well, here's something that Spirit can work with. They're aware that double AWPs are on the board. So let's see how that plays into this next round, round 26. Chopper has a little bit of extra info to work with now.
Okay, well, they got the wall out. Rain and Patsy have been having their own isolated battle from the rest of the madness that's happening out here, and for the last many rounds it's going Rain's way, so he's faking it out. He's pretending that he's just emptied everything. Patsy wants to challenge him, but he was reloading. Oh, he catches it anyway. That's a great mind game, and Patsy comes out on top.
Finally, Patsy getting one over Rain here in this second half, and now he's working on some held control. 22 kills to his name, and he'd love another one here as Rops has been pushed off ramp. They want to head down towards B. The option is there, but Carrigan has already rotated. Multiple members slinking on down, but they need to get past the in-game leader.
How does Carrigan want to actually check the bomb site? Because they are getting really close to getting there. Smokes are up. He's surely going to be calling for it. And the problem is, if they go through mini right now, they might lose a couple of players just for surprise alone. Yeah, don't push through your own smokes. That doesn't make sense. They find Patsy. That's the first step in the right direction. Twist, that is a massive kill, 4-on-4. Now at least they can try to get a little bit closer and see if they can get down below and stop this bomb.
Oh. Well, the double AWPs now are a huge issue. I spoke about this in the previous being a problem as the retake, and maybe FaZe have to consider the save here. Down a man.
Doesn't seem worth it, does it?
No, you'd be giving up so much. And I mentioned calling around this double AWP setup. Well, they were able to avoid both of them for the majority of this round here. You saw Brokey tucked in towards that vent, and it all kicked off with the fight with Patsy over Rain.
Throwing 2 people into a retake like that with AWPs is essentially saying if any one of us miss a shot, then probably someone's going to die, and it just doesn't seem like it's worth the risk. I agree. Tied up once again, 13-13.
Looks like we're going the distance, yeah. This is showing that it is going to be a closer affair than Ancient.
You know what's... I don't know if this matters yet necessarily, but I feel like it might be hard for a future opponent of either one of these teams, or maybe especially FaZe, to look at either Ancient or Nuke and try to learn a lot about what's going to be happening, because this might play out very differently next time we see FaZe on either one of these two maps.
Yeah, because the weaknesses have come from losing to lighter buys, right? So as that is the defining factor, those are the ones that you like to shrug off and you go, oh, okay, well, we know what we did wrong here, or we need to tighten this up. But you don't, as you mentioned, don't have a huge amount to learn. Now, they really need to get these double orbs activated before an opening pick comes in for Spirit. So Rain this time is playing a little bit more passively. He's actually tucked in a warehouse here, perfectly highlighted by the ops team, so they can't just creep in towards main. But there's always a problem about getting top main and jumping around towards hell. Rops down towards the lower side with the orb can start to work his way up, and you can see he's scoped early, so the sound cue doesn't give him away, but nobody is close to hear that currently.
Have the deep Molotov there, and he hears it coming from quite a bit away. Still wants to stick around just to see if he could find the timing once it fades. He's actually taking a bit of damage. Yes, he does, and Patsy, he will live. 16 health left. He's so close to going down, but Rob's fighting to put that orb into work.
Well, this is the thing. When Patsy was getting opening kills on Ancient, rounds tended to come in the way for Spirit. And the fact that he's done it again here, the fact that Rops gets tickled and then picks through, it's now on Brokey towards ramp to work his trade. They're ahead of this.
That's a nice pick off on Magic's. Do they want to go at it again? Only got about 40 seconds left. They need to make up their minds. There's a lot of targets out there. He'll pick up one more, and finally they find a way to challenge him. But he's still alive back here. Forced down. He takes down Chopper. He almost had that one as well. 35 seconds and a 2-on-3. Carrigan down below. And if they want to run for it here, they're not sure, you know, this might be a really smart move. They're going to go back up instead.
Time. Well, it's a little bit wrong on the HUD right there, but we can let you know that there's about 10 seconds left, so they will need to get this bomb down now, and he can plant slightly for main. It can be defused behind the silo. Carrigan now knows he's out of position, and Twist can't chip in. They're not in a position where Twist can find a kill just yet. He will have to creep in towards the Lion's Den and chip in with his in-game leader.
That's a very close bomb plant right here. Wonderful. Ooh, he misses the chance, and that might be a little bit of an issue. Twist is coming in with the kill. Gonna get shot at the back as Carrigan, and Twist now 1 versus 2, and even that fight too. Oh my god, that is well done. Twist with plenty of time for the defuse, has the kit and everything. 14 on the side of FaZe. That is a bit of a miracle that they make it through that one.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to want to bring out the double AWP setup again here. First of all, money might be an issue to do so, but second of all, you can see how it's hampering them in some of these situations. Now, here you could see Brokey just lighting him up towards ramp. This is perfect work from him. He's had 2 key rounds at this ramp position, one with an AK and now one with the AWP. But I just want to talk about why you see Patsy here go for both of these fights. He doesn't really have a choice because of the way that the bomb was planted. He needs to stop Twist before he gets around the silos. So the fact he takes that pick has to go for it here. And you can see Brokey getting fired up now. We understand why. Winner of this game locks themselves in a ticket for the Lanxess, and it's sold out. So I can understand why they want to be there.
Yeah, so many careers have been inspired by watching previous champions make their careers on that Lanxess stage. I think a lot of people that are playing right now, they wanted a taste of what that was like.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to talk to Mopaz. You probably heard this one from Jason already. And the fact that he said qualifying for Cologne groups was bigger than winning Valencia for him is massive. I can't imagine the feeling to get onto the stage now. We get to see the Spanish play next week.
Yeah, what an achievement it would be for FaZe to get back there once again, and for Spirit if they find a way to pick a third map here and actually make it through. That is something that's even hard to imagine right now, the way that this game is going. 14-13, it's just a 1-round gap, but FaZe seem to all the time be just a couple of steps ahead. And Twist right now is showing off in a massive way. 23 kills, 21 on Brokey as well. And Team Spirit put to the test one more time. They need to find a way to reset this economy on the FaZe side and try to get out of this before we get into overtime or before they lose the map entirely.
This could be a massive round though. If Spirit can convert this, there's not a lot of cash left over residual for FaZe going forward. So this could potentially be worth 2 for Spirit if they can pick it up. But then you have to ask questions about FaZe. Their loss bonus is bottom of the barrel. So into the next round of play, or if they lose a bomb site, it might have to be saves. So an opening kill, a bomb site lost, and Rain gets the better of Patsy again.
And he was trying to play with the smoke timings out there, Patsy, just, you know, peeking in the last possible second. But you're right, it wouldn't be a surprise if FaZe called a save early in a round like this one. Now that they have the opening kill, they're going to be less incentivized to do that. And look at Robs. Not here for the snacks or the trophies.
Yeah, he's really tightened the noose early. We saw Magix with a similar play within that first half, so going to be less room to work with right now for Spirit, and they have no idea that this is the case. Still a bit of util and starting to limp it out now, hoping to get a response, and here it comes. Rops is pushing, and he's going to deny the bomb. It's dropped towards Lobby, wants to take another fight, knows there's at least one more to Squeaky, and this should be 15.
Yeah, what an absolute disastrous move. Oh my god, that is wild. You know you're hungry for... Oh, he's going to be found. Okay.
Bomb's on B. There's no one down here to stop this.
Oh, there's no way. Chad, they're not losing this round, right?
Wonderful still watching the vent. He's got the tag, but Carrigan's down. The kill comes through. Rain on the flank. It's a 1-on-3 for Siren.
This round should have been won already, probably 20 seconds ago, but it's a bomb plant here. He's going to find the kill on Carrigan. Rain running past, and he takes a lot of damage for it. They don't have a smoke on the other side. They can't even block him off. This is going to get real tricky now. Siren, he hears that defuse. Oh, and Brokey, good for one more. That is way too scary.
Yeah, that was a very close round. And you think about this, if Rain hadn't actually flanked behind Wonderful and he gets away, has a chance to run all the way around to get to Secret, I think that it could have taken FaZe some time to get down towards that B site. So almost getting themselves back into this round after the opening from Rain onto Patsy there. Rops is a madman. That push was punished, and understandably so, but that's 15 secure. Just one more for FaZe now. But Spirit, they got the bomb down, they get another buy, and they're not done just yet. Even though Wonderful looks like this one's all over.
15-13. At least they have the money behind them. At least they could fight to get this one into overtime. What a brutal game this has been. Patsy on 25 kills out here. Trying to see if he could find a way to sneak past Carrigan. He's got the right idea. Playing battleships through that smoke. And nearly catching Siren completely. And Rain down here. Let's see how quick is Patsy on the trigger. Not going to hit the headshot. Rain still on the other side, smoking it off. Are they really going to respect it? The Rain comes back. Oh, this is such a bold move.
Yeah, masterclass from Rain here. Now, this is, I think, the first time we've actually seen him drop down to Secret. It's been Rops a little bit more often. So a change up in the setup here, and need to be very careful right now. Rain, he takes down Patsy yet again. This battle between Patsy and Rain defining this second half.
Smoke deep down towards Hell, but I'm not sure that's going to help with the kind of info that FaZe have right now. They know a lot. Robs is out here keeping an eye on it, so it gives maybe a little bit of space. And clock is running down very quickly at the moment. 40 seconds. Magic still up on that T roof. The bomb down towards the stairs. They need an opening, and they need one right now, or they're going to run out of time to even get the bomb plant. This is looking so scary. They're cutting it really close right now. Brokey, he's set up here to catch just one player, and one is enough at this point in time. He misses the first chance, falls back a little bit. They want to hunt him down, but they can't spend the time. Magix is out of the rounds. 15 seconds on the clock, and Rain with the double spray down. Wonderful on his own with absolutely no chance. And FaZe, they are ready for church.
Massive stuff from FaZe here. You can see what it means. A 2-0 victory, dispatching of Spirit just like they did in the major semi-final. Massive, massive stuff from the world #1. They locked themselves in for the Lanxess Arena, and this sets us up for a Spirit versus FURIA lower match affair. Astralis versus FaZe in the upper, and we know that's got some history.
Oh, yes. They fighting each other, always a good time. What a fantastic game this was. I can't wait for it. We've got more, but not before break.
I think that was a big step in my career after the Astralis time ended and my time in Astralis was over. I went obviously to FaZe Clan. I've set out for myself to win a major with the international team, knowing it would be a long road but it was like exciting project. I love what FaZe was doing, and they were just coming into CSGO at that point. I had some of the stuff I wanted. I couldn't get in Astralis, so it just felt like a match in heaven. And obviously coming into Cologne, I think we made the semifinals and lost to SK or something like that. The style of the matchup was very different than what we had tried. They played a very new style of CS, very slow and playing the percentage. And I think at that point, we couldn't find a solution. And I think we tried 4 different maps, 4 different picks, but it always kind of ended the same. I think that was a mix of everything. I think the style we had to play against them was tough, and also like in the end it was a mental thing. At some point I was like 17 map loss against SK and only 4 map wins. So it was a really tough one. I think to this day it was the toughest matchup in my whole career to find a solution, because every time we played them it was tough to try to reinvent ourselves and try to think what we could do different, right? But I also learned from that not to overthink it, because sometimes you have to just believe your style will at some point overwin the enemies. Yeah, so in 2018 was obviously ups and downs for our team. Starting the year with losing the Boston major final, coming into Katowice, losing the final in Katowice, right? But somewhere along the line we lost Olof to some circumstances and we had to play with stand-in, and suddenly we were on the run for the Grand Slam. We went 2 events with Proman and Exist, and that meant coming into Cologne 2018, we had a chance to win the Grand Slam. It was a very turbulent time for the team. We didn't practice much. We didn't know when Olof would come back, but that was the feeling about that team. Once we hit the stages and the arenas, you knew that people will play really, really good, because it is players like Nico and Guardian, and once they hit the arena days, they're just different beasts.
Good flashbang. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on?
That's one of those times where you realize don't be too happy before you actually play the game, because I think there was the feeling in the team we're actually going to play big in the semi-final, and if we win that, we are 1 game away from winning the first Grand Slam ever, right? We end up losing to big, right? And they play a fantastic tournament. But yeah, that's one of the times where you wish you would have a different thinking and maybe respect the enemies you play in a semi-final. But yeah, lesson learned for sure.
FaZe make it to the Lanxess Arena. It was destined to be, and they didn't take a lot of trouble to run over Spirit in 2 maps. Fantastic, and I think a lot of people will be happy to see them on the big stage. Not in the least, Kerrigan. I'm about to have a chat with the in-game leader together with Maniac to reflect on how important this is for FaZe in line with the recent performances and also the aspirations that the team has. So let's go. Kerrigan, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Incredible performance. I feel like it's always a tricky one versus Spirit. Is that safe to say, like after the major?
Yeah, I think what I love the most about Spirit is that they have so much confidence. Doesn't matter who they play. It just feels like they just see player 1 to player 5. They have no respect, and you can feel that in the game. But obviously, I think experience played in a huge role here, and I think we did some good rotation. Had clean communication, even though it's very chaotic to play Spirit sometimes.
And we all talked about the loss of Dexter for this team. Of course, their big star. Did you feel the impact? Did you feel the absence of Dexter in this game, or for you, Wonderful did what he had to do?
Yeah, I think so. I believe that Dexter's was the stabilizer in Spirit. I think he could throw in that curveball or super aggressive opening, which I still think we have to wait and see how Wonderful will do it, because I didn't feel like Wonderful was creating a lot of chaos in the beginning of the rounds. So the later that gets in as an AWPer, it's harder it is to read the game, and the more impact I get to kind of figure out what the AWPer is, right? So I think Dexter was really good at creating those extra openings for Chopper.
In watching the game, there were a lot of wacky rounds, like rounds a lot that you actually were not supposed to win, right? Force buy rounds and whatnot. Do you think that also all comes down to the experience that you have of an IGL over some of the members on that team?
Yeah, I think it's also part of the play style, right? Like I said, they play with no fear, and sometimes you can punish that with, I think on ENCE we did a very good flash, 1 flash, 5 Glocks, right? Yeah. And we knew they're going to play super aggressive, and I think
that's what happens sometimes when you're playing very confident CS. You will lose some of these rounds, but then in the end you will also get a lot of different rounds. So I think it's also always you have to look at the bigger picture, and I think they really made the game hard for us, and I think that's what they can take away from the game today.
Is that a play style that suits you? When people play like this, like fearless, fast, duel-oriented, is that what you guys is cruise control for you?
Yeah, I think yes and no. I think when you're #1 team in the world, automatically you have this tag on your back, and there's two options. Either the enemies don't care you're #1, or they care about they're about to beat #1. And when we play Spirit and we play ENCE, it just feels like they don't really care. It feels like they're the higher seed, and so the higher ranked team. And I think that's a very good play style, but it can also cost you games, and it'll win you games. It's the DNA, and I think they just have to keep playing like that because they did really good at the major, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just
it's
now.
also fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun to watch as hell. Now, I just wanted to ask you, in the grand scheme of things, we've talked together a couple of times in the last few weeks. You were not extremely happy with the level that you had then. I posed the idea that this was about performance management. You have to peak at the right time. Do you feel like you are on track and that you are finding your vibe whenever it matters the most now?
I think with the online cup, many people question mark on why we did that, and I think what we did, we were able to kind of improve our map pool and do it harder for ourselves by picking overpass, like played overpass 5 times, and that has been a map we were a little scared of sometimes in Veto, and now we're not. So I think coming to this tournament with a break now after qualifying, I think we can hit that 100%. So let's say we're at 85-90, and I know we can squeeze out the last 10% during these days off and make sure we peak at the right moment. And yeah, in this year we peaked at the right tournaments, right? All the big 3 tournaments, we won those and kind of had a dip in form. And I think that's good for some of the young players to get that little slap in face that you cannot rest at the top. You have to keep improving. So yeah, I'm just trying to motivate the guys, but it has been a tough season for us.
Yeah, I was supposed to give like the last question before this, but I have one more because you're going up versus Astralis, which is such a history-packed matchup for you specifically. Can you tell us a little bit about that match?
Yeah, I think in the end it's kind of on the Astralis brand. There's 2 players left on the original lineup, right? So they are on the right path right now. They needed something before the player break. I think that's one of those teams that needed a resurgence for the next season, and they did that. And by beating Cloud9 2-0, they definitely come in very hot, and we have to be aware and ready for the game, because when we played them in the semifinal online in this Rubik Cup, we had I think a 2-1 game, and if we need to be aware tomorrow that they might come with more confidence than we have seen before. Okay, lovely. We'll be looking forward to that. Congratulations on making it to Lanxess. It's going to be so exciting seeing Kerrigan and FaZe on that stage. But I'd love to know what's going on the B stream. Freya, do you have an update for us? Oh, never mind. It's just us. Okay. Vitality Mouse. My bad. So yeah, actually, Mouse. Surprisingly, what do you think about Vitality struggling in this tournament so far, Kerrigan?
And don't be afraid to hurt
No,
my
I think the key thing is here, Mouse finally beat a top 10 team with these young guys. They finally think they can beat a team and not almost beat a team. And I think Vitality is under pressure from Blast. Like they have to perform at the same level. They want to go, and in my opinion, they played lesser teams and haven't managed to live up to expectations so far when they met Movie Stars 2 times and met Mouse now, right?
I have something that really scratches my head when it comes to Vitality, and I have an IGL next to me, and I'm going to ask the question. Across the course of their journey in Cologne, they've only won their map pick once out of 4. As an IGL, is that something that you can relate to? Can you imagine what's going on? Because on different maps, third maps, they seem fine, but the map pick seems to be very complicated. Is that something that you have ever experienced?
Well, I don't know. It's not. I haven't really stats of that. I think if you're trying to do a smart veto, it can hurt you. But when you go for your confident pick, you have to be able to convert. And you have to think about is if they always pick in the first map, then it's the first map a bit of free, and they have a bad start, or they lose every time second and can't recover. And maybe that's the reason why they lose their pick. I don't think they think about it unless they pick the same map 4 times and lose it 4 times. Then I think there's something changing. Okay, we'll keep track of that. Now, really, thank you, Kerrigan, for that.
Just keep him with us.
Yeah,
yes.
There we go. Love to hear more from Kerrigan always. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, it's going to be G2 versus NIP. We'll see you in a second.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
I always felt like, and always said, like Cologne is a tournament where everybody has fans. They all cheer for great CS. But obviously, we have never tried to have a German team in the playoffs. Playing big in that Cologne arena was something very special. It was like, normally it's 50-50 crowd on both sides, but here was like 90% German fans suddenly, right? And I think it was a cool experience and a live experience for the big players. They played great and they won against us and made the final, right? I think my career has been 3 trophies I always wanted to hunt. That has been the Katowice, the Cologne, and the major. So that would mean there's 4 big trophies, prestige events where you know everyone is giving their 200% to win that tournament. Everybody's boot camping, everybody's preparing new stuff, and make sure there's at least 2 weeks before Cologne that you have time to prep. I come into this year winning Katowice, that was like a big prestige under the circumstances. After that, winning the major. And then I sat down with myself after the major, like, if we can win Cologne, we're the first team ever to win Katowice, Cologne, and a major in the same year. I would say that's an error, because that's the 3 biggest tournaments of the year. Right now, we're aiming really hard to win that Cologne, and hopefully, in some way, we're gonna have some stupid losses before, so we don't feel like a machine or inhuman at the Cologne, because I think we need to be able to hit a good balance between an overconfidence and respect of the enemies. Having a target on the back, it is what it is. We have to be able to withstand that as best as possible. People work really hard, and we have to work even harder now when we're on the top. Not everyone can stay there for a long time.
G2 versus NIP in an elimination game at Cologne. My goodness, it's well past the play-ins, but definitely not where either of these 2 teams thought that their journey might stop. I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters, everybody. My name's Trace, taking over for Shocks for the rest of the day, and alongside of me will be 2 of, well, they've got to be some of the most handsome gentlemen here in Cologne. Got to be. Like, hands down, bar none, Bleh and Wine K.
Oh, thank you, Trace. And I thought bad looking yourself.
Thanks, man. You know, I took a shower today, kind of the norm. Yanko.
It is Saturday, so it's your shower.
Yeah,
day.
it is a shower day, so it does make sense. I also like how, because of your balloons now, that entire screen is useless.
I think Chad did that on purpose.
Probably. What a troll he is. Look, so in this game, we obviously have a lot on the line because tournament life is a lot here.
Tournament life is a lot, and it's still more steps remaining. You win this, you're still not safe. You still have to play the winner of, I do believe, Vitality Mouse, which is happening right now. And G2 and NIP, they do have a bit of a history here, right? They have faced each other quite a bit over the course of this year. That being said, you know, NIP, they've had the trials and tribulations coming into this tournament. They've struggled with the entire device thing and stand-ins and Corona being a problem for them at times. I feel they should be feeling pretty comfortable going to this one, even considering the fact that yesterday they got absolutely schlackered by NAVI.
Yeah, but it felt like anyone would, you know, get the same fate as NIP. NAVI was just on a different level yesterday, and you can see here in the matchup, G2 has the upper hand so far this year. All four maps they won, but it was early in the year, right? Blast was the first tournament of 2022, and then Pro League was also relatively early, so they haven't met in a while, ever since, you know, NIP made some roster changes in between. So I think, you know, it's a clean slate really for this particular matchup.
Yeah, you know, and for a guy like Nico, right? This is someone we saw really pull a hat out of the bag yesterday, or better yet, like a cat out of that hat. I don't know, whatever. Say whatever the hell you want. Regardless, he showed up in a humongous way to keep him alive.
A cat out of the hat, Jaguar. He pulled out guns out of his hat. All right, he was really popping up yesterday. And here's the thing: when it comes to the side of G2, Hunter's been the consistent force. We've been looking at Monacy, and Nico has been a little bit quiet compared to his lofty standards. Yesterday, he really did come alive for his team, and you know everything kind of coalesced around him. He was a star player for his lineup. Also taking a look at some of the opening stats coming out from Nico right now in this tournament, despite a loss and a win. He's had like 32% attempts at entries, at going for his opening duels, and winning about, I think, 56% of them. That's big impact right there from the man.
Yeah, I think the problem is also with G2, we know that their mentality is not great to start tournaments. It's like until they have their backs against the wall, things seem to not be going great for them, right? It's only when it's a do or die situation that they really like focus in, zone in, right, and play their best CS. So that made the road difficult for them, losing that opening game to Movistar, and they have to beat some really good teams if they want to make it to the Lanxess Arena trade.
Yeah, there's still just a little bit of a way to go for them. I talk about a little bit of a way. It's about staying alive at this point and keeping that sort of hope and rhythm and going in its own direction. For us, it takes us into our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. It's going to feature Monacy on one side and then S-Tag on the other. Monacy's performance yesterday. Does anybody want to talk about that?
Yeah, look, he had his moments of some pretty cool combat opping rounds we could pick and find, but again, there were times where he was hitting shots which he should really be landing. Thankfully, the rest of his team was there alongside him. They're able to close things out. On the other side, S-Tag has been crazy impact for his team, right? He's not necessarily the star opper as Monacy is, but he's been putting in the work. We saw the interview as well from Hampus where he said, you know, S-Tag has been really grinding out the game.
Well, on one hand, Monacy is still in his rookie year. On the other hand, it's his fault. He's been playing some damn good CS so far in tournaments and got us used to, you know, putting up some numbers and expecting more out of him. And he's been really quiet this tournament. I think even fair to say up until some point in the Ancient yesterday, didn't really do all that much, right? Lost some head-to-head duels even against Hades. So it's always weird to see, you know, S-Tag having way more impact on the op than Monacy. That's not something you would expect. So he needs to step up if G2 is going to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, and for other players in this game, that's going to bring us to our Colex players to watch. We got Hunter v. Brolin.
NIP is facing a desperate G2, who were forced into the lower bracket on their first day. G2 spearhead Hunter survives another day to save the Samurais. His outstanding confidence and fearless aggression came up in spades on Dust 2 yesterday. Don't expect him to be hitting the brakes anytime soon. Brolin. As a top 20 player in 2019, LAN may be the key ingredient to getting him back in form. Today, he has to stand up to the task to match Hunter's confidence. Brolin's aggressive playstyle will be paramount when it comes to creating space for his squad. The young opening fragger arguably having a tough job on the server. With the arena looming closer and closer, more teams are facing elimination. This match will unveil what's really at stake.
You know, Trace, like, Brolan started off in Fnatic, right? But early on in CSGO, NIP, their era, we were calling it NIP Magic, the way they were coming back. Then Fnatic comes onto the scene, and we call it Fnatic bullshit. And NIP is going to need a bit of both. Some bullshit from Brolan, the aggression that Freya was talking about, and some of that NIP magic and the structure that DJL brought onto the team. Because if the stars from G2 show up, you're going to have a long day.
So, Ble, if I'm understanding this correctly, it's magic times bullshit equals success. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and that's, I mean, in that story alone, we'll leave it right there because we don't know the maps quite yet. We do know that Freya got with the AGL to find out what that veto is going to look like.
I've got DJL down here with me to discuss the map veto because I do have a lot of questions, DJL. I'm going to start off, obviously we saw the bans we expected coming through. Your pick of Ancient, I really like this. What was the thought process behind it?
I mean, the thought process is that, I mean, we watched how they play and I think it will fit us really good. So I mean, that was the thought process out of it. So we usually look at the maps before thinking about what maps we're gonna pick. So it did fit us. So hopefully we can execute the game plan correctly.
It does make sense. I just wanted to pick up from what we saw yesterday from G2 on that Ancient because they had a really, really good T side. I was really surprised versus ENCE. I think they got what 8 in a row to be closing it out. Any thoughts on that? Anything you're going to be doing on the CT side?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we've been watching the game through, like, not together, but everyone separately, and then we have talked about their ideas. So yes, that is like one of the maps we have been looking at, and I mean, we have some plans for them.
Okay, I'm really excited to see what those are. Nuke, that was a surprise pick coming out of G2. We were just talking about it, the fact that that's kind of been the third and final decider in a lot of these series, but haven't really seen too much of it from them. Are you surprised about this?
I think we've been struggling a little bit on Nuke, the last couple of nukes, but I still think, like, at least in practice, we've been playing really good on it. And I was actually surprised. I thought it would be the decider. And they would go for like a Mirage or Inferno, but I mean, an Inferno will be the decider anyways. So yeah, I mean, I was a bit surprised, honestly.
Yeah, and then obviously you mentioned Inferno as that decider. I feel like that kind of makes sense, a kind of a nice handshake between the both of you because you both have some really good results on it. Where do you feel like it's going to be edging out for you? Because I mean, it was a while last time you played this against them. I think it was back at ESL Pro League, different roster for you guys. Where do you think you'll be edging it out?
I mean, I just think overall we have been playing more properly as a team. I think they play in like, I think they play a little bit like one-dimensional, I would say, and like when nothing is working, they have Nico, they have Hunter, and those guys. So I mean, I just think overall we are the better package.
Okay, very confident coming into things. If we do need that third and final decider. Just one final question, because we've been talking a lot about the NIPT sides coming into things. Anything that we should be looking out for across this series? I know Hamper said you've been simplifying things a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like T-sides have always been something we have been, I mean, before I joined this team, they have been struggling on it a lot. We have talked about it a lot, and I think it's been much better, but yeah, I mean, yesterday versus NAVI, like, nothing clicked right. So, I mean, if it was T-side or CT, it was like whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, it was NAVI as well. They've been looking stellar throughout the tournament. Well, DJL, very excited to be getting into this one. So let's throw it back on over to Stunner at the desk.
Yep, G2, we're going to see Ancient, Nuke, Inferno, Ble. What's your diagnosis?
I actually shared the surprise from DJL with a pick coming in from G2 with a Nuke. I felt the Ancient pick made sense because even though G2 beat ENCE yesterday, their CD side was a bit lacking, and they were actually able to punish ENCE's CD side, which is why they got that win. So Ancient pick makes sense. I thought it would probably be maybe Mirage coming in from G2. They're a bit of a punish pick perhaps, but Nuke, okay, that's interesting.
It's so strange, man. It's like, if you want to punish NIP, pick Mirage. If you want to play to your own strengths, pick Inferno. G2 wants to do neither, and they pick Nuke. So
how do you feel about that?
I don't think I've ever seen them pick Nuke. I don't know why they decided to do it here when, you know, you could hear from DJL, that was probably going to be the decider. So I don't know why they're leaving. Maybe Inferno has been going bad for them lately in practice, but it's their best map. It's where they won some really important games. So I like the fact that there's no vertigo in the pool for G2. Their Ancient looked good yesterday as well, so that gives them a bit of an edge, but I'm just surprised by
I kind of feel like that their Inferno against Movistar looked really, really rough, so maybe they're kind of worried because NIP's T-side Inferno has been looking fantastic thus far, Trace.
Yeah, it has, and well, we don't have to look much further. It's time to start this one out on Ancient. We're looking at NIP v G2 for a lifeline at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2022. The story is told by Alex and Chad.
Thank you very much, fellas. Much love to Trace, Blair, and of course, Yanko. I'm entertained, I'm educated, and I'm ready to start on Ancient. It feels like only yesterday, in fact, it was yesterday, we saw G2 with a thrashing T side, not letting ENCE find a single CT round.
Yeah, that's astonishing in itself, and a conversation we can get into as this map gets underway. We can see a couple of P250s make it
What's going on? Have they lost the nade?
Yeah, they've definitely lost some utility in spawn here. So everybody keep your eyes pressed, and maybe our OBS team can find it before they do, because something has been hoovered up here.
Never in my life, Chad, have I seen a start of a best-of-3 series for survival at a Masters level tournament. And we start with 10 seconds of just staring at the floor.
I wonder what they lost, but they've lost their way right now. So whatever utility they required for this strategy is down the drain. That is T-spawn. But we can see A main parked, Hampus with Brolin not too far behind, and Rez and Plopsky. Now, while I mentioned those last three names are actually right now 3 in the bottom 10 of the stats in the tournament. And you're not going to win a game against G2 if your highest fragger is your in-game leader. No. So Brolin, Plopsky, or Rez need to step up here.
Jax is not falling for this at all. Oh, he spoke too soon. Back to the angle and not able to profit. They are slinking into Hunter's line, and he does tap away one. Brolin down, it's Hampus and Rez that do keep NIP's concerns voiced into this round, and now it's time for 3-man retake on G2.
Essetag's still outside B, and Plopsky's still mid. They need to get to the bomb, and now...
This gets awkward!
Boys!
Right now, immediately, Essetag is sprinting over there. Monacy's already found himself a pair of frags, and suddenly the power changes, it shifts, and Alexi B catches one in adjustment onto Plopsky. This should very well be ending right here and now. They are faking it out. Alexi doesn't have the health for this. One bullet, one.
Oh, he's
knocks them off. They have the kit though. So Monacy not only closes with a 3K to start off this defense, he will pick it up with the defuse as well.
Okay, well, let's see if we can find that missing piece of utility over towards T-spawn. It could be gone forever now. But one thing that we need to really keep a lid on here.
It's a tilter for sure. This second shot out of Monacy was really quick, just rattled out of his pistol.
Bang.
Jesus, yeah.
Even Hamper said nice shot. So you know it's a good one when the players are given credit for it. A good one from Essetag there to at least knock him off the defuse, but time being the issue. And, well, speaking of issues, G2, they didn't have the easiest time on their CT side yesterday versus ENCE. The T side is a different conversation. So let's see if they can do better. Only 7 rounds posted. And in a game against NIP, who were able to pick up their ancient match against Heroic in the opener, are probably feeling quite confident. Now, one of the risks when you're picking into a map like this is it's new still, right? There could be a strat that you haven't thought of, that you haven't covered off, that could pull out, and then you have to adjust to it live. Well, right now we do see the force from NIP. 2 AKs, 3 Deagles, and a light smattering of U2 up against quite a heavy rifle investment from G2. No pressure mid early. It is A main that they're starting to walk in the same situation. Throw the U2 or hope to force the rotation and then isolate a fight against Jax. Clear game plan.
It's clear game plan, and it will condition. Just 2 rounds, same set nades. It's Jax in a different position, and his head just tapped away at. He misses the first opportunity. Rez does go down, and Monacy will clean house. Another quick reactive double out of Monacy from that donut position. And NIP's potency limited. I do want to bring up the fact that when you've already just had a blowout series, DJL just voicing his concerns about the way their T side looked against NAVI in particular, had no answers. If you come into this, starting on the T side, and again feel like you're in that same boat, it would be very easy to start seeing the bricks of NIP start to topple over.
Well, let's put it this way, right? You could look at it 2 ways. You heard Freya there in the interview with DJ. I was like, yeah, it was NAVI and they're looking hot, sure. But as I mentioned, Rez, Plopsky, and of course, Brolin, the newest addition to the team, in the bottom 10 players in the tournament so far. And that's as it currently stands. Now,
is that not a product of the shellacking as well?
Well, it is, but at the same time, if they showed up, then they wouldn't have got a shellacking.
Touche. So it goes in like, it's like a paradox.
Precisely,
of,
right? When Essetag and Hampus are your 2 highest rated players, like Hampus, we know the impact he can have. Essetag is doing the AWPing duties, but he's not meant to be a star player. Your star players are Rez and, of course, Brolin. And if those 2 aren't able to get things underway, as we take a look at some nice set utility here.
And the word I used was conditioning. I'm very excited to see if that does play a part into this first half. Will they be able to start pulling that G2 defense around if they prove that they can be behind them or not?
Well, DJ just said during that little veto conversation that the way that they play suits them, or could suit them, and so far, not so good, as the plan to target Jax on A has not come to fruition within the early stages. Definitely something that they can lean back on late in the game, but Brolin in the pocket.
Yeah. Already, we're going to be seeing the rest fall down. Good shut down. Jax you know, 50-50 on his A defense so far.
Yeah, and look, we also have noted with Jax as well in the game that we were commentating yesterday that he has a bit of a preference for the AUG. So when he's anchoring this side of the map, wants the 30 extra bullets, but doesn't need that when the AK is in his hands. But peppering onto Rez. And a smoke drop for him to play around here. So this is destined to be the 3rd round now for G2. Would have to go horribly wrong from here. I think they'd have to unplug their mouse, their keyboard, turn their monitors off.
You mentioned ENCE having a good game as well. I think it is worth mentioning that he's had time to start developing out of the hobby AWPer into main AWPer transition. I actually had a really interesting conversation. This is
with ENCE?
No, with Simple and who was
Stown?
it was a North American player who was who never met Simple. So I like made the introduction. He had some questions.
Was it OC?
Fang?
Oh no, okay.
But it was it's about the AWPing role in terms of how long does Simple think it would take for a hobby AWPer to get the depth that a main AWPer has in the role, and Simple said 6 months.
All right.
So I mean, ENCE's probably at the what 4-5 mark.
Yeah,
now?
and it's not that he has an AWP before either. I know that back in Heroic days when he was there and they didn't have an AWP for a while, he was doing it. One of the things that I always liked to attest to ENCE back in the day was he had really good movement, and he's a great team player. Like, he's a player's player. He'll fill all the roles, he'll do what the team needs him to do. But now this is a mantle of a primary AWPer, and what we have neither on either side here going into the first gun round. The double incendiaries mid here to deny any space for Hampus, and he's happy to give it to them. Smoke towards ledge from the T's to try and divide and conquer as Brolin, Plopsky, and ENCE are working on a project over towards B lane.
Yeah, full gun round. That 3-0 start from G2, and that same utility ENCE's been throwing, but with a twist.
Yeah, and they're holding onto a lot of nades here. Look at this. We've already had about 30 seconds transpire within this round. We still see a boatload of smokes, a whole heap of flashes, and 5 Molotovs left over for NIP. So they're allowing G2 to use all this util early, and that's one of the things. When the CTs want to use so much util aggressively, they have to start going for aggressive maneuvers like this.
This is what ENCE is waiting for, but he may not be ready for so many. Alexi not ready and eliminated. ENCE catches him on the jiggle. Not down to the flash either, and they will flame Nico away. He will have to respect that. Can't continue to contest, especially with 22 HP.
Yeah, and I think right there, G2 thought they may have taken a little bit more space, but quite a passive setup here from NIP, and now they have the man advantage. Hampus and Rez working on this donut position, but it's currently a 2-2 split. And little do they know, it would have been better to stick to their guns and finish on this B site. Cave control, sure, Monacy peers on in, but if they go over towards A, it's Jackson Hunter. This won't be easy to break, and now that it's a 4-on-4, it starts to look even better for G2.
It does. I mean, if it pulls Hunter to mid, but in the time it's going to take them to bring that bomb back over, he's going to solve all of the mysteries here.
Well, what's Jax looking at right now? It's Donut. He's not really considering A main. He's hoping to get some util as a tell, and he will.
Suddenly his defensive reaction is required. A quick dink exchange. Both bodies drop. Jax still one and done.
Good molly.
They need to stop this plan if they can. ENCE gets it down. Plopsky on the big box, needs to live on. It's still a 3-on-3 for this retake. G2 trying to break back into the A site. Hampus through the smoke onto Monacy. Plopsky very low on this big box, very susceptible to a bullet or two out of G2. It's Hunter and Nico likely switching languages and popping 2 off the block. It's just Hunter now. No smoke, but a flashbang. Hard to fight ENCE here. He can play this smart. First bullet would have to be brilliant, and he gets the info off the strafe. He's running out of chances now. Hunter does have the kit. One fight is all he has, and he has to sprint back down. Close from ENCE, but no cigar. G2 maintained their unblemished record.
Yeah, great stuff there, and apparently does have to be Hampus. He gets a bit of traction as they're on the side, but nobody else really able to contribute to get NIP their first round on the board here. So a 4-0 start. This is great from G2. We were discussing the woes they had yesterday, only 7 in total, and right now they're 3 away from finding that in the early stages of NIP's map choice. Keep that in the back of your mind as we continue forward here.
Very well recovered. I mean, they did concede the opening. Of course, we saw Alexi go down all the way at B. Brolin's death, one that I'm sure could have been avoided, but it did lead to a G2 round. We're back in, AKs in plenty.
And double AWPs right now. This is a change from G2. They were just rocking 5 rifles, and now they've brought out 2 scoped weapons. Nico over towards the cave position is going to be attempted to set up. Now, unfortunately, a smoke forces him to reposition. But this is 2 AWPs. Now, if Monacy fires one and they think, okay, that's it, let's try and head over towards B, they can run into the second big green and vice versa.
I wonder if Plopsky saw the AWP there. He definitely saw Nico.
Remember Hampus once upon a time? Just go B. Well, they could right now. They've got 2 smokes, a molly, and a couple of flashes to make this work. They just have to break this double cave setup here, and Brolin looks like he'll be the man tasked with that. He went down last time in cave, and this is an even harder setup to get past.
Right, that's what I was about to say. You got m0NESY who won it fair and square from the floor. Now you've got a two-man totem pole, and m0NESY's already put his name in the feed. Another opening for G2 as Alexi does bait on in. Brolin doesn't get too greedy, though.
Stalled them out top ramp with the smoke. Still, key pieces of utility left for NIP, but 50 seconds left on the clock and a man down. This won't be an easy round to break.
Maybe run boosting ENCE. We'll see. He's just got actually a little tiny bit of vision over the smoke. Not anymore, he doesn't. Well, this is going to be very hard. 40 seconds. You can see lineups to retake that cave control. Alexi in, and nothing to report. So attention drawn to ramp. They have the answers they needed, G2. And it seems like NIP's T-side woes are going to continue.
Yeah, this is feeling flat here, isn't it? 3 players to lock down this site. Nico can take contact with Orb. He's actually playing anti-flash right now. Nades are coming in, and he can peer on out and lock this one down.
Yeah, not getting given. Oh, okay. I was going to say anything. Takes it through the smoke, and a quick one out of Hunter. A pair of frags built upon by Jax's flash, and there's the finish. G2 seem very grateful so far on this defense. They're double AWPs connecting as well. Both Nico and m0NESY showing them with 3 kills of the 5.
Yeah, well, at least the double AWPs have been identified now. So if you're looking for a positive, NIP can call around that. But they don't have enough money to go for a buy and a very early timeout. This is the chance for DJL to grab the team, shake them and say, yeah, this is an elimination match. Let's lock this down. Let's get in the game. Let's not go out without a fight. Because G2, as Yanko was talking about, when they get into the lower bracket and backs against the wall, they wake up. They realize the situation that they find themselves in, and we need to see if NIP can do the same. Started off with a great game against Heroic, one of the tournament dark horses here. Knock them out, well, at least knock them down to get knocked out, and then go up against NAVI in a game that I was anticipating to be quite a hotly contested affair, but this is now bleeding into 3 maps where not a whole lot of resistance has come through. Against NAVI, 10 rounds in total, and so far 0 against G2. But I don't expect that to stay the same, as we're looking like a Tech-9 Rush B against the double AWP setup. Not a bad call.
Yeah, this could work well. Util barraging in. It's Nico that's going to have to ask for Alexi's help, and a missed Molotov. It means Alexi's safe and sound, and Nico again drawing blood for G2 early. Alexi swings through for another on the M4. Need a trade. Can't find it. Can't post it. Everyone down other than Hampus, the leader from Sweden, and his dastardly Deeg. 2 of the 5 required and 3 still breathing down his neck. They know he's no longer on the site. Or actually, I tell a lie. I do tell a lie. They are still hesitant. He's using this opportunity as G2 slowly solve the mystery. You can see m0NESY's crawling up short. They are going to start thinking it's a little too quiet, and he's thrown out some util to try and lock down CT.
That'll force a player into Temple most likely, because Jax will be behind this. He's actually going to park right into it. So there's a gap to work with for Hampus for now. But getting past m0NESY and his AWP is not going to be an easy feat.
Yeah, I don't know how you get past him.
Might catch him in transition. You can see him still moving the scope blur. Oh, okay, steps around the corner. Hampus goes down. A nice 2 digs. Now, look, for the longest time, it was an issue with in-game leaders in Sweden, right? Once Exist is gone, you're like, well, we need some in-game leaders, Swedes. What's going on over here? Well, now you've got an in-game leader, and apparently he's the fragger. So who's going to help him?
I mean, I really thought when you had this constantly, revolving door of ZTR into other acronyms, and I was getting worried. I was like, okay, this doesn't seem like we're going to find substance. And then you pull Brolin. I was like, okay, well that is, brothers in arms with Klopski, reunited, consistent. It could be the recipe for Sweden to be back on the CS map, but absent on their T sides. That's something back. Brolin, we call his name, and he does post it in the feed. That is a bit of a deviation from the norm. We do see the T's with an opening.
Yeah, well, reciprocating maybe what he's going to be handing out once he's on the CT side. We know that he can be that cave player, so understanding the situation quite well. He's going to push in for control of phase 1 of cave. It's the Cousins to lock down B for now, and they're in somewhat of a passive stance. Hunter, the one most likely to take contact here, until Nico jumps forward, so it confirms that ENCE's AWP is down long, but he's not shy. He's not afraid at all, and he's continued posted up on the line. It is a 4-on-5 disadvantage for G2 here, but these double AWPs could strike at any moment and find a pick back. Actually, a lot of room here. You can see Hampus, if he wanted to stretch his legs mid, he wouldn't be punished until the donut line, and defensive utility now being lobbed out. So if NIP wanted to go, they will have to wait. If they just wanted to bait out nades, they got exactly what they were looking for. Bomb to be scooped up now. Brolin is heading back to pick that one up, and Hampus still dealing with any of these mid-rotations. He will be relying on his teammates to be able to crack on in here without him. And ENCE posted up in cave with the orb. If anybody steps in, that's a must-hit shot.
25, though, will have to be very well executed as they do rain in. Still that two-man defense. Barrel of Nico spotted, but Hunter steps up and a missed shot on that orb. They are very light on time. Hunter and Nico low on health. ENCE, though, still with the orb. Overkill into Hunter. And chasing down Hampus is m0NESY. Oh, lovely on the dig. ENCE still posting, though. That's his second. And now pre-aiming for this fight. m0NESY to be swung on. He's ready for one, but not both. And there's NIP building off of Brolin's opening into their first round on this T side.
Good stuff there, right? And you're a little bit worried when Hampus over towards mid and the kills are actually going against NIP there, but ENCE gets himself a double. They get themselves the round and they force an early timeout out of G2 immediately on a round loss. They call the timeout, they get the 30-second chit-chat, and I think that's good. I think they should get Xtaz involved really early here to try and set the record straight. We were talking about the CT woes against ENCE yesterday. Well, they're only one round away from being where they were. So when the money's still there, right, we can see another buy is able to come through for G2 here. Have a game plan, have a chat before you're in the ecos. And when you're in the ecos, you can take your time, you can do what you want. You can get Nico a Deagle, which we saw worked to great success against the international squad events. But both teams are going to be into full buys. Brolin is the one that has the largest emission of a Galil. Everybody else has what they would desire. But this is a chance for NIP to really start building into this half. If they can win a consecutive rounds here, likely to break G2 or force them into a save situation if they find a pick early. Again, it's the 3-2 split. Hampus and Rez tasked with A and mid, and the three musketeers of ENCE, Plopsky, and Brolin over towards B, and fast towards cave. That is quick from ENCE. What a shot!
Yeah, but Plopsky builds upon it, doesn't burn too much, down to 50.
That's both B defenders.
You'd think you'd accelerate, but the knee-jerk reaction is just leave m0NESY alone on this donut position. He's not ready for this. Actually, Hampus could have crouched under his crosshair had he not thought better of it. m0NESY now aware that his responsibilities have grown. Slips back onto the A site. A smoke arriving on donut will sow seeds of doubt. Plenty of time as Hampus surging forward to divide the map. It will limit m0NESY's options. That is, unless he can relieve Hampus of his health. Oh, great shot.
Great awareness as well. Hampus loves to make that move into the red house. So that's a really important kill to find. Not only to draw it back to a 3-on-3, but no longer having the boogeyman of Hampus in such a forward position to really cause an issue for G2. NIP now need to ask questions of where they want to finish. And m0NESY has already relocated off of that kill. So if they want to push up and go into red house, they will be very worried about all of these angles. Some jiggles will be pertinent here if they want to get control. As we can see, they can get it for free, but what's the option? Do we head around to B, or do we try and split A? And well, split A with that smoke.
m0NESY called upon again. He's had a great start on this CT half. 12 kills, 2 deaths, and he's well aware of where they're coming from. Should have another hit. Dead to rights is Brolin. Plopsky unable to trade. It's m0NESY's temple. NIP, the followers, one by one, they fall to their knees. 7 now for G2, and m0NESY accelerating up the scoreboard.
Beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Yesterday was the Nico show. Multi-kill after multi-kill. Today, m0NESY showing what he can do. This is what you want to see from the young gun. Pressure, apparently not a problem whatsoever. Elimination, the lower bracket run. Oh, yeah, he's going to show the style and pizzazz that he's got.
It's so satisfying. That is like an AWPer's dream. One by one into his reposition. Just bloodlust.
Oh, 7-1 now. Brazilians up in arms here as we look to rush B again behind this same util.
Let's see how it goes. I mean, it would require a quick headshot onto Nico and then a follow-up onto Alexi. Now he's been run down. They've got both of the requirements. It's a good smoke to hold Hunter at bay. And with Plopsky's plant, G2 at a disadvantage now. A dink, not bad. Half health for Hunter on the way back in. ENCE forced to watch. It is now quickly becoming a 3v3 and certainly favors G2 with the weaponry. Time, though, ticking as that bomb planted, and that util does continue to shave a couple of seconds off.
Got a smoke hit at an eye, Molly as well. Util to be deployed. Perfect. There's a chance for this.
Really nice incendiary. Look what it's done to them. It forces Rez actually forward into the smoke unless they don't spray it. It's very light on time. If Rez could just knock Jax off the bomb. Oh, Jax is on it. Rez, last chance saloon. They can't stop it. Jax with the kit. pulls home another G2 defensive round despite some heroics to start. NIP can't seem to get it going.
No, a plant is great here, sure, right? It is just a lighter buy, but there was a real opportunity to steal one away. So probably frustration starting to grow as a second timeout now called from DJO, and this half is slipping away from them. Unlike yesterday, G2 have now converted the half win with 8 rounds to their name, and you can see here the bullets just not landing on the plant. Jack's tucking in, the bodyguard's there to try and soak up some bullets, and the defuse. Well, that's one way to get the round on the board. What's the adjustment going to be here? Because the game plan for NIP, they still want to get the AWP out for S-Attack. Now, whether that's to find a pick or just to find space, he has the big green. DJ with a lot of talking there. They wanted to take this one to Ancient. They saw what G2 had to offer yesterday, and they liked it. And right now, I don't know if they're loving their pick.
Yeah. Whether or not that, you know, is the decision of a confident Ninjas remains to be seen, or whether or not that was more just hoping for the gimmick win.
It's just a risk, right? With the newest map in the pool, to be picking it, you have to be real damn sure that you have everything you want and more.
Stark contrast to the T side we saw out of G2 just yesterday. And Alexi knocked on with a trade back to a 4-on-4, and Hunter's very quick to react. There is a threat from mid as it fades. That's a tag. Oh! Catches one to the head, but has Hunter dead. Nico responding onto the res on site. So it's still the G2 realm.
Quick note here, Jax is actually pushing into A main. Perfectly highlighted here by Jakey, just to let you know that that's a no-go zone. And even if they want to pivot back through Donut towards A and Jax stays here, he's in a very powerful position. But Util lobbed out now.
Oh, S-Attack again. He's been one of the most impactful T-sided players, and it's with his T-sided AWP. It's Hampus onto Jackson, losing the duel.
They should go B now. They know there's one over towards A. So disconnected from the pack here. It's just m0NESY.
Yeah, m0NESY, though, has been a real thorn in their side. And again, catches Plopsky, knows where S-Attack was.
See ya.
And that's the end of that. m0NESY clutching up on the defense of the site. Didn't even need Jax's help.
And we see smiles on everybody's face for G2. When was the last time we saw that? Usually a team here that's great at frowning. This time, smiles from ear to ear. Even Alexi B happy with how things are going so far. This is the form you'd love to get G2 in to continue to make this lower bracket run. They will be playing the winner of Mouse versus Vitality, which is an elimination game currently going on. You got the scoreline handy, Alex?
Yeah, I do. It's actually looking like at the business end. 15 Vitality, Mouse 12. Okay. Checking out over on that B stream.
This is magnificent. What more do you want?
Look at G2's defense. It's really hard for NIP to really find a way in. The only opening frag we've seen was a wallbang onto Alexi B or an S-Attack T-side AWP, and it's Brolin that found one of those.
I do like this pace. You can understand it. I've highlighted it before because you can see how much utility that G2 bleed through while NIP don't have to throw anything, right? And at this point, oh, they're standing.
He's going forward. Look at this. m0NESY's just really feeling himself right now. Repositions and collects. Hampus is gone. The flash for the reswing. Completely eaten by Plopsky, but no one or no need from G2.
Yeah, they've done enough here, right? And this is the thing. Don't get too bloodlusty. Stay playing the number advantage. Know that you are currently owning NIP, and if you play by the book Counter-Strike now, you can get 10 rounds to your name in the first 11.
Real confidence booster. Actually, Nico does dink Plopsky on his taps through that smoke, and m0NESY's got another one. Likely dead to rights. I don't know how he's got this premonition, but S-Attack is tucked in tight. And if he stays posted, yeah, that's another for the tally. We are up to, what, 20 and 2? He has a KD of 10.
Yeah, he's doing what Nico did yesterday. This is absurd. If they can just every day have a different superstar rock up and drop bombs, you are going to have a hard time getting past G2.
Yeah, I guess. It's just everyone just draws straws of who's going to be the body bagger.
What did Yanko say? Nip Magic with Fnatic bullshit? Well, right now, I don't think we're getting either.
Oh, Brolin. Should be dead to rights here. Alexi flashed in and oh no, that's gross.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's so gross. Jumping blind and the first bullet into the head. Another one racked up for G2. We are up to 10, folks. We could have a very quick trip over to South America today.
They can put no foot wrong right now. Everything they do turns to gold as G2 are looking hot to trot. I cannot believe how this one is falling at the wayside here. Do we get another timeout? The half can be salvaged, right? We're celebrating this from G2 because it's looking fantastic. But realistically speaking, if NIP get 4 consecutive and get 10-5 on the half, that's a good half as far as Ancient is concerned.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of having evidence in the first 11, minimal. We do need to see if NIP, off the back of one timeout from DGL, we didn't get much.
I have pointed out the stat lines for Rez and Brolin so far in this tournament being in the bottom 10. Well, right now, the bottom players on the scoreboard. Rez and Brolin need to get activated or NIP are not going to stand a chance, unfortunately.
Well, certainly when G2's individuals are taking it in turns.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? People might think I'm being quite harsh with that surmise, but this team doesn't operate with a star AWPer, and I don't think ESETAG would be offended by me saying that, right? I think that this team definitely needs to rely more so on their riflers, and right now, not getting a lot out of anybody. One round, didn't already tell you that. Captain Obvious here.
That's an interesting boost approach. Yeah, thank you, boys.
Yeah, we caught this one from FaZe, and then NIP were actually doing this yesterday as well. There's an option with the lower player. Karrigan does it for FaZe. He just holds a smoke. So if it gets mollied, he can deploy that at the feet, and you can still see over the top.
You might actually see it firsthand as to how things transpire there. Now, Jax has smoked the donut push off. Do they really want to brave it? They do. They are pushing him in, and he does turn the flash nicely. Jax racks up 2. And there's more there. Bomb spotted. A lot of information flowing into G2. And everybody that peeks them meets their demise. It is only Brolin and ESETAG now. Another round likely to go to the G2 Samurai. Quick flick does miss ESETAG, but what's he supposed to do? He's kind of hoping Brolin can retrieve this bomb. And even m0NESY will have the info if he does do that.
I wonder if there's a concede button that's been installed in Counter-Strike just yet, because I'm sure NIP are wanting just to get out of here. Jax grabs another one to find ESETAG with the AWP. A 1-on-5 situation with 20 seconds left on the clock. The best option is to save, and I'm not even sure if he'll get that. Alexi B already starting to chase this one down. He's pushed through the B doors. You can catch that on the X-ray. So if ESETAG starts to backpedal in towards the swamp of T-Spawn, he's going to be dead meat. You can see him scoped in, rounding the corner, but Alexi is coming. 5, 4, well, gets one, and he's alerted the rest of the team to his position. Nico's coming. This could get worse. After time would be a bigger problem, and he just needs to hide, and will. So survival from ESETAG, sure, but is that the highlight of the half?
It might be. It very well might be. Jax handling business. This was it does seem like a bit of a Hail Mary. You're pushing through a donut smoke at 60 seconds.
Yeah, right? I don't have... No, look.
There's no analysis for that one.
Not really.
It's a feeling, and Jax, I mean, admittedly, had he not been a tier 1 player and turned his back to the flash, he might have had a chance.
See, I could justify it away, but what's the point?
What is the point?
Yeah, it really isn't worth it right now, and another timeout called. I'm not sure how you get the team back into things because the players aren't here. What are you meant to do if they're not hitting shots?
Rub their shoulders?
Yeah.
Give them words of encouragement?
Would you be aggressively giving them words right now, or would you be lightly?
I think it would be more affirming. I'd be like, yeah, boys, you know, we've had a couple of bad maps.
This is what I would say.
Yeah.
I would say that this is our map choice in an elimination game at IEM Cologne, the last event before the season break, and if we lose here to G2 and we get absolutely destroyed, we are going to go in with our heads hung bloody low because we haven't played with Hampus in the last few weeks. We've had ZTR standing in, and now this is the type of Counter-Strike we're playing, as another opening kill goes in the favor of G2.
Oh, that's one back. It's ESETAG, the most consistent member of these Pyjama Ninjas. Now 4 on the half would be functional. NIP need to give evidence that they can contribute on this T side. And ESETAG slapping Nico, building that mental picture off of that smoke trajectory.
It's all on the fin here.
One tucked in as Alexi. That silencer might be sticking out, and it is. Dead meat. Nice catch.
Finally, a round. We'll make,
and who's it off the back of?
ESETAG.
The best player right now if Hampus is not hitting his 1 digs.
Yeah, well, the fact that he gets Nico there through that smoke as well, that is quite a miraculous shot to make. Now, if you're G2, do you want to try and deny here and go for a couple of kills? I believe the answer should be no, because Alexi only has 900 smackaroos left in the bank balance. And Hunter doesn't have a lot either if he goes down. So saving, name of the game for Hunter and Jax. They will be making their way through T-Spawn, but breaking through finally are NIP. And you said functional 4 rounds. Yes, I agree. But the T-half that G2 showed us yesterday was great. We saw some of the details with their A plays.
Sir?
Yes?
Did G2 show us a nice T-half, or did Nico?
I I think G2 did because they had a couple of nice strats that I liked. I remember that I was talking about the way they were scaling and how m0NESY was covering off Temple.
It just helped that Nico was having one of those games.
Definitely so. But m0NESY's now having one of those games. So maybe they don't need Nico today. It's always nice when your star AWPer is lighting up the server.
Certainly. And well, here's ESETAG's attempt. He does contribute with a nice bang onto Nico. And yeah, don't really know what to say there, boys. Just got shot through a smoke. Let's see if they can build upon it. We were talking about Fort, still up for debate. Hunter trying to be a bit more proactive on this mid-hold. It's smoked for now.
Double ops again from G2 here. So if they lose this one, they're not going to have any cash going into the final round. So 4 could be likely, but NIP must convert this one. Now, they did it with the saved AWP and pistols. This time, they have a better buy indeed. Flak damage early to Brolin. It is looking like the Hampus adage of just go B seems to be the name of the game to convert. Yeah, another round. There's no presence towards A, and Jax has already tucked in A main. So he's an early warning system here, right? You can say, boys, it is completely clear. There's not even a bloody lurker right now. I think they're just waiting out the util and then they're going to execute themselves. But if you're G2, just play retake. You can have Hunter and m0NESY push up lane behind them and box them in.
Very quickly as well. You can see the angle Hunter's holding. It's been avoided so far by their flight path. Something you do have to acknowledge, though, as Nico brings his AWP into that cave, will be flashed off in the re-peek. ESETAG should have him dead to rights if he does dare brave it. And Hunter has managed to catch that angle. He's been patient with that. And he had the freedom to hold it by virtue of m0NESY's aggressive secondary AWP.
Jax has gone walkabout here, so A's call completely clear. That frees Hunter up to rotate over. m0NESY coming too. Everyone's here for G2.
Oh, the outlook is so bleak now for the Ninjas with just 25 seconds left. It's about as firm as wet cardboard. Nothing for them here, and you can see the patience on G2. A multi-kill from Alexi, spraying down the entire attack, and ESETAG, what is he supposed to do? I guess try and save in plain sight, but that could be very risky. 5 seconds. If he dies after time, he's got 2,000 bucks. And only one more round to be played out. Jax not going to find him on his adventures, but that is 12, and that certainly feels like NIP's map pick is going to be one hell of an uphill climb.
Yeah, and again, elimination game.
Yeah.
So the context of this means everything, but NIP haven't come to play today, or at least they haven't shown signs of life. Great stuff from Alexi B here. It doesn't get easier, and you can see the time's an issue. They're worried about so many different fights, not clearing their corners, and the silenced M4 just sprays 3 in the back.
The Ninjas in Pyjamas as an organization do have one ESL, one Cologne in the trophy cabinet. 2014, though, a while away from 2022.
That's before we're even in the Lanxess, mate.
Yep.
That's the Gamescom special right there. Well, the max loss bonus has really helped NIP out here, hasn't it? Saved AWP, a couple of AKs, a MAC-10 and util again, but they've had this buy plenty of times and are now going to attempt to knock on the door of A. Remember the early game plan? Fake B, creep out A, and try and target Jax. Well, m0NESY's here.
m0NESY has not been missing a beat on this first half of this elimination game. Maybe a bait and ESETAG swing. Util being deployed towards cave, but the G2 seem to already know what's up. You can see the rotation on that minimap. Nico even flirting to fill the gap mid, so they are leaning A, and this defense seems very rigid. Here's the util, there's the crawl, and down goes ESETAG. m0NESY puts his name in the feed for another opening. They do have time, and they are starting to pick up the pace, starting to close that gap. Plopsky trying as hard as he might to keep m0NESY looking in the right direction. Get some space into that donut position up behind the smoke. Far from convincing. m0NESY's got this on lock. Hampus a lot of space. Jax eliminated now, all onto m0NESY. You need to get that bomb across, and he has managed to at least keep himself alive. The 4-on-4 goes 4v3. Hampus doing everything for the Ninjas to make that third round a reality. Brolin hearing this, the rotation through CT, maybe even calling 2 footsteps. Plopsky could be forced out into this line. This is teamwork right here. Oh, it doesn't spread. doesn't spread, just a little too deep, and now Brolin can start to flank. Nico confirms his suspicions, and so it should be the double. Oh, yes. Brolin's Mac-10 has secured the third round, the final round of this first half. NIP's pick, and on the attack, no less, they leave with 3.
3, is it going to be enough? That's the question right now. NIP in this 2-minute break need to find themselves some soul searching. There's not a single threat in the server right now. G2 looking hot to trot, and leading the charge is the young gun m0NESY. Looking to close this one out and get on over to map number 2. G2, they're in form.
Three times the charm, as they say, and in 2014, that statement couldn't be more true for Ninjas in Pyjamas. After DreamHack Winter 2013 and ESL Major Series 1 Katowice 2014, this legendary Swedish roster took their third shot at winning a major championship trophy. And in the grand final in Cologne, they faced their natural rivals from Fnatic. It was 1-1 in the maps, and everything would be decided on the third arena, Inferno, where after the initial Fnatic lead, Freiburg helped NIP turn the tides and in time, make history in Counter-Strike.
Wolfmeister will find the shot on Exist. Freiburg does return, picks off Pronax. He's still here though, and he's going for more. 2 big frags. The third man is here, however, and Freiburg somehow opens it up single-handedly. All 3 frags.
Oh, he picks up a quad kill. He could do even better than staying alive. He sprays. Freiburg misses, and as the ace, he picks it up single-handedly. Ruins Fnatic. What a play.
A-Stream action to continue momentarily, but we do come at you with a quick B-Stream update in that Vitality versus Mouse game. A little bit windy out here because their teams are taking a little bit of a breather, but Vitality managed to take their opponent's map pick of Inferno after a really stellar T side. Looking at Zoe with 32 kills on the board, so yeah, superstar star power going through there. Vitality have picked into Overpass as the second map in this series. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can close it out because guys on the casting booth, we know Vitality have had a bit of an issue closing out any of their map picks of the tournament so far. So I'm interested to see what you think. Is it going to be a 2-0?
What do you think?
Oh, I'm going to be there for Dexter, the last remaining Aussie in the tournament. I think they'll take it the distance. They'll take it to 3, but I don't know if the same can be said here with the start. And speaking of starts, heavy over to B. Check out all the util on G2. 3 sets as they set up a piece.
1xBet favors G2. Let's see if the opening frag does. Plopsky with the Julies, and nearly 2. You can see Hunter His limbs barely hanging on to his bones as Hampus takes down the healthy Nico. So favoring Ninjas now, a bit greedy there. Hampus wanted to finish the round right there and then.
Well, Monacy's still alive, so a big threat here. But all that util that I was excited about, really not going to matter now that they are down a man. And, well, there's still the Julies in play for both Plopsky and Brolin, so they're going to munch away if they do want to continue through Cave. And being a bit stalwart in this fight, they might meet their maker of Brolin here. This would be one way to get the party started for NIP.
I mean, you definitely want to be seeing Plopsky, Brolin, and Rez's name in the feed a whole lot more on this second half if you do want to see hope for the Ninjas surviving here.
Oof, this is a hard clear here. And normally as you round this corner in mid, you want to do it with a bit of pace, right? Allowing the P250 to work first, but as they drop on down, have to be careful. It's silent as you like, but a hard angle to clear. And, well, Monacy's going to do it. Simple so as you like. See you later. A is open for business.
Yeah, and this is real nightmare fuel for NIP now because what felt like an immediate advantage is now feeling like a disadvantage.
Where's the kit?
Yeah, no kit. Prioritizing those Julies and chipping away at Alexi. It's minimal damage just through the corner of Temple, and they can just play with their food now.
Alexi still has a flash. If he goes around the world here, he might be able to use that, but right now, not so likely. Two players pushing through the Temple position. Plopsky through spawn, but remember, no kit. They're going to have to get a move on here.
Yeah, really running out of options, and Alexi has position to perhaps throw that flashbang over, up and over. Brolin saved, damage done, body's very low. Look at the HP, but it's still G2 that fill the feed, and Plopsky's just going to get something, nothing done. Alexi still hits the first click. It's a double out of Alexi and Monacy, and already 13. Well, folks, Chad, what's map 2?
Does it matter?
Probably not if NIP can't get a thing going here. Hampus, yeah, great on the first. It was that second repeat that led to a leveled odds, and, well, Monacy did the rest.
Yeah, he's here to play today. 24 kills to his name, 5 deaths, but alongside of him, Alexi B, 19 frags, Hunter 13, 7 for Jax. Nico, who in the first half yesterday, I swear he had 20+ kills, has 4. He's not needed. Take a rest today, Nico. You did all the carrying yesterday. We've got it covered today, mate.
He hasn't really seen anyone. We got to watch his CT POV. It was mostly just staring at smokes as the team went the other way, but 13-3, it's armored 5-7s and Deagles. I'm already losing hope.
There's no intent from NIP, right? The only player that seemed like they were even searching out for kills was Esatag on the AWP, and occasionally Hampus finding himself in the thick of things. The rest of them feel timid. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're wanting to fight, and Counter-Strike is essentially about the jewels.
Yeah, you mean I could be reading in it. Oh, Plopsky's given us some hope right there on the double deeg. Jax pushing straight into Esatag though, and does exploit that unarmored scout. Back into the site now, Plopsky locked in, double flame, but not gonna spread. He's still safe in that corner. Hunter will get the bomb down. This could ignite a little fire in the bellies of Ninjas if they can close. Jax exposed, missed shots from Hampus, and Jax is still a threat on the MAC-10. Finishes it now with the HE. Hunter, good tap, more required. Hampus is there and low, but it's Alexi asked to come up clutch. A 1v3, they'll likely look towards Cave as it is too silent on site. He's got the lineup, and they did fake it. Oh, dear.
Hampus can extinguish it.
Oh, no. Oh, Brolin's pushed in. They are on the defuse now, but already one frag of the 3. Look at the tap. Oh, my God, he finds another. Could knife Rez. He's not going for it, though. He assumes they're off the ball. Oh, the 10-second defuse. Rez, balls of steel, and nearly the clutch of a lifetime from Alexi.
Oh, he thought he already knocked the diffuser off the bomb, but it was all a ruse. They had multiple members in the smoke.
But then I saw him with the knife, and I thought, one right click. The dude was 35.
Oh, dear. Whoa, Plopsky's work was not all in vain. It felt almost for Alexi B here. You can see he pushes through the USB kill. That's it. That's all he needed to do. But he's in plain sight. He just needed to peer around the smoke, and Rez gets it across the line.
A 10-seconder.
A lifeline here for NIP.
Oi, oi, oi. Let's hope that doesn't tilt the Samurai. Shouldn't be more than just the one round, but M4s are now in play. Even the recovered AK for Rez, who didn't necessarily get another frag, but got another round.
Yeah, we'll take the round win. Swedes around the world on their feet right now was finally a little bit of something. Plopsky, that was some show-stopping Deagles right there. He gave his team an opportunity to attempt to get back into this game. Because think about it, G2, they win against the Force, then it's an eco. That would have already been 15.
Yeah, it was basically curtains. I think Plopsky's double deeg in with Alexi's, I'm not even going to call it unluckiness. It's just twist of fate. It was the way the coin was flipped.
Yeah, it is what it is. I think might be the motto there.
Nades on the light side for G2. So a single smoke, a single Molotov, and a 2-man retake of ramp. This is what Jax and m0NESY are waiting for, though. This is exactly what they're waiting for. The round could be determined in this fight.
They're coming.
Jax is dead. Oh. It's a double out of Brawl and more confidence-boosting frags for one of NIP's stars.
Well, what's this? 3 consecutive rounds now that NIP have found the opening, and in the last 2, it's been double openings. As Nico will put Hampus on his bottom. He will be watching for the next 30 seconds, but Hunter towards A with a lurky kill.
Oh, Rez, so scared, so scared. One more bullet out of that Tech-9 would finish him, and there it is, straight to the head.
Time, they have to go B with the bomb.
Yeah, and if Plopsky kills Alexi, that is the bomb. Plopsky knows how much this frag means to him, and the flank from sight is perfect. Nico doing a lot now. Caught out, 10 seconds. Alexi needs to somehow get this bomb down uncontested. Will Brolin brave it? Surely you just hold W, and he is. Running him down. Alexi strafes round. Oh, the movement of a god. And now it is the movement god with an aid right onto the face. Alexi smirking, though. He knows he did something spicy there.
That is cheeky,
If I could see that again, just because of even from his opponent's perspective, you know he's got his crosshair going elsewhere.
Yeah, because you expected him to be dancing around the pillar, maybe trying to hightail it into cave. The plant was great. The kill was bloody beautiful. And this is Hunter taking down Red. Sure, there was a bit of misdirection late within the piece, but this is it. The bomb goes down, the jump around, and he just completely jukes Brolin there. Face checks him in the bush, and oh, the nade, destined. And yeah, you can see the smile. He knows how much damage he did. There's going to have to be reinvestments on 4 players, and all power for S-Attack now, and pistols back in for G2. Still a threatening round here for NIP to deal with.
Be in their interest to do so cleanly and quickly. A lot of damage. Don't need to get greedy here. The nade's already in. m0NESY's name's in the feed as we do see a 2-frag response. NIP have subdued the cave offense. And there is a deagle on Nico. Always to be feared. Careful with that big gun. You got the AWP on S-Attack now being threatened.
I don't know if that's where he wanted that smoke to land.
It does not really serve its purpose. I think you can see from S-Attack.
It's a one-way for S-Attack,
yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that.
This should be dead to rights for Rez. He needs these confident boosting kills. I know it's just against the pistols, but Rez desperately needing to get some traction now. Only 4 kills to his name, and one of the keys with Rez is he's the A defender, which might come under scrutiny here. G2 ran some nice A rounds against ENCE yesterday. Nico looking for a chance, but Brolin will deny, and Jax will get one back, so no confidence for Rez in this round.
Not at all. If anything, more frustration just bubbling to the surface. Now, Bomb was B-side.
Yeah, and so was a couple of players, but Brolin's just evacuated here to play retake. So that kill from Jax has done more than just put one body in the grave. It's facilitated an opportunity to get another plant. Surely not.
We said it would be nice for the Ninjas to pick this one up cleanly, and I think already that's kind of scrapped given the conceding of 2 of their rifles.
Yeah, if Brolin gets to live, right, if he takes contact against, he can just drop the bottle of flames in the site, which could cause bigger issues for G2, because remember, they are going to want to go down here before time expires.
So this is the perfect time to drop that incendiary onto the site. It's going to leave them either an open plant or a must plant 5-second plant. Good flash in the flames.
Yeah, so there you
down,
go.
and mission accomplished.
But Hunter's, oh no. He holds on to the Fama Shore. Oh, after time, that's a big issue. That is what I was worried about. That bottle of flames did so much, and that's really frustrating going into the first gun round here for G2. So not only is there a couple of upsetting moments, you add another to the mix just for Hunter here. Now, he's the type of player on the team who would be the least phased by this, I would say. So shouldn't be too many issues. But you can see this here. And you knew that the molly was likely to do some damage. Jack's way too close to the heat. And Hunter goes down after time. So, yeah, that's a rough one.
I mean, yeah, if we were having like a tilt tally, I think NIP still have plenty more on the wall. But that is a couple back for the G2 squad. Hunter forced to stomach a Tech-9 armor. That is a product of dying after time.
All the nades are almost gone. Only Alexi with a full set, or close to, and m0NESY with a smoke. So a lot of utility used early from G2 just to get territory towards B.
What territory? They've just given it all up. If he swings through this lane now, Brolin will have all the answers.
This could be quick, though. You can see how fast they're making it back through T-spawn, but they only have 1 smoke on m0NESY, so you have to pick your poison. Do we smoke Donut or CT? Unlikely to see them smoke Temple, but they do have a molly if they'd like. Now, the smoke towards top cave has just faded. They're going to push forward, and they're going to play for info, you'd assume. It's very, very quiet right now.
Yeah, and if they don't, it's still just going to be a two-man A defense. It seems likely it's going to be Hampus and Rez with their moment in the sunshine. Can they pass this test? The G2 Samurai ready to release. m0NESY sails the smoke into the sky, and Rez ready to hold his sight. Already Hunter beelining in. Look at this flight path. Well timed. Oh, utility. Rez completely flustered in that one. Run down by the Tech-9. Costs Hunter nothing. He still provides the opening. And the rest falling into place now for G2. 14th. Just a couple of digs out of Hampus. That is convincing stuff out of the Swede, but bomb plan cancelled. Rotates in. It's Plopsky from the donut that will try and contest. And ENCE calling back through. He could be presented a frag here.
Time of problem.
Oh, no, he's let it slip, and this should fall apart now. 14 for G2. ENCE in the 1v3 as the bomb's planted safely.
And he has to save. He has to save.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was NIP's hopes and dreams of, you know, a real consecutive run here on the defense, really just falling down by the new flight path. It's not even new, but watching Hunter, you know, you saw it from Rez's POV. Nothing, absolutely nothing he could have done about that other than being in a different position.
Yeah, I think that it's all the vogue at the moment, right? Nobody risks running wide anymore because you open yourself up to too many fights.
It used to be, you know, all three of you cross in big box and then you work from Temple into site, but it's not. I mean, with the change to Temple, of course, it's much more donut focused. A quick molly by the site as Hunter arrives on donut. It really put Rez in a box.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are starting to do this now, but just with the fact they had the pistols as well, it really helps out with the Tech-9s to get up close and personal. And with the light utility they have, you can see just how perfect it was. The CT smoke with the molly that lands behind the sight box, and Jax actually missed through it. You want it to be landing behind the box to completely push him out from there. It landed just on the tippy top, but regardless, the same result. And NIP, they have the saved AWP, but behind it is just going to be some upgraded pistols. I think this one is done.
Certainly feels that way, doesn't it? m0NESY and Jax. It's rare to have two here. And that explains why. Jax was doing a little delivery of his own, so m0NESY could perhaps fake out an A. Seems like that was intent. You can see Jax now just meandering back with that dropped smoke. So if nothing goes down in the next, what, 15, 20 seconds. Nice smoke drop from the Ninjas. I believe that was the penultimate smoke. One remaining on Rez.
The name of the game here is avoid the AWP, right? Avoid the AWP and, well, find yourself safe haven. But you do need to at least play for some information, and apparently ENCE is the one who wants to take the fight to G2. Creeping down long.
Now, you know what? Killing the bomb carrier would
saw something there.
Yeah, just the tip of Jax's head. Oh, he tags him. Corner of the box, follows up through the doors. Bomb down, problems now for G2. This could be a recovery, and it is now. Hunter goes hunting, but loses out to the sidearm of Plopsky.
Well, I think this one, Nico, a 1-on-5 situation with the AK, 40 seconds left. We need an absolute miracle here, and well, this is his chance to get a couple of kills, but not to be, and another light buy win.
I've worked it out, Chad. NIP needs to stop buying 5 guns and just have pistols and an AWP.
I just had the same problem in the FaZe versus Spirit game. Every time Spirit went into full rifles, they'd lose, but every time they had Tech-9s, they made it very, very costly, or they were converting. So, yeah, when the real pressure, right? This is it. We show what we do with the pistols, but that was a great opener there from ENCE. And while that was going down, the kill on the A lurker was removed as well, and you just saw them hightail it with that A push and be able to stifle any rotations from G2. Now, they have so many rounds to work with here to close this down. They just need 2 more. But I want to remind everybody that this is the T side of Ancient. Now, yesterday against ENCE, they had a great T-Har. They don't need a great one this time round, but they're straight out mid. Half is going to mop up a couple, make that only 2. Blorlin and ENCE.
Still a couple. Still a couple. 8 now inscribed for NIP. They would be hard-pressed to keep this up. But yeah, as you've highlighted, G2's T-side haul was fantastic.
That's a good skit, but we'll save it for the break.
It's coming up. There you go, a little teaser for you.
Yeah.
Something to look forward to.
That one.
Yeah, there's a good one coming. I had a real chuckle in my Uber this morning.
Yeah?
Yeah, watching through all of Trace Donna Sorrentis acting.
He's been doing some good job, hasn't he?
Yeah, Hunter's going quick here. Extinguish, or at least to threaten it. Alexi through the flames as well, down to 25. Oh my God, look at their health. NIP have no idea, but they've essentially, and could have, if that nade was a little deeper, killed 2 of them. Hunter on 9, Alexi 17.
That's something that ENCE did quite well when I was watching the Heroic game. He was always quite a thorn in mid around either dropping his own smoke or playing around the smokes that Heroic were throwing out when trying to take that mid control. So they've already dealt with this round, and G2 didn't have a whole lot of util. That was almost pushing all the chips into the center of the table with that all-in Gambit mid. And now that Hunter and Alexi are low, I'm sure they would love to save, but we know if you do that on the T side, you don't get the loss bonus, which means next round they would have $200. Jax will be the only one able to spend. So they will have to go for this. They were proficient earlier with light util. Let's see if they can do it again. Monacy to be boosted up to look for a pick, but doesn't have anybody on the other side. Nico now needs to find this fight against Brolin. A bit of an off angle, sees the jiggle, goes for the spam, and Brolin can get away here, but caught in the fight, gets the first.
Oh, Alexi's so low, and he still gets it back on the trade. The Finn doesn't take a point of extra damage in that duel.
Up to 24 kills now as Alexi. This is a great game from the in-game leader.
He's catching Monacy after a ball terror half. And Hampus, there's so many people on his screen. Taps away, gets away. Okay, their options just really got put in the bin. That was one of the 2 healthy members.
Yeah, and now that Rez is pushing as well, I think that I mentioned saving before. I'm sure it has to be a conversation. Hunter has the AWP in his hands. Rez might not allow it here. They are going to go for this.
Yeah, Popsky's been forced out. He's safe from the spray. It's Hunter's chance. Into Plopsky's aim. 8 seconds, and they're going to lose everything here. It's just Jax trying his luck to get that bomb down, give him some extra funds. But this gap now is closing. We talked about it. A 12-3 half, dominant from the CTs that were G2. NIP going to have to do the same, if not better.
I want to talk about Hampus right now, and I spoke before about him being the leading force for this team as far as the stat lines go in the tournament so far, but in the server right now as well. 21 kills in total, but it's not just 21 kills. He has 7 assists as well. And then when you look at the more detailed statistics, he's rocking an average of 97 ADR. He has the highest utility damage on his team by about 100 at 230, and the most effective flashes. So you have to ask yourself, what more does Hampus need to do?
Next is probably wondering, what more can my boys do? I mean, you thought that the 12-3 half was a bit of a lock-in, especially when you throw in a pistol.
I'm going to put it this way. The fact that Nico only has 6 kills and he hasn't had to have a lot of traction so far in their game, if this continues and gets closer and closer, a Nico round will happen.
Yeah.
It will happen, and the game will be over. So this, for me, feels like a matter of time. And if NIP keep him quiet for the remainder of the game, that's impressive in itself.
Yeah, all power to them.
This could be the A play that we've been talking about from G2. Watch the scaling here and notice Rez and Hampus' crossfire that they have set up.
Flashes are coming. I like this setup from Rez. He should have a headshot. Ooh, gives up the ghost. It's Hampus now close. And oh, they have got themselves 3. It's all Rez spraying down the G2 commit. This half by halved. It is just Monacy now and Nico. 27 and counting for young Monacy.
That's one way to deal with it, right? By having 2 players so up far and put. Like, that's a great call from NIP to have 2 players in those close positions. And Monacy did his job. I've spoken about it a few times, but that he's normally the AWPer in that position. It's his job to watch Big Box and Temple, and he got his kill. It was the close angle against Rez that was the difficulty there. And the position he played was a bit more forward than what they've been experiencing when they've had those A plays previously. Now it's about allowing Nico and Monacy to work. And they both have deagles, and they're both quite proficient with these $700 hand cannons.
Okay. So this clip in the Frank movie will be called the Padawan and the Sensei.
Is that the next Star Wars spin-off?
I believe it might be, yeah. Certainly nothing to be celebrated in that one, though. Just the one casualty for the Ninjas. They are successfully defending that site, and that's the second nice shot Monacy in the chat from Hampus. I think he's enjoying playing against someone as sharp as him. 14 now to 10. It was a 12-3 half. That's the last time I'll remind you, but it is just something that bears repeating, given the pistol going G2's way. You really are going to start seeing frustrations if this gun round does not find a leg up early.
Well, we're back in the conversation now from NIP. It's no longer about them being quiet and not getting away with anything, not looking like they have intent. They clearly have intent now, and they're back in the match. And based on what you're saying, it feels like G2 should have closed this one already. You don't want to give NIP a chance, and you don't want to give Hampus another kill. He'll add another one to the tally here and gets out of dodge. Tag ushers him out. The bodyguard with the AWP just securing. And he pushes over the ledge position and looking likely to test their luck on the B-bomb side again. G2 might be stalled out here one more time. And with all the legs up they've had...
It's just Brolin and Plopsky here, though. They haven't been the hardest hitters. Dumping their util in response. This counter util, how far does it get them? A boost to be set up. A boost to be set up. And it's Tag actually finding Nico. He's just rotated through.
Planning front side of the pillar here. This is different.
Spot him. And if they do jump, Alexi's pre-aiming that. Doesn't catch a glimpse of that boosted tower of Swedes. 3 from G2, 2 from, well, there goes G2. All on Brolan, 3-man retake. And he takes them all in quick succession. This is NIP starting to get G2 a little sweaty on the palm.
Yeah, we weren't worried about the tilt rounds earlier, but I think we are now. The conversation has completely changed. There's definitely a new air in the room. The tension's starting to rise for G2 now. They've had more than enough opportunities to get this game already done and dusted, but they've flubbed a few. They've had a couple of little mistakes or oopsies, and now NIP are back in this. It's a 3-round game. The bomb goes down short. Another buy likely to come in here from G2, but this is looking good. You've got Brolan now whirring into action. One of the names we need to see contributing, now up to 18 kills. You got 16 for Estertag, who did his best work in the first half. You just need a little bit more from Plopsky and Rez, and NIP could take this in regulation.
Hasn't our tune changed?
We just follow the game, man.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, hasn't the tune changed? I mean, looking at this, NIP have forced G2 into another conservative buy. You know how you talked about the guarantee of a Nico round? Well, all the power to NIP if it doesn't happen, but if ever there was a time, it would be a deagle and it would be a double headshot. Just watch out into this one. Round 26, first map of this elimination series. One of these teams packing their bags in Cologne tonight.
Now the smiles have definitely been wiped off the faces of G2 now. They're going to smoke top mid. Looks like they want to biff and brawl.
Oh, it's fast. Hampus is here, but it's going to need some help. Going to need some help, because there's 2 in the feed out of Hunter. An AK recovered and pace into the A site. Brolan quick to address it. Already, though, as Jax, he may not be ready for this. Brolan not going to clear his corners, walks straight into the Mac 10, and now G2 set for success on just a half buy. 2 left and gets the info. Monacy being a geek about it. Does so safely. And look at Hunter. It's not Nico, it's the other Kovac in the server. Hunter's the one to tip the scales back in G2's favor. Plopsky try as hard as he might. He's already taken one of this 4-man clutch. But there's no time for this, and he has to accept it as well. They're going to have to fight and battle back in with 4 consecutive rounds of their own.
Yeah, things have been going so well, right? Plopsky can hang around and try and do some damage. You've got another kill to his name now. Rez has 15k at this juncture of the game, but it could be all for naught if they end up just dropping and losing to just that pistol scrimming out mid. You know, Nico, I'm sure he's more than happy to play the blood sacrifice to secure the round, so he goes down, but the rest of them get the job done. Massive stuff from Hunter here. You can see the Tech 9, and he doesn't have to stop moving. Look, he's still constantly weaving and bobbing, taking these fights. This one from Jax is brilliant. What a strange angle that he's opted to play here, but profits, and Hunter on the top rope lays them out and just puts G2 1 round away. Just as we were starting to get worried, they find a solution.
The reassuring arm touch of Marcy as well. He's the one trying to keep Nico in at the juncture today. Hampus trying to take matters into his own hands. You can see this aggression, it suits him. Fate from Brolan.
It's going to be fading in a second here.
No one looking as it currently stands. Plopsky would love to take some contact to distract. His toes might be sticking out any second. Yeah, that's a problem, and Hampus now down. Brolan for a response. Gets it and gets away. NIP holding on now by a thread. It's Rez to mantle up in pursuit of glory. The CT smoke kind of screws him. What? Oh, not only screws him, it might have screwed Rez. He gets caught off. And Estertag goes down as well. It's Jax on the A-lurk.
Here it is again. Look at the gap.
Yeah. Oh, there was a gap. It's all gone wrong for the Ninjas, and by their own hand.
That is rough.
By their own hand, Chad. 2 on 4. I feel like it's done now, and this is their pick. So, beginning perhaps of the end for the Ninjas here in Cologne.
Well, Brolan's given up his position now, so G2 on the A site already can start training their eyes directly where the young gun lies. The newest addition to NIP goes down as well. Monacy, lightning fast, removes him from the equation, and Plopsky in another 1-on-4 situation.
Yeah, outlook is bleak. Jax seems set to collect. And G2 set to take us to nuke for survival. 16 on the board. G2, a dominant first half, closed with a couple of ups and downs. Definitely one to watch is Monacy, as he does what Nico did yesterday. The individuals of G2 firing on all cylinders and taking it in turns.
Yeah, now they can carry these good vibes, the smiles on the faces into their own map choice. A bit of a curveball here into the second map of the series of Nuke. NIP need to reset. They've showed up, they're here to play, but is it too little too late? As Threat, you see him there, might have some wise words for the boys in the break.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
A familiar voice. You're back again so soon, my son. Tell me, what is troubling you?
I feel many urges. I fear temptation. It's getting better of me.
Go on.
$4,750. How can one resist such a power for such a little price? Imagine this in my hands for every round. Monacy dropping me whenever I want.
It's just not possible. It's simply not viable with the current in-game economy.
Wait, they can alternate Monacy and Alexi B. No! Buy round every round. It's genius.
Oh, these are dark thoughts, my boy. We've been here. We've done this. These are dark thoughts that you must expel.
2 easiest roles in the game. If I could just fuse them.
Nico is swinging for information. He's got it. He can't hit the shot, but at least he's got intel. Oh, he misses another one. That's not great.
Nico, please.
I'm sorry.
You must promise to rid yourself of these thoughts. Swear it to me. Swear it to me now.
Okay, I'll do it.
Close your eyes with me. Pledge allegiance to being a pure rifler, and all your sins shall be forgiven.
What if I told you, G2 fans, that this was all part of the plan, that it was all a part of making it a massive storyline and a massive comeback, this, that, and the other, giving NIP a little bit of false confidence even. But ultimately, at the end of the day, spoiler alert, G2 won the map after a grueling second half. Welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2022 in the group stages. We're still trying to send some teams on into that Lanxess. That'll be next weekend. So if you don't have tickets, if you're not in the area, well, that's too damn bad. You know where to find us, twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO. And speaking of so, what about the CSGO that we just saw?
That was just a great showing from G2 in the first half, right? We have to talk about like how m0NESY just popping off. What was he, 20 kills or something?
20 kills in 10 rounds.
Which is ridiculous. A great showing.
Not bad.
We're not bad. Not bad at all for the kid, considering we were being a bit critical of him, but he really did deliver a lot of clutch moments as well. And you can just look at his stats. Thus far, he has been quite disappointing as opposed to, you know, compared to his lofty standards, which we expect to see from him all the time. A 1.5 rating on that map was just insane.
I mean, he played 4 maps, and he had in this one map, you know, half of the multi-kills he accrued in 4. So obviously a huge change in performance. A map where NiKo only has 7 kills for the whole map, and they win it pretty comfortably. I mean, that was a lot of impact from m0NESY early on. That kill is important there on Hampus in a sense of they were really aware. You can see G2, you know, they did their prep, they informed the players, you know, they know he likes to lurk around that mid area. This is, as the guys pointed out, you know, an Opper's wet dream, just people peeking him dry one by one, and he was really on point, hitting a lot of his shots.
Yeah, and you know, it just got so damn close. For a guy like m0NESY, do you think he just woke up today, got a good breakfast, and it was just a better day than the other ones have been, Janko?
No, I don't think he had a good breakfast. I think he had probably the same thing he has every day. I think it was just about time, you know, to show up. Really, he can't be missing for too long, you know, and today was a good day for him. At least so far.
Today was a good day. Although the second half was looking a little slippery for the side of G2. And but the good thing was they never seemed to panic. You know,
slippery. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think
it
would have been even easier if they didn't lose the second round after winning pistol, right? It was a bit awkward for Alexi. He thought he killed the diffuser.
Yeah.
He didn't. You know, they got the last second defuse. You know, and you did it. You know, we know G2. It did get a little bit scary. You're thinking, is it going to come back? Is it not? And then Trace. What happens then?
Well, then we start to talk about round 26, guys.
Yeah.
And why do we talk about round 26?
Round 26 is when we're wondering, okay, NIP, they're in a bit of a streak here, and we have a half-bite coming in from G2. They know that NiP have been looking for this mid-control, and they have the pistols and a MAC-10 providing them the mobility. Perfect flashbang, right? And they get 2 kills. 2 kills. They know where the third person is, and immediately they know the A-bomb side is empty. And again, Jax as well, with a very ratty angle getting that flank.
I like how Hunter there starts shooting at the guy that's further away instead of, you know, one closer to Donut that's right in front of him, and then maybe, oh wait, actually this guy's, you know, this is the closest danger. And yeah, I guess when in doubt, just pick up the pace. And I also want to give a shout out to Jax. He wasn't like super high up in terms of numbers, but the initial plan from NIP was, you know, take it a little bit slower, then start throwing utility towards B and just creep out A and basically trade with Jax, you know, get the bomb down. And he was super on point, you know, getting the kills, staying alive, buying time. And it just seemed G2 was almost ready for it. They were playing a lot of 2-1-2, really.
Yeah, a lot of Counter-Strike still to discuss over here within this NiP G2 game. Again, this is elimination over on the B stream. FURIA caught us up with some of that action. What happened, FURIA?
I am indeed, sir. I'm down in the booths just in front of Vitality, and things are looking up if you're a Vitality fan coming into this tournament. Shout out to wherever you're watching from, Maniac, because coming into their map pick, did throw a little bit of shade at them, did say, you know, the French-Danish mix have been struggling historically at this tournament on their own picks, but Overpass, they're up 9-5 currently on their T side. Zoe continuing that stellar form that we saw on that first map of Inferno. Nuke if we do need it, but Stunner, I don't know. I have a feeling this might be the end of the line for Mouse.
Yikes, FURIA. Well, when you say it like that, I guess there's no coming back. So, for Mouse,
we have to be positive. We have to be positive here now. Right?
No, we don't have to do any of that, Joe. What we do have to actually do is talk about the second map in this series. Nuke coming out, a pick for G2, having what was a little bit of a comeback there by NiP. Do you think that plays it all into this next map?
Look, here's the thing for NiP, right? Like, I'm looking at the T side, and as Janko said, they're taking it slow. They're trying to send Hampus on in. I would have liked them to take a page out of what ENCE did to G2 yesterday. I think that the mid-control play ENCE were doing with netting them a lot of rounds. The CD side completely, of course, fell apart. But if they try to do pull a few tricks from what ENCE did yesterday, I feel they could have got a little bit more rounds on the T side. And that's when heading into Nuke. That's the problem here. I hope the T side is ready. They have struggled a little bit. But I don't know. G2 picking Nuke was still a question mark.
One of the positive signs for NIP, Trace, is that Hampus had a good game, and he's a very important player for NIP on Nuke. They're going to start on the CT side. He plays Yard. It's going to be him versus NiKo in a lot of those rounds. If I was G2, I would open up the game bit slower, right? Not the fast smokes, but wait a little bit for some incendiaries, throw the L smokes that are a bit deeper, and then wait for the reaction from Hampus. He likes to get flash, to take the peaks, whether he's in secret, whether he's around the smokes, and maybe try to bait that out and punish them and then play the man advantage.
So, Yanko, if we expand on that just a little bit, we talked about Magic and BS in the pregame for this one, right? So
BS stands for bullshit.
Yes, okay, that was the word I was looking for.
Thanks,
so, aside from the bullshit, what Magic number do G2 need on their T side right here to feel comfortable?
With the T side. 15 would be great.
Good start.
I mean, I don't like that because you play every time you set up a plan, you go into a game trying to win 16-0.
Of course,
obviously, right? And that very rarely happens. But, you know, you play every round, you try to win as many rounds as you can. If you lose, then you maybe have to throw your initial game plan out the door, improvise a little bit, maybe even freestyle it, right? But there's not a magic number. They can, you know, if they win 3 rounds as T, they can still win 13 as CT. They have the quality, they have the firepower to do so. But they're playing much better than, you know, the initial game against Movistar, so.
Yeah, Bless, speaking of freestyling, you want to freestyle us into a break, or is that's probably not going to happen?
I can do it. Well,
okay.
I think that's it from us. Get out of here, Trace. Get out of here. We're going to do a break. And then, of course, after that, we have map number 2 coming up.
Go to break. Go to break.
Go to break.
It's happening. O Major é nosso.
As well, burning quite significantly, and Fallen's obstacle strikes, looking for the Quadra!
It's good, yeah? Okay. Ilya is cheating, guys, I swear.
It's okay,
it's impossible to kill like this.
Let's buy you use revolver.
You XM or revolver? XM?
Both.
Shit.
What is this map, bro? Nice.
Let's use XM, guys. Let's do XM, let's do XM.
Let's go. What is this? What?
Nice, Jake.
What the fuck? Behind us. Thanks, he pushed. Wow, that was not expected. Let's go, HP, Jack. Come on! What? Jackie has volume 10. What? On the left somewhere, bro, on the surf. We know with HP on the left, bro. Блять! Oh, you have Okay, can't shoot. Era just stop gonna run. Not you, Nico. Whoa. Bro, we're losing 3-6, let's go. Man, how much? 140, bro.
On the left chyba, że ich
I gave him 137, you killed me 127. What the fuck? This is shit.
Ah fuck man, we are all dead. This is not funny. One surf on the left right here.
Behind me on the surf. Nice. Oh yeah.
Vas-y. Stiggling glue.
It's impossible, man. 130.
Surf and left down.
I think he's surfing as well somewhere. Ah!
Whoa.
Nice! Easy! Back, baby. Not surfing, right?
Oh! Where? This.
He's minus 100.
Oh, yeah. Bro, won't kill me.
Half HP.
No. It will go up again. Or?
No!
Nice.
You got it.
No!
G2 preparing themselves up against the Ninjas. They are one map away from survival, and we'll be meeting the winner of Vitality versus Mouse over on that B stream live right now. They're on Overpass, that's the second map, and of course that is on the second stream, ESL_CSGO-B, if you've got two screens, or if you can go ahead and watch them both, one eye per game.
Is it squad viewing? Is that the Twitch
viewing?
term?
I think you're very much down with the kids there, Chad. Well done.
I've been learning about those emoticons that they rave about, but yeah, you can watch it all, you can catch it all, and well, hopefully we get to have a juicy matchup tomorrow. I think either way, I'd be excited to see Mouse taking on G2. You throw the Mouse and IP in the mix as well. Vitality versus G2 is a massive game. Lots of configurations between these four teams that could have a bit of a delectable decider.
Yeah, we are almost ready to get started. Just waiting on, in fact, nothing. Waiting on nothing. We are going to be jumping into this one.
He is coming.
NIP starting on the CT side now, and I think it bears repeating what the desk said. Is obviously every team gets into a game and wants to win 15-0. That's the objective until it's not possible. So a pistol would be a good start. Get the juices flowing, get Rez on perhaps a quick multi-kill. Brodden's the one that's been equipped with those dual Berettas to deal and contend with anything fast into that top site. G2 starting on that offense. NIP looking for a map win to force the third, or it is curtains for the Ninjas. And look at that, three-man split towards the ramp early. Alexi throws the smoke towards the vent, so Doubt and 4 walk in contact yard.
Yeah, 1xBet odds here favoring G2, and you can understand why after map number 1. Now in the wrong place at the right time, NIP, because just one little look at Alexi B and lobby from Rez here. So U2 will be dispatched, and now they're going to take the space that has been granted. The bomb's across towards Secret. Hampus
He has no idea how many are here.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. The single box can be swung on from either side.
He has no idea just how many are bearing towards him. He's got Esotag in support, Plopsky up top, and Esotag is going to get run down here. He does manage to tap away at one, kept level by Hunter's Glock. Nico's P250 heard in the warehouse. Now, they can't plant in yard, would be the words of wisdom from Hampus right now.
I think the positive here is Alexi B still has a smoke and a flash left over for them to dispatch towards lower if they so choose.
So they know Hunter's there, but it is going to be a bit of a distraction. It depends how many resources NIP invest into this. And Hampus caught out and executed by Hunter. 2 so far for him into this pistol. Now the advantage firmly in the grasp of G2.
But it doesn't matter. They're down towards lower, and there's no CT rotation just yet. They can throw this smoke out. Nico has the vent rotation on lock right now, and he's going to have to be a ramp and a secret retake coming through. Rez and Brollant through secret. Plopsky from ramp, and no kit in sight.
It's going to be Nico that does go down first, though, just emerging out of those vents. Jack's there as well, so, it looked good for G2 until it didn't. Now Alexi playing around his own smoke, but 3 CTs barreling towards him. No kit, but plenty of time for this, and that will be Rez. We talked about him having an impactful pistol. Could get the juices flowing for the young Swede, but 3... It's good, and NIP will post their defensive pistol.
Well, he's got a smile on his face right now, and I think one of the keys is we want to see some intent from some of the stars on NIP, or the meant-to-be stars, right? The ones who are here to fill that void, fill that role, and help them be a team to be feared. Remember, they kicked off with a massive win over Heroic, knocking them towards the lower bracket, where they subsequently went out in last place from the group stage. They went up against NAVI. They got 10 rounds over 2 maps, and now, well, they kicked things off on Ancient, their map choice, in quite a bleak fashion. They battled back in. They gave themselves some confidence, but it's do or die right now. G2, with a force fire of their own, facilitated by that plant. Funnily enough, m0NESY has gone into a UMP. That's a little bit strange to see. Not really something we see during these force buys. Tech9's Diggs, Mac-10 around it, and Util as well if they want to go for a top pop.
A bit more armor penetration than the Mac-10 on that. Maybe better against those helmets. Here they come. Through the hut. Brollan does have Jax dead. And more in the mag. He didn't have enough bullets. He's finished off by the Plopsky MP9 though. And rather a meek attempt so far out of G2. A nice one into the head of Hampus leaves him low. But yeah, it's Hunter and m0NESY trying to find a recovery of sorts. They are flirting with this ramp room. Rez is not going to contest actively though.
Yeah, not a good fight for m0NESY either. If he was to continue forward into the M4, he should get absolutely shredded. And I think that's going to be Hunter's fate. He's going to walk out hut straight into the FAMAS of Brollan there, and it will just be m0NESY to get scooped on up. It is Plopsky with the final nail in the coffin, and 2-0.
I'm tempering my excitement, but in terms of having a competitive second map here, Brollan and Plopsky finding multi-kills in those opening rounds does bode well. Confidence is one hell of a drug in Counter-Strike.
And we know the desk was talking about this nuke pick and a little bit curious about it, so we have to see what the game plan has in store for G2. You're not picking this unless you have a weakness that you want to exploit, and DJL even admitted that they have been having some troubles on nuke in recent times. They lost to NAVI just the other day, 16-7. Previously, they had lost to Mouse, but that was with ZTR standing in.
Very interesting, both in the CT setup and the fact that Hunter's already on that roof. Was on that roof. Hampus has made sure that was a short-lived holiday.
Yeah, and this is where both teams could be feeling a little bit foolish with their choices, right? If G2 get the same fate that just they dispatch towards NIP on map number 1, then we get reset. We go to the third and deciding map here. And it's just a best of one for survival at that point. It will be Inferno if we need it.
Hampus in a prime position to get himself a couple of extra frags here. They are boosting up on red, so it's a free collection for Hampus. It was Nico boosted up, but that's info on m0NESY's position as well, and Hampus now taking it his turn on the unarmored opponents for a multi-kill.
See if we can get the ace here. Come on, Hampus. Continue to add to those stats that we were talking
I think
about
that'll
from round
oblige.
number 1.
It looks like Jax is going to be right in the firing line, and is. So it's just Alexi awaiting Hampus's fate, and actually decides better.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give him the ace, I think.
No. Can't be having any of that.
Well, you do want to die, Alexi, as grim as that sounds. Lost bonus necessary here for the guns to come out into the next, and we saw what happened to them in the early stages of Ancient, where Hunter went down after time. So you don't want that to be happening, but definitely not wanting the counterpart of in-game leader on the other side to be feeling the confidence early, because Hampus plays quite a key position on the map. Now we'll stay on board with Alexi, the last man alive, and it's not for much longer. Rez will finish him off, and it's a 3-0 start, and quite a clean 3-0 start here. Want to get Alexi, Jax, and Nico on the board. Currently all residing on 0 kills, but it is the early stages, so no worries just yet. But Nico, if he has one map where he's quiet, and they were winning, right? It's not like he had to do a lot, so we're not rubbing that in, right? But it's unlikely that he has a follow-up map that's the same. So we should see him coming to life here on the T side of Nuke. No AWP available in the first gun round for G2, but the same can be said for NIP. So 5 rifles for either side, as Roland flirting with some yard aggression here on the jiggles. Doesn't see an awful lot. Hampus has already tucked his way down the vent. So a very standard opening squeaky smoke hut molly. And not a whole lot of presence towards yard within the early stages, but the smoke wall is being lined up by Nico. m0NESY's over the top, and molly towards Secret for good measure. That'll keep Hampus at bay for now. Has to respect the flames for the 7 seconds, and during this, Nico can start to work on his crawl. Silently behind the smokes. Going to pivot in towards main.
Brollan's back is turned. Hampus. Oh! Still Brollan deals with Nico. Hampus as well onto Hunter, so yard clear. S-Attack can focus onto that top side. It's only Jax left on it, and Rez, with 2 from up heaven, will clear out G2, and it is going to remain the case. Still Nico yet to frag, just the one for m0NESY as well. And a 6-0 start for Rez as he's built 2 more on that first gun round.
And that's what we want to see from Rez, right? DJL made a tweet this morning, game against G2 elimination game, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's about who wants it more. Now, we know the cliches and we love them, but realistically, on Ancient, it didn't look like NIP wanted to be here at all. Now, they've got a bit of life in them. I think it was a bit of a stand in a circle, look at each other and realize what you're about to lose here. Nobody wants to start their holidays early, and if you do, you're in the wrong business.
Nico's got him down the vent, and I think Brolin's all too aware of it. He's opted to try and fend off any later rivals to that portion of the map. Two have gotten across. Nico down, and he's being addressed by Rez. So one pot shot's probably all he'll get. Slither gap held. Rez aware.
Oh, we even got the kill onto Rez. He's giving up ramp.
Yeah, so that's a lot of pressure onto that low side. It is just Nico, though. The rest of the squad going to be joining him. Oh, just in the nick of time, Hampus has arrived in the feed to make it 3 out of Hampus. Problem solved. No bomb plan either, so the threat fully vanquished. Yep, that'll do. 5-0. NIP, strong defensive start here, and it's a dominant one. I mean, taking a look at just how many frags G2 have managed to find over the course of these 5 rounds, it is actually just a grand total of what we have, 3, 4, 5, and 6 frags over the course of these 5 rounds. Not something that bodes particularly well. If we can see them now onto the AKs, things might likely shift.
Yeah, still no AWP out here for G2. So maybe the game plan doesn't need an AWP in the hands of m0NESY here. Tag will equip his, and plenty of cash to splash for future rounds. They're all got enough for a residual buy, even if they lose this round NIP. Tag looking to be tested early here, but it's Brolin just pushing straight through Squeaky in towards lobby. Where was that on Ancient?
Precisely my thoughts. Brolan, he's really been let off the leash, and he's actually pushed further forward. It's a freedom given to them now, because if you're in yard, you don't know what's happening in lobby. Nico doesn't either. He's responsible for Hut. They're going to keep re-smoking that, so that really will slow them down.
Remember we had a conversation with Threat, and it feels like eons ago, but this was before like the lobby CT push meta would come in within the mid-rounds. He was talking about the meta on this map going to shift. Maybe a couple of ideas here, because you want to let your dogs off the chain, right? Allow them to let the scrim flow through them. Now, it's not just run and shoot. There's a plan behind it, and a secondary smoke thrown in to at least facilitate Brolin's escape. They're spending so much time looking for it.
That's it. That's what I'm so interested by, is that the power of that frag and the second smoke on top has led them to completely cancel plan. Now, his shoes are going to betray him there, but there's the trade. Brolan's having a round. He takes 2 down, cowering in the side now to maintain the advantage. Hunter now responsible for that bomb. It's the 2 of them. Language will shift, and it's only for a moment. Now, he does transition the bomb at least down the vents. It's not in the open anymore, but can Nico get there? The smoke will imply he can, but he's going elsewhere. Maybe there's a little window of opportunity. Not anymore. Spotted out and dinked up through the corner. Puts him low. 35 HP for Nico, and still just the 1 frag.
What does Brolin want? His ace. It's his chance right now, as Rez will deny this time
Again,
round.
he actually denied 2 aces so far.
Yeah, well, Rez wants to get his too. He's going to find himself at 7 kills. You have 8 for Hampus and 10 for Brolin. This is the configuration that NIP need. These are the players that you want online, and now we're seeing it here. What a great round from Brolin this is. The confidence starting to flow through them at this juncture. And maybe we do have a series. After Ancient thought we'd be packing up early, having a chat to the cameramen, thinking we'll get them home to their wives nice and quick. But now we might be here for an hour or 2 more.
Certainly, if G2 remain completely silent, goose egg still being sat on, and ooh, it seems likely that will continue. Hard to buck the trend when you're getting sprayed and naded down. Nico and Hunter working with a halved health pool. Now, Hampus already here to receive, and no one's even looking at him. It's just too easy. Hampus takes a double. Nade will put Jax low as well. It's m0NESY with perhaps a small chance, but Hampus is killing everyone that peeks him. m0NESY in the vents is a little bit of an element of surprise. Maybe Hampus unaware as he goes looking for Alexi. 4 frags from the Swedish in-game leader, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to find the 5th. It's m0NESY, and he will deny.
Is Rez going to get this one again?
Oh yeah, it would make sense, wouldn't it? He has been getting those bookend frags to steal everyone's ace.
Oh, he actually might be up to the plate here. The door looking likely to swing open. m0NESY, see what he can find, but it will be Tag this time. Now, I'm going to call you out here, Hampus. You've only been eco-bashing this game, mate. I know those are the only kills you've been able to find, but I think most of them have just been against the Eeks.
That's a very good point. I forgot about the Yard 4K as well. Yeah, no, fair cop, fair cop. The Eco Cobra is slithering around in the secret tunnel.
First time out called from G2 here. Xtaz probably has a word or two. So we have quite the contrast here between these two maps. This is it, boys. Let's wake up. We won their map. This is our map choice. We game plan for this. There's a reason we picked this, and the world needs to see it.
Or know what it is, because at the moment, yeah, it just does seem like they've kind of jumped into what the analyst desk was talking about. It's an NIP opportunity.
Yeah, and right here, only one plant in the first 7 rounds of play, and that came on the pistol. So first of all, we need to start seeing penetration into the sites to at least get into post-plant situations, because right now, look at how much cash NIP have to work with. You can glance to the left-hand side of your screen. There's multiple buys available. If NIP lose a round, they'll be able to buy. Same again if it's consecutive. G2 have to win, I'd say, 3 gun rounds in a row right now to break the Swedes.
That sounds like a bit of a tall order. Different setup, keeping it dynamic. You got ENCE tag this time over towards the secret entrance. Campus catches a glimpse of Nico, and yeah, with a pin pulled, he goes down. Loud on that B stream now. It sounds like Mao's Vitality is getting to the business end as well. Don't forget, the winner of this one will be meeting the winner of that one.
For another best of 3.
For the last one. that one is for the spot in the Lanxess.
The gauntlet of the lower bracket here in the group stage is just insane, and so is that. Hunter will draw one back. It's Hampus in the grave. A chance for Jax now on notice. Rez with the fight, and that's going to be held back by the Flames. An aid to follow through. Won't find any damage whatsoever. Still a minute left on the clock as Alexi would love to get a second kill and may have an opportunity or two.
Red's not looking for this. Hunter and Alexi will take L control. It's staying level. Oh, ENCE tag. He should be dead. He doesn't go down. Instead, Plopski catches Alexi on the hunt. Bomb spotted Hell. Plopski being hunted as well from Hunter's CT angle. Nice headshot. 30 seconds for m0NESY and Hunter to find the site is surely going to be the upper. That's what Brolin's got, or hedged his bets for as well. Posted up on this T-vent side. Standard headshot duel. Hunter likely to free aim, but Brolin
Round's
just
over.
Sharper, and yeah, no hope now. m0NESY's not got the time to get back up there. He gets
maybe
the first,
not.
but how is he supposed to get the bomb? It's up top. Impossible to retrieve.
He might be able to find
ENCE
ENCE. He might be able to find him.
Duel up the ladder. Safe, silent, and secure. Ooh, closest opportunity for G2 so far.
That is hard for... Oh, okay. I was going to say hard for ENCE tag as well, because you want to get away quickly but quietly.
Yeah.
Try not to give away your position, but a bungee jumps down, breaks his legs, and m0NESY will retain the AWP. You can see what ENCE tag was going for there, because if he killed m0NESY after time...
Wow, okay. It looks like a competitive one over there.
Oh, more than a competitive one. Look at this. Zyro on a scout to defend against 15 for Maus. We might get a yell in a minute here. You might be able to pick that up at home, but we need to turn our attention back towards the A stream here. NIP up 8-0. This is reminiscent of Ancient, and Hampus this time round with a fast move gets himself in towards top secret, and 3 are coming his way. 2 towards ramp. Alexi gets the opener. That is a chance to get in towards the lower site, but the bomb's down towards yard.
Yeah, they're going to find him now. It should be Nico's frag every day of the week. A weapon upgrade as well, as G2 have the man advantage. Look at ENCE tag though. Forward of the smokes, aggressive in the corner, not ready for m0NESY's clear, but Plopski's filled the gap as well. They're not going to be expecting another CT so close to red container. Like, this is a frag all day of the week, unless Hunter...
He can save him.
Oh, Plopski still gets it just in time. What a chaotic round.
Brolin has a chance here. I think that m0NESY spotted the barrel, so they have a good idea where this last player is. Walking through the smoke, Alexi could catch him on a bit of a timing, and he will. Finally, G2, they will break through. 8-1 the score reads, but a lot more work to be done.
So if Nico gets this, it was more interesting after the ENCE tag frag. You see that Plopski pushes, Hunter decides he has to bodyguard. It is Alexi building off of that info that you assume m0NESY might have gotten just prior to his death.
He just saw the leg or the barrel, right? So had a little bit of info there. I want to give a big thumbs up to Alexi's entry at ramp as well. That is the one that really got the round started. Nico's was a necessity, but it was just chaos towards that yard position, and back in with another buy. RNIP here, we've already discussed the finances. You know that they have more than enough to get out everything they want and more. ENCE tags AWP patrolling yard one more time and wants to be a nuisance here. Does spot one, looking for light info here and a smoke wall to be deployed.
It's Hampus, they're taking it in turns. Now ENCE tag might have vision over the smoke. Nico's not careful because he's taking the safe passage out of the line of fire. Now, Brolin's aggression's been quashed ever since that lobby push.
Couple of issues here for Esatag, and Rez as well will be on notice momentarily. Nico can actually walk through the smoke, but we were looking over towards ramp. Rez is being pushed here. He's got the first, needs to get away.
Mission accomplished from the ramp hold this time. Esatag has the slip. It cannot go anywhere other than ramp.
They don't know Nico's here. Esatag was on top of the box, right? And Nico walked below him. So as he turns back straight into Nico's crosshair, that is massive.
So Nico pulls us right back into a 4-on-4, 45 and counting. The Ninjas looking to hold on and knock G2 back down to the doldrums. 3 towards ramp side. Very light on util, and Rez is going to be quick to respond should they try and commit towards that low side. Nico still patrolling. Likely to join his team. It is all really hinging on that low play of Hampus. It's an interesting angle he's adopted. Tight on the controls. And you'll hear all of this. So the rotate will be at 9 seconds, dude. It's very... Oh, they just looked away and the bomb is loose. 5 seconds. I think they've run out of time. That's another Ninjas round. There's nothing G2 can do. They might even go down after. And they will. m0NESY condemned. And that is horrible. 50 bucks on Hunter, 150 on m0NESY. This has just gone from bad to worse for G2.
Yeah, that is crazy that Hampus' target selection there is the bomb carrier, right? That is the most important kill he could have with that little time left on the clock. So trying to run the clock down, G2 getting tricky with it. I think when you're a team and you're an international squad, it's very difficult to run late round. Think about the teams that we know and love who play late round Counter-Strike. NAVI, Outsiders, they're all speaking the same language, right? At least is a little bit more native. Whereas these guys, communication in English, it tends to be more hectic. Maybe you can think about at home if you're playing in your FaZe games, people repeat things multiple times in English, and it's very difficult to pinpoint as well. Your brain's lagging, it takes that extra second of time. And this is a round that is really going to sting because 2 players went down after time. How often do you see that?
I can't think of the last time. It's usually one, but both m0NESY and Hunter now going to be completely out of sync with the boys. It's unarmored Deegs for them. Nico on the hero AK, essentially. It's him and Jax with the only real rifles. And NIP going to be getting a fantastic defensive haul now.
Yeah, it should be 10-1. And then a chance to build more off the back of it. Sure, max loss bonus, but without the plant here, G2 are screwed. What a role reversal from Ancient. I feel we've been here before. Still lack of frags here. Nico with 3, 2 for Jax, 4 for Alexi, 5 for Hunter, and m0NESY at the top with 6, but nobody close to the double digits.
This attack is going to take the deepest line he can into that lobby cross. And Nico not foolish to step into that line of fire. Little the presence shown by Alexi in the yard, but it's Rez again that's called upon on this ramp hold. They are slipping through. It's Jax heard, and Rez gives it up.
Yeah, well, they have the weapon and utility advantage here, so you can understand why. Hampus locking down Hell, and they need to allow Nico to find a fight, but if they keep slinking back and playing it safe like this, how's the AK going to land the taps?
Rez nothing to report. I imagine he won't have the same thing to say now. The whole squad barreling towards him loudly, stampeding on the metal, and it's one and done. Jax provides. Still problems for G2. Getting worse as the time ticks. They want to plant, but they're getting peppered, and Esatag has the door swung open. That leads to the bomb on the floor. Hunter catches it. And so Jax very low. Nico gonna have to do it all now. Did he just wallbang him?
Yeah, up through the floor.
Ouch. 10 seconds, you want to die. Esatag obliges. It is going to be that 10-1.
And no plant, so the chance to have a potent buy here into the next is gone for G2. It should be a half buy again, meaning 11-1 likely. Oh, this is going to sour the mood as we do get the replay there of that wallbang. Great stuff from Esatag, getting tricky with it. But yeah, that B stream, I think everyone should go and check out the results over there. I won't spoil it. We'll leave it up to you, and I'm sure we'll get a bit of a slide in the top right at some point in the near future. But here's that half buy. You pick this map, you have to have a pocket strat or 2 here, and I felt the same with NIP on Ancient.
Right, yeah, it's almost like they got the veto graphic wrong. Oh, Alexi has lost the bomb, and his teammates too. It's all over. Red Rover here on Nuke. Good grief. A massacre on the conservative buy. 11 already.
He'll be back into the rifles now, and you talk about those pocket picks. Well, you know what? It's about time to pull all 3 pages out because you do need to close strong. Round 13 ahead of us. An 11-4 half still possible for G2. And if they want hope of making this 2-0, knocking Ninjas out here on Nuke, it does hinge on them voicing a little more than they have here on the attack.
There it is, the B-Stream update for everybody playing at home. We're into some pace for this one, though. Hunter's found an opening. That's a change. The second won't come through. Esatag and Plopsky are just handedly taking care of business.
Oh, stressful for Plopsky, and it does mean m0NESY has a chance to do some more damage. Oh, quick into res. Rafters clear, and a real leg up now for the 2v2. m0NESY's aware that the potential is lobby. Hampus secret side. Divide. And looking to conquer, fakes it out, goes for a safer look.
Okay, so Nico's doing the wraparound to heaven. You can understand the reposition here. It does condemn m0NESY to the back of site for now, but there will be a car crash towards heaven. I'm not sure that Esatag will be expecting this maneuver from Nico or vice versa. As he comes up the ladder, he's going to catch the barrel. Nico saw it. I think his teammates told him.
Still gets the shot, though. Should be a 1v2 for Nico as Esatag moonwalks in. Oh dear, Hampus, what do you do with this? It's planted for Nico.
Hampus will sit this. Hampus will sit this.
Yeah, off the flash, and Nico. Oh, he got off it. That was his round. He had it. Nico double bluff, and that'll be the round. Nico goes down. Is it 12? It is 12 for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. He can't quite believe he got away with that.
Yeah, and Hampus even went wide on the fight right there. So Nico doubting himself in that situation. He had done more than enough to pull him off the defuse. This is flat, 12-1. The score reads right now, and the best opportunity in a while was facilitated by the young gun. Spins on a dime right here and picks up a really big kill onto Rez. Unfortunate timing here from Nico. Just as he comes up the ladder, Esatag pips his teammate in the side, and that turns it into a 1-on-2 situation against G2. Can't convert, can't get it done, and this hole grows.
I wonder what sense m0NESY's rocking. That looked like he's got a pretty high sensitivity to find that sweep so quick. And talking of quick, look how fast Nico's gotten across the secret. Esatag, no info. Now he was blind, just turns the corner. Unlikely. Esatag none the wiser. Oh. Ronan onto Nico, so his adventures have been cut short.
Yeah, he was tucked in warehouse, so he was always open, and Esatag's found one as well. This is NIP one-upping G2 from map number 1. Oh, that's a nice shot, but at this point it's hard to get excited here. Rez will do a chunk of damage to Alexi. He's stalled out with his push. The bomb should get planted as crowd control utility is thrown out towards ramp. Alexi trying to puff up his chest and seem bigger than he is, but it's still a 4-on-3 situation for the Ninjas.
Can they retake as efficiently?
Plopsky sniffing this out.
It's been hunted down. Jack's providing a nice little smidge of backup. They have their backs turned to each other. Hello? Plopsky!
You saw him! You saw him!
Plopsky, please! Gets it eventually. Alexi, be alone and down the vents late. Maybe this could be the element of surprise he needs. Will they consider this? They're holding it now. He has to be quick about this, and the door is closed. Unless he finds the head immediately, that's going to read 13. And this is G2's pick, but you couldn't tell if you look at the scoreline. 1 round is all they can muster so far on the attack, and they've only got 1 more opportunity.
It turns out, yeah, oh my lord.
He nearly turned, Hunter nearly turned, and then Plopsky, I swear he saw him there on the wide.
Well, as soon as he starts shooting, I think that really helps. The audible. We only respond to sounds around here. They're bats, they've got sonar.
I checked out m0NESY's sense, by the way. It couldn't be more middle of the road. He's rocking a EDPI of 800, so sense 2 on DPI 400.
Very standard stuff.
Very much. I think it is right in the middle of everyone.
Well, this half is anything but in the middle. Another kill goes in the favor of NIP to kick it off, and it's hard to get excited about a game like this. It's great to see NIP bounce back after map number 1, but it's not competitive. It's just NIP blowing them out of the server here. It's only been a total of 3 opening kills for G2 in this entire half. Alexi B's given away 5 opening deaths. I think after this one, it might actually be 6.
Rez. Oh, this is some seriously naughty stuff. Jax has just swept into the lobby.
The timings are mental.
Know, right? But I mean, this will really kick you in the crotch, right? He's going to be on silo at 1:06. I mean, Hunter is going to be...
Oh, it's heard. It's heard. Hunter heard it.
Well, that lost its potency quick. Nico is going to quickly punish him, and it seems like these hyper-aggressive moves in the final round of play might very well lead to a G2 second.
Well, you know what's better than 1, 2.
Quick maths.
As there's 2 remaining right now for NIP. Brolin and Esatag to 2 on 4. Now, Brolin's had his moments, Esatag as well, both of which have managed to cement themselves in the double digits. There's so many players to keep track of right now.
Yeah, try as he might, Esatag's got a lot on his plate, and they are using ramp to access Brolin. 34 points of health. It's going to be very hard pressed to find a multi-kill here, but it is a necessity. Well done onto Nico. Needed a second. Damage inflicted onto Jax, and now the AWP of Esatag. If he can catch Hunter's Lurk, which he can't, we could have had a conversation. 13-2 on the half. Could it be 3? It seems likely. We'll find out, though, as we jump into that pistol after the break.
Future Pros, on Nuke today with a util set you can throw to help your teammates pull off a vent dive. First things first, shoot out this window. Climb the ladder, and while running along the raised edge, aim as shown. Running jump throw the molly just before you get to the ladder. This molly is not the best one you can throw for hut, as it will almost always leave a gap above the hut doorway, but for a vent dive or a squeaky push, it's pretty handy. Back up and running jump throw your flashes with the same lineup. I would like to say this is all you need, but your teammates should still nade open the door, smoke the close molly, and then molly and flash into A main to be fully effective with your util. Hopefully your teammates manage this and you'll have a good chance to make it down that vent.
So what was the third map, Chad?
Inferno.
Inferno, all right.
Are you familiar with the term rope-a-dope?
I'm familiar with it. I couldn't give you any sort of clear definition.
Well, it's a boxing term. Basically, you want to take... you're going to take some blows that are not going to cause you a significant injury.
Right.
So there's been no significant injury to G2 just yet because they haven't lost the map. Right now, they could just be allowing NIP to expend all that energy in the first half to now come out in the second and get 15 rounds straight.
Okay, so the first half was the rope, and now they're going to make NIP look like the dope.
Yeah, well, let's see how that goes, because right now the 1x bet odds are still favoring G2.
Interesting.
Well, for the series, sure. For the map, I don't think so.
Yeah, certainly could look different on map 3. It's Alexi B1, NIP with the pair. And they're coming into Jax's domain. He's going to try and get away. And does so successfully. It's Nico unarmored and clearing yard. Esatag and Brolin do think better of committing. It's Hunter to check out this hut push, and he's in the right place. Could find the right result into the center of mass. Nico clears yard. It's a 2-on-2 here, and it's a must-win pistol for G2 if we want to have a conversation about Nuke. Oh, Hampus puts his head in the crosshair on those taps from Nico.
This is the gap, though. Jax is pushing ramp right now. So very likely the S-Attack will get the bomb down here. The sound cue will have to be made of swinging open the door, but he's going to punch in the digits here. Jax starting to respond from ramp. Nico quickly hightailing it down the vent, but S-Attack in a 1-on-2. He does have an opportunity here, and the Goosh immediately onto Jax.
Yeah, okay, he'd love to finish his meal, though, because he anticipates Nico from that vent side. Trying to play this with the extra man advantage. It's timing as well for S-Attack. 15 bullets, he's got plenty. Jax gets it done, and G2 take the first step to converting and recovering Nuke.
Well, Monacy looks like he's believing, and maybe he needs to see if he can help the rest of his team do exactly that, because this is more than an uphill battle here, and the biggest negative of that whole situation was the fact the bomb went down. Likely to see a force bite here from NIP, but Nico very fortunate here with the taps through the smoke. Does drop Hampus, who's going to be a little bit frustrated with how that one concluded. S-Attack, a good Goosh initially, but Jax with an even better shot there to finish the round. Yeah, you can see, Monacy, I don't think he's going to stop believing. Now, it's actually a conservative approach from NIP, and that makes sense. Right? You have two choices here. You can just push the issue, try and rip it off like a Band-Aid, or you can take your time, go, all right, it's more likely we'll win a round when we get AKs, and they can do so in the next.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the best objective here is just going to be to hit some stunning deagle shots. And that would be for Hampus and Brollan, equipped with that $700 pistol.
It's curious, Nico doesn't have his major trophy on display.
Not when he's playing Nuke.
Yeah, fair enough. All of NIP do.
Hey. Nice little lineup as well.
Seen a couple different variations of these in recent times, looking for different gaps and different angles to facilitate fights, but I think Hampus has a good idea of Nico's intentions, and yeah, we'll chip away, just one bullet landing there. Still hanging around, Nico's not done. Brollan will take a big chunk of nade damage over towards that ramp position in the interim. And someone's having some fun out here. Okay, well, kill after kill, it is falling in the favor of G2 as we expected. Nothing going against them here as Hunter will find S-Attack, and it's just that peppered up Brollan coming through squeaky door. Falls to Hunter, and there you go, Jax starting to get a bit of pep behind him as well.
He's got dinner plans. Was counting on the 2-0, and NIP certainly making a strong case for a third.
Well, this is 3 consecutive rounds if you consider the last round of the first half. I'm looking for anything right now.
Yeah, no, it's solid, man. It's solid. Wow, there's something going on over there, man. It sounds like they want to fight each other.
Didn't the game already finish between? Oh, it's only, yeah, okay. Never mind, we're going to a third map. I thought that was the end of the series.
No, no,
I was one step ahead of myself. It was just to take us to Nuke. So a third map for Mounds versus Vitality as well.
Hyping each other up, and S-Attack will miss in a strafing Nico. He's out towards red container. Pot shots are plenty. Oh, he's on a timer here. Monacy should have him dead to rights unless he somehow flicks over. Hampus is supposed to be bodyguarding him, pre-aiming on the silo. Great shot, long range. Silo to secret, draws blood, and Monacy forced to watch as he concedes his 15th death.
That's his first peak too, right? Wasn't facilitated by a flash. He just peeked and immediately
I can't believe there's another one there, and they've even considered it. They Molotov Alexi out of the secret as it enables Hampus to start his progressions, breaking the glass on lockers. And this is where the T side really gets to stretch their legs. They can have a lot of fun with this now. By parking Hampus here, they can go wherever they desire.
Traditionally, the CT should push lobby, otherwise you get boxed in. But if they push lobby, it's going to be straight into Brollan here. So they're understanding the situation now, trying to hide, but that's it. The attack is coming.
Who takes contact first? You'd imagine it'd be Hut. Now, Nico's arriving lobby. They are still considering this, and there's the Hut contact. Now Hunter has to be worried, and on the switch, Hampus does push in. Nico from behind will go down as well, burnt a little before the bullets of Rez found him.
Popsy's already ready for this, so communication an all-time high right now for NIP. And I'd love to know what was said in that huddle outside between map 1 and map 2. because they came in looking like a different team, and I understand that they were starting on the CT side of Nuke, but remember Brolin was pushing into lobby on the CT side very, very early on and wanting to take a lot more fights. They were also trying to fire each other up a bit more, and that is easier to do when you're winning rounds. And there's another one. Campus will take down Alexi, and deflated now. Map choice going against them, and that does tend to suck a bit of confidence out of the staff, right? The coaching staff, the in-game leader, like, we picked this for a reason, and now we're about to lose 16-4.
But then that's the equilibrium of the two teams in play right now, because both of them are having the weird doubts at the start.
I want you to think about it this way, though. For G2, for NIP, that happened on map number 1.
Definitely a bit of a difference there. G2 are the ones now who are going to be deflated in that team huddle in preparation for Inferno.
Yeah, well, NIP have already fired themselves up, right? Whereas G2 now need to do it again.
That is if you can't, have a bit of a resurgence on this second half of Nuke. Nico's going to give it a good shot, and first should be dead. Is sealed. And there's the deal back. Rez catches him before he can dismount that rather forward position on top of Warehouse.
It's the most cut and dry analysis, and it's the keep it simple, stupid approach, right? But the individuals, it sucks to put it down to that, because when we hear it from the players, it always seems like such a cliche. But at the end of the day, if they're not firing on any cylinders, you have a tough time, right? And it's a clear change from map 1 to map 2. It was Brolin and Rez, they weren't in the server, and now they are. And this is, Hampus is back to play. He's got another 21 kills to his name. I know a lot of those were eco bashes. We did cover that, but still, he's hitting the shots he needs to.
And Alexi was on par with Monacy on map 1, and now he's, 5 to 16. He hasn't been able to have too much fun in that first half.
How many times have you seen Monacy with an AWP as well in this map so far, right? It's been few and far between, so both teams just having a real rough go of things on their own map choice. As you said, it makes it look like we got the veto graphic wrong.
So, walking into top site, it's not particularly well manned. You can see Hunter on that site, Monacy with the scout, and wow, Rez actually opens up with the hardest of the 3. Jax on the rafters should be limited to 1, and it is all Rez. That's 3 kills out of Rez. Monacy giving it a good go with a partnership of Alexi B. They are light on time. Plopsky doesn't have time. Okay, that's a G2 round. A bit of a fumble there. And that will be a 5th. Despite the heroics of Rez, it was those extra pickings, just the jewels from Alexi B in particular, that stand out and bring a 5th home for G2.
Yeah, can't wipe the sweat off the brow just yet, and not even talking about the scoreline here, just talking about the type of purchases. There'll be more Famases in the mix, maybe a couple more MP9s. You lose 4 players and you don't have any economy built, right? The win bonus is great if you're on the T side. On the CT side, you're missing the trimmings, right? Maybe you've got the spuds and the roast beef, but you definitely don't have the radish and all that other good stuff.
The Brussels sprouts, I'd hope. Nico back to contest yard, trying a new approach. Monacy's responsibility is that slip. Slight gap, vision taken away and denied. Oh, careful now, Brolin. He's been tagged up to 8 HP as Nico reacts immediately. Got himself a fresh magazine to hold them at bay here, and it will have to be, oof, some good shooting. He's in the right place, but Plopsky, the first bullet out of his AK, neutralizes Nico. Can we cut back to Brolin's position? Yeah, he is responsible for lobby, but he's also 8 HP. So this is one way to do it. It's not necessarily actively contesting lobby, but he will have glances at times.
This is the thing, and also for NIP, you're going to have a good understanding that if they want to take lobby control, they can have it, and they can be contained. But actually, they're dropping back completely. 3 players have left Hampus up to his own devices in yard. That means they need to get past Hunter, as we can see, as in Squeaky, and Jax, who's actually starting to head over towards ramp. So they don't have the best positions for a crossfire for the re-emergence in towards main.
I mean, Hunter with an MP9 against 3 AK-47s. It's a good start, good trade. Now Jax perhaps with the element of surprise here. He knows he's behind them. If Monacy can hit a scout headshot, he's keeping it competitive at the bare minimum. Bomb to be retrieved. Jax to catch the timing as Rez looks away. That's a big frag opportunity.
Needs to stop the plant.
Should stop the plant. Bit late on that, but still the frag all the same. A 2-on-2 established, but Alexi up the vent. Attack doesn't know. Oh, and he's the healthy AWPer. Flash up, Attack blind, eliminated. Great team play out of these two.
Remember where they planted. This is good for Hampus now, but they seem to know where he's coming from.
Fake. Hampus calls the bluff. But with this much health, I mean, what's he supposed to do? They're looking, they're pre-aiming and converting. Look at the focus in celebrations there from m0NESY. It seems like they believe they can still make this a 2-0.
Oh, this is a not ideal save right there. Jax found the AWP, but Alexi picked up the scout. You would have still preferred to have the FAMAS instead of that right here. And Rez salvaging the plan. He must have made Jax feel pretty foolish in this situation, but they're still able to convert the round here. That was great teamwork. You really like to see that here, especially in a pressure situation when you're down 14-5, now 14-6, but he's coming to get the AWP. That's what m0NESY is doing in that situation to make sure he can get the big green. And I think they tossed away the scout completely here. So almost a wasted save from Alexi in that situation.
NIP have been humbled. It's a conservative, a Kevlar and pistol. We'll get that crosshair back momentarily. There it is.
No, it's a donated weapon. So you know how we do the fly cams as well and we don't see that? It's this bloody bug with the donated weapons. We've emailed Valve.
I mean, we had a drop button already. We didn't need this Valorante.
That's the thing, you know, they wanted to make it a little bit easier for everybody, and now we, the spectator, have to suffer. Mate, me and Rush even made videos.
I mean, it is just a little bit disorientating.
I had somebody tweet at me today asking if we could fix it, and I told him the reason, and unfortunately we can't.
All right, well, Plofsky's throwing out some smokes to enable Hampus to have a wander.
Actually, I have a good idea. If you're at home and you want to make sure you have a permanent crosshair, when one comes back on your screen, I want you to get a Sharpie on your $400 Monda, and I want you to... Please don't do that. Actually, please don't do that. I don't want to be responsible for you making
I used to play with a guy
decision.
that had a tiny blue tack dot, though. That's a little safer.
Scumbag.
Yeah. Hit some no-scopes, though.
Of course he did. Aim assist.
You know, there's monitors that do it. Built in.
Giving people a lot of ideas right now, but a lot of space taken, and they have no idea that Hampus is here. An opportunity on m0NESY, but now Nico has been alerted to his presence.
It was exciting. It may still be if Hunter doesn't get 2, and he looks set for it. Him and Jax combine, and it is all 5 still alive for G2 as they pull home the 7th.
Well, see the rope-a-dope going exactly as we all thought it would. Only a 7-round game now. Yep, only a 7-round game now. As continuing to march back into things are G2. Now the CT side, we know it is the easier side of the two, but in the recent years, Nuke has become one of those maps where the teams have come up with so many different openings to rounds, right? Ways to force rotations, ask questions of where the teams may have gotten off to. You're going to have to keep this one extremely clean, almost a perfect half required from G2 here. Actually, no, a perfect game from here forward if they want to get it done in regulation.
Ooh, lining up that flashbang for some aggression or reaction. It's Alexi B that's going to be set up by Jax. Flash, incendiary, and the push. That's cheeky. Tries for the wall bang, reveals that that's been lost. So lots of pressure on this lobby hold, and they're already operating at a disadvantage. So Esatag's gone.
Hampus is already down here, though. Jax is trying to address this, jiggling each corner. Does find the head, but doesn't land the shot. Hampus has a chance to stay alive and still take this duel. Low on HP. Jax is running out of bullets and has to switch to the USP.
Yeah, it should be Alexi B as well on ramp. Gives up the control. Maintains that man advantage, and so pressure on NIP now.
But they know 2 are down towards B. If they want to try and head up towards the top site and take the fight, it might only be 1 or 2 players. Look how many individuals are dispatched with just trying to find Hampus.
Yeah, it's a lot of resources for one man, and he's still alive. On that 14 HP, gets it done. Jax delivers, but now back to top site.
Nobody from NIP took any risks here. Sure, Brolin has control of Hell, but they need to start heading back in towards lobby, and Brolin gets spotted by m0NESY. Easy shot, and Hunter, we've seen him in this squeaky door position before. Should get a lot more done. The MP9 rings true, and they even know where the last is. Rez! Drive-by shot in the AK, 1v5.
Yeah, that's nice. I don't know if a bomb plant is going to be possible. He fakes it out to try and just catch one more. Does separate the CT vent and hits Jax. Scary, very scary. Rez is 12 seconds as he fakes it out. Wants to plant again. They surely run him down here. They do. Charge in. Alexi B will save her. And the next task, just a little roll of the eyes there. He got a little too close for comfort in the 1v5. Rez threatening.
I'm sorry, if he planted immediately, look, he's not to know. He has a real chance of winning that round.
Yeah,
that drive-by was nuts. The first one onto Hunter was wildin'.
Oh, you're right. I mean, Alexi B, if he had been started or committed to that first plant, there's no way he's running him down for the risk of a fake. Okay. Now, they are taking a T timeout, and it is worth mentioning, Chad. I think now is the perfect time to discuss NIP's shortcomings on their T side of Ancient.
That's true, right? It's a very
how
good
many
point
T
to
rounds
bring
have they
up
been
there.
posting over the last 2 days?
Yeah, it hasn't been great. Look, the game against NAVI, they were blown out of the water on both sides, but you bang on there. They really only brought that Ancient back to a respectable scoreline because of their CT halves, and the weapons here on the CT side were able to take some fights. You can see Alexi looking a little bit stressed here. It's rubbing the eyes as Xtaz had a chance to chip in too. So yeah, you bring up a good point. If Hampus isn't finding the entry or the space, he found the space, just not the opening kill, then who do we look towards? Because S-Tag was actually a key to finding picks with the AWP on Ancient. Maybe they need to try and facilitate that here as the game moves forward. But that was the first NIP timeout so far on Nuke, and that tells you how well things have been going up to this point.
Okay, well, another bite of the cherry with the guns.
This is the thing, right? Brolin can be a very explosive rifler, and same as Rez. Hampus is really good at weaseling his way into the backline. So I'm listing multiple names who should be good to find openings or at least be facilitated to do so, but...
Oh, he gets away with it. Okay, Nico has drawn blood on his yard spray. It was Plopsky that goes down, and he's just slumped over nothing on that box.
Had a big night, I think.
Yeah. It was Friday yesterday. Hunter, very little hope in finding a frag on his spray into that squeaky door. You can see they've thrown this very particular smoke. Brolin's just staring at it as it fades.
See a couple more of these M4A4 starting to creep in as well. Not a whole lot, but every now and again, as Jax is perched up in a powerful position to deny if Brolin oversteps the mark here.
He knows the Brolin just lies in wait. Nico has this main pool and taps away and airs attack, so it's going to be set for another G2 conversion. Rez definitely firing on some cylinders now, but he's partnered up with both of them being rather low. It's Hampus and him into the top site. Monacy late through that lobby. It's Alexi back up the vents, so top site is defended with a pincer of Nico and Alexi B.
Well, this nade could be
great
great
that's
here.
actually perfect.
Yep.
Oh, and Hampus just about survives as well. To be run down now, he holds the spray, 3 barreling towards him on the 9 HP. Nothing he could have done, and G2 are certainly making a case for that 2-0, albeit NIP starting to have doubts in their T-side capabilities.
It's only 4 consecutive rounds right now. Make that 5 as the defuse comes through, and the defuse key is important here as we get Smoko vision just to see Nico with the perfect crosshair placement. Rez was paired up with Hampus, you're right, to at least try and make this one a bit more of a manageable situation, but getting the bomb down again here is huge because the loss bonus will facilitate at least another partial buy. A couple of AKs in the mix, one for Hampus, one for Rez, and I discussed the fact that S-Tag was finding AWP picks for them over there on Ancient. Well, he's left enough cash in the coffers to buy an AWP in the next round, likely why we see 3 Tech-9s in play. But pace, that could be the answer here.
Let's find out if it does shape up that way. Now, they have gone for the wall of smoke, so G2 immediately don't have answers. There's uncertainty brewing, and you can see Nico acknowledging that with his position already. Alexi's going to have someone knocking on his ramp door. Now, smoke might hold them at bay, and I think that will cancel play. Hampus will worm down the secret stairs. Good lineup on the HE. Chips away at all 3 of them. So there's one-shot headshots for the M4. Are plenty now available.
This is it. They have a couple of options here. They could just beeline it straight down towards B or try and overrun Monacy. Now, we know that he plays this position towards Hell. He's the AWPer. He has to rotate around. And if they can identify that he's here, these Tech-9s could bound in his direction, and Hampus can try and come up with a bit of a flank. Walking down the ramp position, applying more pressure towards Nico and Alexi.
And he's got a real opportunity. If Nico takes the first shot, Alexi maybe presented many chances here. So yeah, hides in plain sight. Nico draws fire, and now Alexi waits the collection. Wow, Nico's not waiting for anyone. It is just the 2 of them. Glorious from Nico. A 1-tap to finish with Flourish. 14 now to 10. This is looking like a much less intimidating scoreline after the 13-2 half.
It looked like Nico was reading Hampus like a book. It's like, yeah, we know that you could be across, but I'm going to take the fight against your boys before you even get activated. And as you round the corner, cop a classic 1-tap to the dome. That's what you want to see there. And they swat away this partial purchase. You catch this again from Nico's POV, this last one. beautiful. That's what you need to see now if you're a G2 fan and you're believing in this 2-0. But I'm sure NIP have a different conversation, as it's not the AWP at all.
No, this is a different pace change, though. You can see already crawling through. They can flash through this. This can work, but Hunter's been hiding and waiting for his chance. Look at this damage. It's so quick. One back from the Flames. Brolan, surely a dead man. Hamper spotted out in yard, so they've got a very good idea as to where the last two ninjas lie. And yeah, G2 are making a quick and pretty convincing case to make this even a 3-round game.
Just these CT halves, they have just been so stifling for both these teams. It doesn't feel like anybody can make the right call.
Not at all.
In the game I did earlier with Anders, there was a lot of like low buy, force buy type wins. Here we're not even getting any of that. It doesn't feel like players are finding too much traction in that regard at all. And I did talk about the plants in consecutive fashion a little bit earlier. Well, the last two, it's been one-way traffic for G2. That's only a 3-round game now, and another timeout has to be called. DJL, this is the despair that we saw on map number 1 starting to creep back in. Boys, we've done the hard work. We had a massive first half. You can't let it fall right now. It has to be another partial purchase, right? There's not enough for everybody to get the AKs again. You can't have we can't have 3 consecutive rounds of some people on AKs and some people on pistols. Everybody needs all the goodies at some point, and they still haven't hit the red emergency button of the Esatag orb. I don't know if we'll see it here in this half.
Yeah, it's going to definitely start grating on you. When the whispers become reality, you know, people say, oh yeah, NRP's T sides are quite weak, and then you lose a couple of bad T sides and you start believing the rumor mill. It's just Tech9's light on opportunity into this one. Nico looking to do what Hunter's been doing and bullying these ninjas in lobby. A spray through, a high flash. Hunter should be the operative. It's Res though with that tap. Takes the head off of Hunter. Down the vent, slightly promising if they can get that bomb down. Extra guarantee of funds. Hampus is known, and Monacy knows exactly what you're trying. Won't let Esatag get anything done. G2 tappings from Plopsky, nothing converted, and they are so focused, laser focused on this comeback.
Yeah, you'd prefer to get this done in 2 maps, right? And that's Captain Obvious back in the building again here. But if you do it with this type of a comeback, I don't think they care if they play Vitality or Mouse tomorrow, because their confidence is going to be through the bloody roof. And the fact that they lose an opening kill right there and Nico makes up for it with a double immediately, this is fantastic signs. And the AWP does come out eventually. Finally, Esatag will have an opportunity to try and find them a way into this T half.
It has to be this one, right?
It's just 1 round so far for NIP. They need something.
It has to be. Does feel like Alexi's had Hampus' number, though, in terms of a read on the call, another opening in the feed, and that's the Esatag AWP in the AWP head-to-head on ramp. Nico tucks into warehouse, and Ninja's slinking what little remains of them down the stairs.
You're going to have 5 weeks to reflect on this miserable T-half. Elimination from Cologne on the line. This is just for survival. The Lanks are still a whole best of 3 away, and so much hard work done by NIP in the first half. All could be for naught.
They're going to have to rotate out. Brolan will have to start moving soon. Nice one back from Hampus, doing everything he can to make this 15th a reality. This is promising. They have the sight, the util blocking sight, and Brolan catching that rotate. It was Hunter. Not ready for Brolan. The trade comes back late from Jax. So a 3v3 post plan, and it could change. It's a very hard shot for Monacy to go for. Nico trying to walk on the distraction of that AWP shot. Jax versus Plopsky. Asks too much of the Frenchman. And Nico starts to probe into the site and support his Monacy. And that'll do. That's 15. NIP win the war of attrition on the must-win.
Well, they've broken through, but it's not going to be easy to find that 16th round by any means. Just as G2 had sold us, they made us believe in this comeback. From a first half that was a 13-2 scoreline all the way back to 14-12. Now, 15-12 as NIP. Oh, they took a bit of a breather throughout this half. Consecutive round after consecutive round kept coming in favor of G2. Plenty of cash to splash for another buy, but maybe that's the recipe for success.
Esatag's trying his luck. He's not going to be deterred after losing that duel to Monacy. It's a different shape from G2's defense this time. Aiming over the incandescence of the flame. Does reveal the orb's location. Pulls the shot after Alexi's flash. They are crawling quite quickly here. Alexi has no help. Honestly saying it's way too quiet here on Yard. Alexi readies himself, not faffing around with his nades. Does have a smoke to deploy, but he's just going to stand and bang.
Yeah, it would be a good time to block with the smoke. If your AWPer calls Yard clear, you know that the attack has to be coming. Okay, so just juggling this around. Now the fake's going to come through, but m0NESY's forward position here. He will call this clear. They know that this is a fake. Alexi will get all the information right now. This is the perfect time to drop the smoke.
And he will. Okay. He gets the smoke and gets away. At least they're pushed through it. Hunter's tucked in and the rotate from NiKo has been locked in. So they can come back through lobby, but they are starting to crawl back towards that low site.
They have so much utility to execute in towards B here. Multiple smokes, multiple mollies, another one to deny Hampus's crawl here. And as they creep on down, there's 2 players already waiting.
NiKo and Alexi to defend him. 25 seconds, the Swedes running light on time. It's all about the execution now. Still 5 versus 5. Here's the commit. NiKo tries to get it done. Can't do so. It's Alexi one back. Alexi needs to be cleared. The low HP baits and switches into Brawler. Needs a safe plant. It can be contested, and it will be. Looking set for the G2 conversion. There is nothing Airtag can do. Instead, he's just looking to survive as 13 is inscribed. We will go again.
Wow. You think it's perfect. They have all the util they need. They even take NiKo out without a whimper. And Alexi there in the site gets 2. The fact that the door swings open, the bomb gets denied, things are heating up now. Just a 2-round game is another timeout call for DJL. And this is great from Alexi. Doesn't overstep the mark, allows time just to be rotted off the clock. If he oversteps and goes down quicker, maybe, just maybe, Brolin could find a safe haven for that plant. But Hunter, the hero in that round, does secure G2, their 13th. And this is a nail-biter. Sure, we've had long stretches where it's been one-way traffic, but this is where the game starts to heat up. The decisions, every single choice that you make from here on out for NIP, it's either going to be all over and we head to overtime, or G2. They've come all this way for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it. I'm more interested in the dynamics of NIP's second half. It's starting to become very apparent that there is truth to their T sides and its weaknesses. Again, off the back of a timeout, what does DGL command the troops to do? Be it perhaps a bit more conviction. They eat the flash, don't panic.
It's ramp again.
It is the attempt on ramp. Will Alexi be able to get that one and done? Does drop off the info. Good pressure applied early by the Ninjas. They don't have to commit, but it is forcing utility out of G2. You can see Hunter's rotated down to support the Finn. Brawler maintains lobby control. And the Ninjas just talking this one out. You can see juggling utility. m0NESY starting to press forward. A dead even heat right now. A single round is all that separates NiP from a third, but m0NESY and Jack starting to sweep into that lobby. Brolin's waiting for this, and there it is, blood drawn. Favors the Ninjas. Four more required, and yeah, that gap does haunt Plopsky. He has gone down. That was the bomb as well.
Big nade.
And the nade does look destined for glory. Not going to be the bloodshed they wanted, though. Hampus still catches him. Need a resmoke. Does provide, and now quick strafe into the site. And Airtag catches him. Different M4 could have been a different result, but this seems like it is going to Inferno. m0NESY wants to change the dialogue. Hits one onto Brolin, but not before the bomb goes down. 2 versus 3. But it is m0NESY and NiKo. Airtag looking the wrong way. Needs to be aware that both a possibility as NiKo just about to be on the perfect timing. Can they really make a 2v4 happen? Super light on time. Hampus hiding behind the side. The nade just shy. It's good from Rez. And m0NESY does not have the clock in his favor. There you have it. We are off to Inferno, but not with celebrations, with a sigh of relief, Chad. From a 13-2 half,
NIP are pushed all the way back to a 16-13.
But we got what we wanted. Rez showed up, 27 kills to his name. Brolin with 22, and Hampers continues his form, 24 for the in-game leader. NIP are here to play, and Inferno up next.
Yeah, let's hear what they're thinking after that one. NIP force us to 3. Freya standing by.
Man, that got incredibly dicey in those final moments. Popsy, just because you're next to me, I want a few words on that, because you looked so incredibly stellar in that first half. What were some of the issues that you were getting into that second half, and how did you close it out?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really know. Like, our T-side nuke has been pretty good in practice, but I think, I mean, to be honest, we weren't really like 100% ready for the nuke pick. We thought they would pick Mirage or Inferno, so we were a little bit surprised, and maybe our preparation wasn't 100% for nuke, but yeah, I mean, I'm just happy we got a good CT side, and then we managed to close it out on T side, so I can't complain, really.
Yeah, DJ was saying it was definitely a surprise to see that pick coming through. You did say, though, you are prepared for the Inferno. That is a good thing, because it's coming up as a third and final decider. What should we be looking out for from NIP coming into this one?
I mean, I would say Infernos were like one of our strongest map, so I think if we just play like we did against Heroic, I think we have a good chance.
Well, best of luck going into that one, Plopsky. We're going to throw this to a quick break, but when we are back, it's the decider of Inferno going down.
So you're supposed to taunt so I can hear you, yeah? Yeah.
What are we watching, Harry?
Okay, bye. What the f***? I don't want this. I press change model. Alright, I'm confused. What the fast are you? I couldn't change. Oh my god. Factory. Why am I so slow? I'm so slow. It's coming. Oh, no, it's about to die. What do you mean he's coming? Oh.
Push, that's one, that's two. Oh my god!
You're so dead. What do you mean? Well, you can't knife! You're stuck with me. No. What are you doing, Nico? I got stuck as this. Oh, this one was not even better. What the f? Oh my god. What the f? Okay. That is so buggy. Vad är det här? Jag blev stuck, mannen. You have one chance, dude. I need like 2 seconds. Time's up, boy. Hey. Did you shit? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, well, that's a rock. That's a rock on the box.
Wait. You see, look, who's this with me? When I move, do I go invisible?
Yeah.
Invisible. I'm just going around invisible. I'm here.
You're the noise.
I'm here.
Oh my god.
I'm here. I'm gonna show where Fred is.
Asshole. 40 seconds. But this is cheating, man.
Okay. I'm right here.
Hello there.
You can kill me.
Hello there.
I hit you. Behind you.
Hello there.
Oh, I hit you so many times. Hello. Yeah, yes. 100 HP. Whoa! He can heal.
Hello there.
Badger.
Hello there.
Oh, he's low.
Oh, behind you.
Oh, this is cheating, man.
A lot of question marks coming into this one, and let me tell you, we didn't necessarily get all the answers that we desired. What we did get, though, at the end of it all, was Ninjas in Pyjamas taking a dub. Now, that is my sock, and we are zoomed in hella close on it, but that is also Simple, a god in his own right, who has definitely left his mark on Cologne. Both of these teams are trying to stay alive in Cologne, and for us, boys, a couple questions right out of the gate. Some of them are centered around that map veto. Some of them are just centered around the livelihood we saw from G2 at the very end of it all, Yanko.
It feels like the only people that didn't know how this was going to go were G2 themselves.
Yeah, basically.
It's like, it just doesn't make much sense. I hope they, you know, win, so we can ask them that in the winner's interview, like what was the thought process there. But, you know, they still have Inferno as the decider, so luckily they won the first map.
So check this out, right? This is what it looks like for G2 on Nuke, in the past 4 matches at least. So when we look at this and you think about the pick and combination with it, where do we struggle with that?
I can see how they could fall under the slippery slope of believing that, hey, we had some pretty close losses against some pretty decent teams. This time around, it could catch NIP off guard, and we could maybe, you know, get to that magic number of 16. But in all honesty, it was about the T sides. I think both the teams really struggled in the T sides and what to do. And for G2, listen, great comeback, right? Fantastic comeback. We really felt it was going to be like a 16-4, 16-5 game, but it felt like once they started mounting that comeback and they were getting closer and closer, they started turtling up. They started playing a little too scared, and that's where NIP were able to close it out.
Yeah, the losses were close, the wins were dominant, so maybe that, I don't know, maybe it's something in practice, maybe they played NIP in practice on Nuke a couple of times, had an easy game every time. Who knows, I would have gone for either in Inferno or Mirage, most likely. I mean, you could hear it from Plopsky, that's what they were expecting, and rightfully so, but yeah, I think also some of the individuals were a little bit quiet. I don't think Nico has had the greatest of series, especially compared to the series yesterday. And I think more importantly, you could see in the rounds towards the end, you know, when he was in the lower bottom side, some of those kills he usually gets, he wasn't able to get. You know, then, you know, they could turn their attention to Alexi. He was supposed to bait for him. And if he had just a slightly better game, if he got some of those kills, I think G2 might have been able to bring it all the way back.
And also like a couple of scenarios near the end of the game, 5 versus 4s, where they're playing so scared, so total up, giving so much space for NIP to just roam around the map, get all the control they wanted, allowing the bomb to get down as well. If they continue playing the way they were initially, I felt like they could maybe have actually pulled up the comeback and close it out, so yeah.
I mean, we do have to admit here, though, NIP probably started to sweat just a little bit in that second half, Yanko.
I think so, definitely. You know, when the rounds start slipping away and you're also aware that you had a 13-2 lead, and they got to 14 fairly early on, like first, second gun round, right? But, you know, G2 then stepped it up a bit. Some of the rounds were still a little bit close, but, you know, it was up in the air until the very end.
Yeah, which is still up in the air. We're going to go to a third map here over on the B stream, though. Boy, do we have some news for you. Let's get an update.
Turns out I might have jinxed Vitality just a little bit with my last check, and I thought off the back of, you know, 9 T rounds on their own map pick of Overpass, they might be catapulting themselves to the 2-0. No, turns out the exact opposite. Only 1 solitary CT round for the side of Vitality on that second map. That does mean Mouse have pushed us to that third and final deciding map of Nuke. BMAS looking so stellar in that second map. Interested to see if he continues that form, because we are moving on into the second half. Mouse currently leading 10-5, and they're going into what many would regard as the easier side on that CT side. But going back to the A-stream action, I'm interested, gentlemen, what are you thinking of the third and final deciding map of Inferno?
Great question, Freya. Also, a lot of questions about that Vitality team if they don't live through the day here. That's a different thing altogether. Yeah.
Hopefully someone's keeping an eye over our friend Maniac over there at the hotel. But yeah, looking at our own game here on Inferno, for me it's, you know, G2's probably best map, I think, if you look at the stats as well. And the reason for that is also they're always able to put up a good T side. Even without the pistol, Nico can actually have good impact in Banana, right? He does find opening kills there. And they have other things to fall back on. Keep an eye out on Hunter. He has very good timing sometimes to just sneak up short straight away, quickly catch people off guard, find some openings of his own. So yeah, I have faith in on G2 in this map, but it's been very sloppy so far.
Yeah, and Blay, I look at you for the final word, the final couple of words, rather.
The amount of T rounds we're expecting on
Yes. That's a total amount of T rounds I'm probably expecting on this.
I immediately wear it as a lifesaver. Like immediately.
All right. Hopefully no one needs this.
What could go wrong?
All right. What I want to say is
Internet, do your thing, please.
Please. All right. We're gonna do our thing as well. Just go ahead and get a nice freeze frame here of Vlad. We do have Inferno coming up. We do have to decide who stays. Yeah, hold that, man, and be careful. You might fly away with it. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, everybody, it's the Intel Extreme Masters. You already know it's Cologne, baby.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
All right, round number 2, we're gonna move on to maths.
Is anyone good at mathematics?
I was good.
You were good?
Yes.
I was an idiot in school about math.
And my 2 favorites was geography and maths.
Was my girlfriend in maths?
What?
I thought you said... You said geography? But I thought you said my 2 favorite subjects was your girlfriend and maths? And I'm like, bruh!
Question 1. Going out 0-3 in the Swiss format is one of the worst feelings.
Solve this advanced equation that's on the TV.
So we start from 0. A primeira multiplicação.
Parênteses. Just please speak português. Parênteses é a prioridade.
3.
Hã?
Acho que é 3.
0 vezes 3 é 3?
Não, caralho, você faz a primeira multiplicação depois. Então vai ficar 3.
It's 0 at the end.
Matthew, still thinking about that one.
Sorry, Matthew. Yeah. It's 0 at the end.
I think it's 0.
Well done.
0.
Nice.
It's easy, man. It's like 2 plus 2 is 4. 3.
3. The correct answer is 0. Why are we doing hard maths questions, man? We just want to know about the economy and the loss bonus. That's all we need to know.
Question 2. After going a game without dying, you have maximum money in your game.
But all of your awful teammates each have $1,800.
Altogether, how much money does your team have?
This one's got a timer. You guys got 30 seconds on this one.
What do you need to do, sorry?
How much? Yeah, you get answer.
You just gave up, didn't you?
I have 16 and my rest have 1,800. 5,004, 8,002.
Brain is throbbing.
We're doing mental maths as well here.
Wait. It's like 23,200.
Boom. He's done it.
You're so good in math, bro.
Nice. That was clutch as well. The clock showed 1.5 seconds left.
23,200 or something.
Nice. Nailed it. That's beautiful.
24,200.
23,200.
23. Ouais, 3,600. Ah yes. Yeah. I just want to do it too quickly. 19,600.
The correct answer is $23,200. Yeah.
I did a plus the. Ouais, I have to explain in English, ferme ta gueule. Oh, me regarde pas comme ça, toi. Don't judge me, don't judge me. An IGL and a coach. Sorry.
An in-game leader and a coach go to Starbucks. They both have a coffee and a cookie.
At $4.35 and $2.70. Since the coach is paying, the player grabs some carrot cake at $4.95.
What is the total bill?
Depends which cookie.
White chocolate macadamia.
Macadamia?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is on timer as well. 30 seconds. Go.
So, alors attends. 9,70, 5,40. Donc 9,70 et 5,40, 10, 10, 15, 10, 20,05. Ah no, I am fucked up.
What have you come to just now, bro?
5. I need 870, 540. No, it's not 870, bro. It's 9. What? You need to do just the multiplication and that's it.
Oh, I'll go for $20. 8,75, 40.
70, 13, 70, 13, 14, 10, 14, 10, 19.
Whoa, you work quick.
Yeah, I just fucked up.
My brain is not working.
$13.
It's like 16, 17.
Brain's the one at the end of a freeze time just being like, fuck it, I'm buying I'm buying the deagle.
Ta gueule, I cannot concentrate. 1440 plus 4, 18. Huh? 19, 80, 1965.
Oh, it's 1905.
1905.
But
no.
you were the closest.
Sorry, bro. I was really close.
No, it's okay.
Just 30 seconds. Give us 31 seconds.
Mate, I can't believe they're making us do mental maths this early in the morning as well.
Hello everyone, Mahone here to show some of the key tactics, tendencies, and positions we should expect from NIP's Inferno. Starting on the T side, the two key positions in their default are the Apartments and Banana. Plopsky is normally the Apartments player and Brolan is normally the Banana player. Now when NIP have Apartments control, you'll often see them use this lurk smoke that lands on the hay cart. Most of the time, this smoke is simply used to draw attention so that the rest of the team can hit A through the arch side. This is something NIP love to do and something that the CTs will have to be ready for. Another thing to watch out for is this triple HE strategy designed to target the pit player. In addition to the nades, they'll also follow it up with a flash to flood the site. This is something NIP tend to do on their low buys. Over on the CT side, if we look at the key positions, we should expect Plopsky and Brolan to be the dedicated B players, Rez as the Apartments player, with Hampus as the A site rifler, while Esthetic floats with the op. If NIP don't fight for banana control right away, you'll often see them in this setup, where Plopsky is at the coffins and Brolan is up close to the entrance. They love to throw this utility set, a typical flash over the roof as well as a Molotov to push players off the half wall position. With these two pieces of utility combined, Brolan can isolate anybody up close. Ts coming up will have to be mindful of this reaction whenever they approach the card area. See if you can spot these tactics and tendencies the next time you see NIP play Inferno.
Thank you very much, Mahone. We're back in business for the third and final map in this series. Now, it is the lower bracket. Both teams have been thrust here by different adversaries, but now we are on to Inferno. Both teams dropping their map picks, but can we just call it a best of one now?
Yeah,
Slate wiped clean?
So, especially with how these maps have started, right? You have huge CT sides, then comebacks, and fall a little bit short of the finish line. But that one right there, a little bit more pertinent from Mahone. He used to be the analyst for NIP once upon a time, so he used to work with alongside Threat and obviously Hampus and the team that was there at the time. So great stuff, as we'll be keeping tabs on some of those tendencies. Not only that, NIP lost the knife. G2 opted to start on the CT side, so we'll pick up with you know, that little lurk smoke out the apartments, the nades towards pit. We'll keep our eyes on all those goodies. Let's see if the T-side rounds are so few and far between on Inferno.
It seems unlikely. It seems highly unlikely that that same issue will be in place. So we're going to be seeing two P250s, assuming that's no, yeah, Hampus is equipped with one as well. So two armored P250s on this T side. I'm intrigued to see where that gets with Essetag's nades and how this one shapes up. So on the offense they go. Three P250s.
Yeah, and 1xBet odds still favoring G2 here. So two men in Boiler. Jax and Hunter side by side. You have to push them back here or they can just run into A. It's a three-man stack on B in the early stages.
Oh, it's as easy as that. One click, one bullet, one headshot. Pronan coming to poke into this coffin's position, and Nico doesn't even get a chance to play the game. Monacy over on that second oranges is going to go and meet the same fate as Brolan's coming in hot to this pistol. Alexi takes down his partner in crime. It's a lesser tag down, but Brolan not done. He is a beast on this raid boss setup. 3 kills with his armored P250, and there's a 4th on the agenda. Yeah, Rez is going to deal with him. And so Jax, long range for this one. Now he could tap away at the cross. He's safe from the flash. He's managing his angles well. And this is a 1v2 that's not out of the realms of possibility. See if Jax can get a little blood drawn. They're in no rush, and that's because Still 30 seconds. Now, next time Jax peeks out, he does spot out Rez, and they know where he is too, so it goes both ways. Bomb thrown across. Jax knows what's up. He's going to get the jewel. He isolates the 1v1. There's a chance. There's a world, but not today, says Brolan. Quad kill in the pistol, and we talked about it, Chad. One of the key takeaways from Nuke, other than the fact that NIP did eventually convert it, was the fact that in doing so, they had the names you were desperate to see online. It seems Brolan has continued to stay online and starting strong here. That's 4 kills and necessary kills if they wanted to start here on the T side with a win.
Yeah, massive stuff. And you weren't here to start the series. We were talking about 3 names, Plopsky, Rez, and Brolan being in the bottom 10 players of the tournament so far. Yeah. I think they're definitely going to change the stat lines here after today's play, but are they going to be in the winners column? Are they going to be on that flight back home?
Oh, that's great damage. That is a lot. About 100 damage inflicted. More nades considered. Brolan susceptible. Just a bit of chip damage. Nothing to write home about on the second.
This time it's a 4-man B stack here. Is more damage exchange top banana here, but the smoke, that's going to deny some space for now.
I'm intrigued to see if Plopsky does toe the line.
Is the smoke not on the radar?
It's not.
What?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a rarity.
Okay, well, fair enough. Another one will be deployed. That one shows up.
Hunter just doing some gardening, making sure his petunias are developing.
Well, they're walking into the stack here, NIP. They have plenty of time to call this one off. Still roughly 45 seconds left on the clock.
You would hope that there's a little bit of a litmus test given before you do fully commit into the site. You don't need to commit blind on a round like this. Nico is the only one that's shown anything. This is very deliberate. Jack's hiding in plain sight. The boosters, well, oh, Ninjas are walking into the Lion's Den now. Still 4 CTs here, and time getting a little sensitive. It's a little suspicious. Does knock one down. Modesty down as well. It's just no issue for Hampus. 3 bodies drop to the Galil, and despite their best efforts in the positioning, G2 come up empty-handed.
Yeah, we have the stack. You're hoping to get a bit more done than that, and Plopsky will relieve Alexei of his post. Just Hunter now hoping to hold on to this MP9, and that's going to be 2 consecutive rounds. And guess what, Alex? These are T rounds. These are like gold. This is prospecting, looking for diamonds.
The Starlight Protector.
Oh, you haven't seen this one before?
It's a real beauty.
Got a couple of these.
Didn't have Hunter down for the Rainbow Unicorn skin, but happy to see.
Well, it's stat track, you know. It's hard to pass up. What's he got? 841 kills.
Good eyes.
I cheated.
Oh, you actually did. I thought you were reading it. I wasn't inspecting. I was like, Chad's really done well there.
No, my eyes are getting worse and worse as today's
But I mean, you know, we will point credit to Hampus. It would be foolish not to.
More eco bashes?
No,
it's against a force buy.
Thank you. And the context of that was it needed to happen. If it wasn't Hampus, it could very well have spiraled. You just have to celebrate the wins when they come your way, and he does deal with that. So G2 should be taking this one on the chin. Obviously, would love to see that Hunter saved MP9 utilized and facilitated into something a bit more aggressive.
I'm hoping NIP put their feelers out a little bit more before committing to a site this time round. Otherwise, they will rely on plays just like that. And there is a Deagle for Jackson, a P250 for Alexei, just USPs for the likes of Nico and Monacy, and some light Yuto in the mix here as well. So not a whole lot to write home about right now, but the round is still shaping up. And I walked off to go grab myself a little bit of a treat for some sugar here to give us energy going into the final map. And I saw DJL there. He gave me a bit of a smirk, and we both just laughed. It's one of those nights, I think.
I mean, when there's so much at stake in a game of Counter-Strike, things do sometimes deteriorate rapidly.
I just can't imagine his stress levels there. After a 13-2 half, and the comeback is manifesting in front of his eyes, and the only thing he can do is go, timeout, please. That's it.
I mean, not much you can do with those 30 seconds, can you? And Hampus is 100% success rate on dealing with that fountain position so far here on Inferno.
He gets a lot of room to work, doesn't he, old Hampus? Just comes in to beat, cleans house, calls the rest of the team over.
I'm reading between the lines of your comments here. Are you suggesting that Hampus calls rounds around him farming up on ecos?
Well, I don't actually think that's the case. I actually think that Hampus thinks that if he sends somebody else into, they're not going to do as good of a job as him. And he can call off of the information he finds. It's just so, well, happens that he gets all the kills.
Yeah.
I like Hampus.
I love
the
Hampus.
Doctor.
He is, yeah. The Doctor is often in, almost consistently in the server. I mean,
That's the thing. He is the most consistent player on NIP right now.
It must be so frustrating as well, because you think about it, like Sweden, lacking in-game leaders, sure, but you need to have some Swedish talent, right? It can't be that he's both. He can't be both, but he is.
Yeah, maybe he starts AWPing soon as well.
Yeah, it's the only component missing. But they have got a Dane in the mix, of course, Esatag. I wonder how his Swedish is getting on.
Has to be decent by now.
Right.
In the early stages, you know, there was multiple different types of reports coming out.
Well, when it goes the other way, I spoke to Exist last night, asking how his Danish is, and he understands it, but he was saying the mouth sounds.
The mouth sounds.
The mouth sounds of Danish, it's all like hu, gu, hu.
Yeah.
And I think the Swedes are more heebie-leebie, you know?
Of course.
If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, if we were tonal, that's bang on right there.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of sounds, we've got the AWP, the loudest in the server right now, in the hands of the young gun. Boost over towards the porch side.
He's done well to evade the nade. He's partnered up with Alexi B and extinguish on that molly, so there isn't going to be a immediate stopper to... Oh, well, the spray will work nicely. So Rez caught off by Nico.
I really feel that NIP want to go towards B here. I don't think they'll be dissuaded by that spam damage onto Rez. They have so much utility and they have banana control. I am... Oh, as long as Rez avoids that nade, he can't.
Ooh, that leaves a mark. Yep, converts what Nico started through the smoke. The nade of Alexi gives them the leg up here in the first gun round back. CT start for G2.
Here's the thing, Nico is actually helping out this very heavy mid setup that's currently there. If they just execute B, they can just waltz on in.
They don't know. They're not going. They have no idea. The smoke alone will defend this site. Now, Nico is rotating through. He doesn't have any idea of just how lucky he is. They're committing now, and he will have time to have at least been there, shown presence, and they'll head over to Coffins as they commit.
What's he meant to do? He doesn't have any utility. He just has to wait for the smoke to start to fade. The rotation for the rest of his team's coming, but remember, no kit. It was the first gun round here for the CTs, and
safe plant.
A lot of hot water here.
They really are. Despite starting with an opening kill. Just keeping it simple, committing into the site. Bit of an over-rotation perhaps, but G2, do you really want to go for this? You've got that AWP on Monacy. You're going to find yourself very empty-handed, especially with this flank out of Hampus against the guns. And with the backs turned, Jaxter's the first to fall. Monacy should have it back. Misses his chance. Now takes him down, and now with backs turned, they're racking him up. Esatag only one. Brolin asked to clutch. Hunter low HP. It's Monacy that should have him, but time. Oh, the jump! It's not enough. No kit available. Monacy at least saves his AWP, but it is NIP 4-0 to start off their, wait for it, T side.
Yeah, don't adjust your sets. That is right. We have got the colors correct here. T rounds finally getting posted on the board, and well, it is Inferno. Expecting a couple more on a map like this, but 4 out the gates. This is brilliant scenes from the Swedes. Great nade from Alexi to start things off to finish off Nico's handiwork there. But Hampus basically made the decision for G2. There was no way to save after he had come in for that flank, so they were going for it no matter what. And a nice one there from Monacy onto Brolin, but they don't get the round, and NIP get into a full buy in the next regardless. AWP for Esatag means he can go toe-to-toe. We know Monacy has a couple tricks behind this smoke.
Doesn't have a HE this time, thank God, for the boys of the Ninjas. Now, speaking of God, Nico is on banana. And they're trying to keep Brolin away from the crawl. They will likely have him dead
Saw
now.
that.
Woo! Counter flash from Esatag, partnered with the Brolin spray. That's an NIP opener from this 5th round, and it's quick to be added to.
Oh dear, this is really falling apart now. This was a wallbang kill. Hunter just going down through the wall. Not sure if Rez got a whiff with the sound cure, if he just went for a blind spam, but that is a 3-on-5 situation that G2 will have to stomach here. Alexi likely to gamble over towards A, hoping he's done enough top banana. Actually goes back to spawn and picks up an extra smoke here, so has one more $300 wall to erect towards the top of B, but NIP is setting their sights on Monacy and Jack's domain.
Smokes sail through. 50-second mark. It's going to be hard to defend, but Monacy could start things off with a bang, and it does. Hampus down on short. It's Jack's pit side. He will peek off of this flash, positions himself on the bicycle.
Where are they going?
And NIP definitely looking like they might be changing their mind last second.
Alexi just cleared arch side. Alexi can start rotating back to B right now and beat them. There is a smoke here on Rez that can be dropped, and he is part of the pack right now. Alexi not getting a move on. If he was closer to Speedway, could have been here in the steps. It should just be a save now.
Well handled by the ninjas there.
Yeah, it felt a bit sketchy as they were rotating back, but now that the bomb gets planted with plenty of time to spare, this one is done. 5-0 now. Stark contrast to the previous two maps.
That's for sure. And you know, I kind of started thinking that after G2 having such a valiant comeback in that second half, that it would be them that kind of felt, not necessarily obviously booming with confidence. You did just lose a map, but you're the ones that have proven you've been hitting your shots in the most recent half.
Well, it did look like they were getting blown out 16-2. So the fact that they bring it back and show that they were resilient, that's good for the mental game, and maybe something that they can hold on to here while they're down in this 5-0 hole. So guns saved, money there for drops. Nico and Hunter don't even need them to get the rifles out, but I'm sure they'd like the extra utility to go with it. But it needs to start now. It's late. It's been long games. We're about 10 past 11 at night here, so fatigue will play a part as I think a timeout to be called. And the first here will be going the way of G2. Xtaz, if you've got any words to get the team fired up here, final map, elimination on the line. There's a bit more noise coming out of the Mouse and Vitality camp as that is deep in the third now. They split the maps. Inferno going the way of Vitality, over past the way of Mouse, and they find themselves on Nuke as the third and final. So very similar maps to where we find ourselves here on the mainstream. And remember, the winner of that match will play the winner of this match. The two losers eliminated from IEM Cologne 2022.
It's time to get them on the board now. G2 dispatch m0NESY to a quick peek on Banana. How confident is he feeling? Might just be util. He'd love to show that AWP presence and have NIP account for a AWP B side. Rez has dealt with that initial utility mid, not taking a point of damage in the process. Hamper's already flirting with top mid. You see that? Just barrel baiting, not getting shot at.
This is a bit reminiscent to the pace which NIP were operating with on Ancient, right? They'd wait out all the early CT protocol utility, but they already have short control, and there's no eyes on this at all.
This is threatening. Really threatening. I mean, Hunter's cowering in the site. He has got that crossfire now with Jax. You can see that it's very, very potent. But we know that there's some util from the ninjas. You can see Plopsky throwing it now. That's a smoke. And that will divide and separate Nico from his defensive teammates into the site. Hunter has the angle, really well handled onto the first. And the util keeps on coming, but the Ts do not. Set for success now, G2. Jax pre-aimed and executes Hampus. Two openings favoring the Samurais first. It's 35 seconds to try and change the dialogue. Esetag's just creeping and a crawling. They don't have any way in right now.
Well, there might be doubt that they're in Banana, right? m0NESY posted up with the AWP towards B right now, but the rest of them are just on this arch side. 25 seconds. At this point, if you're G2, you're wondering if they're about to save, but they're about to round the corner and try and blindside Nico here.
It's a 3-on-3 on A right now. It's a fair fight. Nico versus an AWP, and he has been hit. Esetag opens up A. If they can find Hunter, Brolin does. It could be sketchy. Jax, he's done so much damage. Can't hit the wallbang though, and they will get that bomb down. Smoke is a godsend. One back from Alexi.
Oh, no.
Esetag's hit Jax, and they are starting to convert this 2v3. They're so susceptible to damage though. It's m0NESY and Alexi B. Kind of falls to Brolin to make the next move. Alexi walking on through that smoke. Now, m0NESY could go for the wallbang. If Brolin doesn't give him an inch, he might go for a pot shot through. And Esetag's hit another. What a round out of Esetag. m0NESY in a quick clutch. He does go for the bang. Brolin hiding, baiting, time on his side. And Brolin secures the 6th NIP with a recovery. 3v5, Chad. G2 had everything pointing to their first defensive round. But thanks to Esetag's handiwork, we find a 6th.
And we were talking about his impact with the AWP on Ancient. He was the only one really finding picks for them here. And a big smile on Brolin's face. I can't remember the last time we saw one of those. Massive work from Esetag. And stoic stuff, not wincing, allowing the game to come to them. And the first kill they find was on Nico. m0NESY knew exactly where Brolin was, but the panic in the situation, Brolin up close and personal. And Hamper's happy with that one too. Things now are starting to flow one-way traffic as aggression name of the game. Rezel denied 2.
Dear.
And in the dumps of G2.
Okay, problems now. Hit that big red button because it is time to panic for G2 fans around the world. And also, Hampus's utility watch.
Well, he wants the last 3 kills.
Yeah.
So he was just stay away, they're mine. Things are going too well now. NIP feeling destined here to grab the 7th round of play.
And on the T side,
7 consecutive.
Yeah, man, this is problem signs for G2. I mean, 1 kill as well on Nico.
I cannot believe that previous round. Here we go, we got the B-Stream update for everybody playing at home.
Yeah, that is at the business end.
Maus unlocked their confidence beating Heroic, I'm telling you.
I mean, Maus have been severely lacking confidence, and it does seem like perhaps we could be having a breakout tournament for them.
Well, gamble to be here. G2 at least have 2 players on the site, Nico and Alexi, as Jax is left up to his own devices on A, but here they come.
Can Alexi and Nico pull anything out of their hat? Alexi forced by the Flames. Very solid execute out of the Ninjas. Something Threat would be proud of. Yeah, Nico really running out of opportunities. Look at the utility they still have to force him further away from the site.
Yeah, they should save. And the reason that's made possible is because of the mid push. The kills came so early. NIP hadn't even used any utility at that point. So they could execute B multiple times. And their extra util leaves Nico with no choice. He's going to try and get on out of dodge here. Unfortunately for him, nobody's picking this line of sight. So ushered across. We'll get to retain the M4. Max loss bonus in play. And Jax has the AWP. So this is okay for m0NESY in the next. He will get the AWP that he so desires, unless they continue to hunt. Remember the bomb change. They will need to make sure they exit the bomb site here. You can see Brolin trying to scamper away, leading the pack. We'll get a fight and goes down to Nico. Position noted as Plopsky and Hampus are aware there's a player in library. Nico steps back out. He's going to hand over the M4. And Jax should stay alive here. And oh, barrel spotted. Yeah, that's it. Massive from Hampus. He caught the tip of the barrel right there. And the frustrations, you can see Nico, hand on the head. That was the AWP destined for m0NESY. And now he has 3.5 and he can't afford. So around where their star could have had a threat, not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, what's that for an opener, huh?
I'll tell you what that means.
That must mean we are concluding our 3rd map of that B stream. Vitality versus Maus. The winner of which will be playing the winner of ours, which has been up for debate, constantly going back and forward. Now that seems, I know Maus had an advantage. And there's on that nuke 3rd map, 10 T rounds from Maus in the first half.
I was looking at some of the rounds they're able to win. Here we go, we got it on the screen. They won a little bit earlier. I think they won a 2-on-4 on Overpass. They've been winning some massive rounds here. Torji won a clutch, I think, on the pistol against Zaiwu, who has done a lot of work.
Wow, it's all going down over there. Looks like they got weapons as well. That is going down on ESL_CSGO-B. Check out the squad stream.
Look at this. If Nico kept his M4 and Jax kept the AWP, they would have been at a full buy. Now it's Deagles and 1 M4 in play. I don't know what to think anymore. We had 2 maps where the CT sides were all the conversation, and now we have 7 consecutive rounds, likely to be 8. I don't know what to say. This has been one game of Counter-Strike.
It's been kooky, for lack of a better word. Nico teaching us all a quick re-smoke from safe on the coffins.
Who's your fire starter? Has to be Nico, right? That's the thing, and it's unfortunate that it falls on him. It'll likely be, you know, Hunter with a crazy multi-kill spray down. He's always overlooked, but he does so much for this team. But you already have 7 rounds in the first 7 on the T side of Inferno. At this point, in a lot of games, we would be saying this is enough. They'd be more than happy with this. But if you start with this massive lead, you're looking to get... Oh, there's been a couple of missed throws here from Hampus, right? He had the molly in the previous, and this time he flubs a smoke that should have been going towards CT Arch.
If this cost them the round and we start seeing a comeback, okay, good flash, should build upon it, but m0NESY still gets one onto Hampus, and I don't think they will clear it. Rez considered it. Hasn't checked it. Oh, spots out Nico. Surely Hunter? Hunter! Oh, it's a double. There's the multi out of Hunter's M4, the only weapon in play for G2. So, well, the deagle of Jax about to be tested as well. Hunter has gotten out of his cubby, and a couple of opportunities for Jax slip by the wayside. Hunter demanded to do it all, and Esitag not allowing such.
2 impactful rounds from Esitag here, right? He had the one before with like 15 seconds left to get them in, and that has to be it. Maus, with that shout, with that cheer, surely have confirmed things against Vitality now, knocking them out of IEM Cologne for 2020. Zaiwu will not be in the Lanxess Arena. Well, won't even have an opportunity to fight for the Lanxess Arena as Alexi looking for the chance just to fight here on Inferno. Finds himself an AK, but I think he should be looking to save this. The bomb already about the halfway gone mark. He's going to see if he can push on in and find a frag or two. One head spotted, but no reason for NIP to pick right now. And of course, he has to dip on back.
It only gets better. I mean, DJL from pulling his hair out now with probably a silent little fist pump as he's got his boys a 1-out half in the first 8 rounds of play.
Dreamy.
8. It's a real dream for a team that has been struggling to post on their offensive halves.
Yeah, obviously that falls for both of them here, but it's clear which one has showed up on the final map of play for this evening. Hunter got the multi-kill, right? He gave them a lifeline to work with. Sure, Nico went down for the double kill. But
yeah, it was Hunter's attempt, and you can see head in hands. I mean, this, I will remind you, is for your legacy at Cologne.
This looks done, doesn't it?
This is, yeah, it does. 3 years since we were last in the Lanxess arena, and that's the same to be said for all of the players as well. Some never actually battling for an opportunity like this. And yet, G2, it's been hot and cold, back and forth. They do seem to be a little absent here on the 3rd map. G2 in dire need of some individual brilliance. Nico steps out, does deliver the headshot. And Hampus unable to trade immediately, but does get it done. Just about rounding the corner away from any nades that could do the last 3 damage necessary. So we'll call it even, call it a 4-on-4. Hunter staying mobile, has repositioned, got himself the apps, and he is on the way to Plopsky's flank. Plopsky aware and alert. It's Rez who's got him dead. And now apps starting to be swarmed by Plopsky. Jax was actually going to activate into all barrel just as he went back.
The thing is, he's committed here because to get off the balcony, he has to make a sound cue. So Plopsky can communicate this. They know where the A anchor is. He's on the balcony, 100%.
Can't have gone anywhere. And just by patience alone, he's rewarded the frag. G2 are losing men's all over the shop. Modesty to activate into mid, but no one's going to be home. It's an apps pop out the lurks mode.
Circumvent him here. What's he meant to do?
I mean, save. Probably.
Oh, this must feel miserable. I can't imagine what the vibe is in the camp right now. Well, actually, probably no vibe.
Zero vibration.
Let's just get a shot of G2 right now.
Yeah, I think that would
If we can get a pip of a camera shot of them just sitting there, probably looking shell-shocked.
What a contrast as well.
It doesn't make any sense. With what we've been seeing tonight, this makes no sense.
So it is baffling. I'm sure it must be so frustrating for the players and coaching staff as well, just to kind of understand where your strengths and your weaknesses lie. Like, so wait, we can not drop a T round on Ancient. We can't find a CT round on Inferno. We can.
This is one of the maps that the desk thought, and I think DJL thought may have been a pick.
Right.
So I guess NIP were prepared for it. Okay, well there it is. The celebrations on one side and the glum face is on the other. Going to be a long 5 weeks for this Vitality project. If you missed the memo, they changed away from the full French roster at the end of last year in pursuit of glory. They brought in Zonic, Dupree, and Magisk of the legendary Astralis, greatest team of all time, to lift trophies. And now have to sit on the sidelines and watch Cologne from home.
But definitely not G2 looking as polished as they typically do right on this defense. Like, they just seem to not have that cohesion. He's getting surprised and yeah, just a bit wonky, for lack of a better word. Double AWPs, that might be that panic button we discussed.
Yeah, and I don't think it even matters at this point. A 9-0 lead. Liberties from Hampus here. He gives one away. And this is the thing, if you're G2, this is a must convert. It's even hard to get excited about this because with the free opening, you have to win this round and oh no.
Glad I didn't finish my sentence. He's got him dead to rights. Or not. Now, little gap over the smoke for Nico. And Brolin is flirting with the idea of committing. More smokes to be scooped up if they want to keep this team at bay. There's another one dropped. Hunter still has one in the back pocket.
A gap in this. Look at the unforced errors.
Gap, yeah.
Look at the amount of unforced errors that are happening here.
Do you think it's the pressure of the game's
these guys should know the pressure.
You'd think so.
Yeah, Nico, Hunter, Jax, Major Grand Final, Alexi the same. Katowice stage.
Yeah.
Cologne last year.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, there's no shortage of experience here.
That one lands.
That does too. Oh, poor Nico would have heard that. Oops. Well, certainly a good shot here for G2 to post their first.
We say with surprise.
And it's not over yet, so they're going to commit him through. This could have looked a bit more convincing had Brolin waited a moment, because m0NESY, you can see, was thinking about rotating. Now he's going to be there in time to catch that bomb carrier of Plopsky. So info aplenty, and round done. It's all m0NESY. We might even see a fourth here, yeah. Quad kill out of the AWPA. m0NESY puts G2 back into the game.
All right, here's some framing. If they can get 5 more rounds, that's 6 consecutive. They finish the half at 9-6 in the favor of NIP. They go into the halftime break. They mentally reset. They come back and they win the pistol. We could be even. We could be level. We could be at 9-9, and we're back on for a competitive affair. But so far, all of these games have been one-way traffic. It hasn't been back and forth rounds, competitive, with crazy clutches and teams resetting and on the edge. It has been streaks. And right now, G2 have at least broken NIPs. So the first of potentially many here is m0NESY, again, aggressive with the ult. Shot rings past. They've identified where the big green lies right now, and I bet they hope there isn't a second in play again.
Oh, he should have him here. Very low on Brolin. He tries to chase m0NESY with the nade and does actually connect. Still 5 alive for both squads. Plopsky surging into mid with Rez's support. Good chip damage as well. Lots of utility exchanges here at the start of Inferno and our 11th round. Brolin, he's been gifted the AWP on that low HP, and so he is just going to allow ENCE to use his body in the commitment on A.
Love this little long smoke here. Obviously something that's been used for years, but you can see what it forces an AWPA to do. You can't play library. You have to play CT Arch if you want to stop the ramp or the mid to B. But if they get past him, if they drop a smoke, they'll be able to quickly get on towards the A bomb site. Okay, lining something up here, Rez. Could be a library molly. It looks like it. And a deep one too.
Oh, he can't use anything. Yeah, has to respect that. m0NESY 6 HP. Brolin using that low HP on the AWPA. But Nico pushes straight through the arch smoke to put a double kill on the board. Clearing close, and no-scope misses. ENCE to trade nicely. Still potential here for this 2 versus 3. It's Plopsky up and over on the balcony. Will he consider this flank from Nico? Certainly will. And ENCE graveyard as well, so he might be able to support Plopsky in this duel. Oh, great headshot. ENCE looking sharp on this AK. And 2v3 goes 2v2, G2. 1 versus 2, and into the side they go. Can ENCE really close? Oh my god, not far off. It's m0NESY as well. Frustration starting to show, but second round. 6 HP separating m0NESY from a lost round. You can see ENCE was holding that spray. There is a very good chance he gets caught by one of them, but well played.
Great round from ENCE. His impact throughout this game, right? He helped them get across the line in some really odd rounds earlier with the AWP, and this time almost getting it done with the AK. And think about where m0NESY took all this damage. The lion's share actually over towards top of Banana against Brolin in the early stages. So, look, a smile on his face. I don't know how he's keeping it up, because you can see the way that the rest of his team are looking here. Maybe he's just a bit young right now. Hasn't been jaded by the whole experience as the deep mid-smoke comes through. A deep nade to follow. And another round required here if they want to even start having a conversation about breaking NIP.
Oh, flub nade. Was that it? It was someone else.
Yeah, it wasn't Hampers this time. There's been just some from both teams. It's either the fact it's late or the fact it's pressure, or maybe the two combined. But remember, 6 is still possible.
It's very possible if m0NESY continues in his openings. Double molly, no thank you very much. Still manages to get the nade off, which will do considerable damage to Brolin. Careful now. m0NESY posted up, blinded, and executed. Brolin doesn't even take a point of damage in that exchange.
Look at this double boiler setup here. They run this one on the pistol round, but it worked. And Nico pushing again. He's finding success when he's a bit more mobile. Nico dictating the pace, gets to the side, and Plopsky knife to a gunfight. Rez gets one back, but they know there's another in boiler.
Surely you can run him down. Hunter, very low HP.
He's pinned.
Playing for survival. Nice use of his utility, at least to just buy a rotate back. He is pinned, no doubt about it. Rotate coming in. Alexi and Nico from the library side, or make it just Nico as Alexi beheaded. Big move out of Hunter. Catches ENCE. Sleep at the wheel. This could be that third, but it all hinges on Nico. A manageable 1 versus 2 with time to play, but a smoke in his face. He has to piece this together, and it's a very telegraphed entrance from him. 12 bullets, all he has to work with. Using that second smoke, try and play with the time and the sound cue. Brawler set for success, and there's another for the Ninjas. 10 now in this third map. DJL asking for a timeout, wants a moment just to get his boys' head screwed on tight, because if they can close a 13-2 T-side haul, they're almost guaranteed to be meeting Maus in that next best of 3.
Precisely, and this is the only timeout that NIP have called so far, which makes sense with how well things have been going. But you bang on there. Things are going great. Let's keep the good times rolling. Let's keep the smiles on the face. Let's tighten it up, and DJL may be expecting a change out of G2 in the last 3 rounds here of this first half. Hunter's already bought in with an M4. I don't know if everybody else on G2 is going to be able to contribute in the same way. The max loss bonus not in play because of the rounds that they won, which is hurting them a little bit late in this half, but it has to go that way if they want to post a respectable scoreline. So a discussion to be had between G2 as well, but now it's about what can we do with very little to at least be competitive here. Look, I was map 1, I was talking a lot about Rez, I was talking a lot about Brolin. Both are here. Brolin with 12, Rez with 11, and still Hamper's playing great. 11 kills for him as well. The stars finally aligning for NIP. This wasn't the case against NAVI just the other day. But backs against the wall, an elimination game, and they found the fire in the belly. The Swedes, they don't tend to show it on the face, but they're showing it in the server.
Yeah, he's about to swallow that flashbang. Hampus on this clear. Lazy. Nico on sandbags with the flash as well. Mantles over and confirms no one else committing just yet. The smoke will buy time.
Might be able to get this AK at least. Can siphon the guns back. Alexi would love an upgrade.
Oh, he's trapped on half wall
That's
for now.
a massive
Alexi,
gap.
Yeah, oh god, there is another screamer.
The natures aren't landing as they usually do this evening. Is that enough to ward them away from B? 60 seconds remain on the clock, and towards top mid, there's a bit of a stack. Monacy jiggling from arch side here. He's got that flash ready to throw if Hunter wants it, and here it comes.
Perfect timing. It should be Rez on the trade. Hunter does well to post one onto the head of ENCE tags, so G2 advantage. Nico confirms no one has banana, and by sitting on that half wall, it should enable a full rotate out of Alexi. Monacy flashed in, damage, but gets away safely. All 3 ninjas congregated at top mid and kind of smoked off. So yeah, he's got their way back, locked, and oh, a back turn. Oh, 2 tapped away, just a little premature. It's brought on down to half. G2 looking good for a third now. Plopsky brought even lower. It's Monacy with a 5-7, and these crossfires work to perfection. That timeout DJL called seemed to have worked wonders for G2.
Yeah, that one's going to get the heart beating a little bit quicker for G2, though. Winning a round like that really helps the confidence. It was a lighter buy. They'd only gone for a half investment, and they pulled one out of the hat right there. So that is a great contribution late here from G2, facilitated by the walk-up banana and the free kill for Nico. They got one for seemingly naught, as NIP looking to be broken here quite late. Mac 10 for Brolin, a Galil for Esatag, and a chance for 5 at least still remains for G2. We've been speaking about recovery map after map, but traditionally that recovery comes for the T-halves, not the CT halves.
Well, this has been far from a traditional game. Definitely had its ebb and flow. Ooh, Brolin just about lives on after the initial exchange. You can see Util taking short. Monacy quick onto Rez. He actually hit Jack.
Sorry, what?
He just rounded the corner. This must have been an immediate connection onto Jack's on pit.
They're about to pop behind them here. They're both looking towards mid. They're not worried about apps at all.
It's smoked. Doesn't matter though. They both go down to the Plopsky spray. It's a 2-on-2 with that bomb loose in mid. It's a very kooky setup now. So Alexi pushing banana. Brolin might be in a prime position to catch that greed. Is Alexi going to check this?
Timing.
Oh, free frag, Alexi. Thank you very much.
Knows where both are now.
Okay, information for Plopsky in the clutch. Nico gonna have to wait for his teammate a little bit. The smoke will keep him at bay as the gap is closing mid as well. Plopsky, 2 frags, would have to find himself the quad in the 1v2 to make that 11th a reality. Lexi and Nico group up, looking to trade off of one another. Loud now. Plomsky to be checked. Does he see hard clear? He does. It's alert stuff out of the Finn. Just a sigh as the fourth is suggested, or rather required. Quick look at where Alexi's frags have been. So that's his fifth.
Well, remember, he tried to bring out the double up top banana and got absolutely bopped. And speaking of orbs, here's one. Monesi denying Rez right there, who I can't believe he got a kill. But this is great stuff for NIP to make it out halls, and great stuff for Plopsy to get the double there. Got himself up to 4 kills within the round, but just not enough. He didn't want to flirt with the idea of trying to push short because Alexi could have already been there, or the reposition as well. And you can see, that's crazy how quick Rez must have been on that shot. But here we go. It's going to be pistols for NIP for the final round with 1 AK in the hands of Plopsky. This could be at 3 consecutive or 5 of the last 6 for G2. So when you frame it that way, not terrible.
Yeah, a recovery for sure. I mean, it nearly looked like we might be talking about another game in this series ended at the half. But Alexi B already wins that duel on Banana, so NIP running short of players for the smoke and mirrors. It's just Tech9's, Desert Eagle, and that Plopsky AK-47. He's heading in towards Jax's bulk. Well-timed smoke, just as Plopsky's staring at one. Another takes its place, and it's deja vu on that Monesi frag. Takes down Rez, no frag back this time, and so a spotless finish. And those rounds do come through, a real recovered half there. 5 of the last 6 go the way of G2, and we need a break. I'm sure they do too. We'll be back in 2 to find out who will survive here in Cologne.
Let's do default cam with me up sometimes.
You want the flash for boiler?
No, well, maybe you can, yeah, you can. I will do molly and flash Shama for... Okay, 1 flash. Okay, save both. Save one. I will do flash second with myself.
Hold the Swan 46 next, okay? Yeah, I do. Please be ready for setup mid, guys. Okay.
Flash
molly deep,
flash,
deep.
Flash.
Get ready next time. I'm ready. I'll call the flash. Wait.
I have weapon.
Flash. I'm full blind. Broken.
Molly mid.
I'm dodging flash. What is the boost? Nothing. Pull back.
Molly depths.
Nice. 1 HP. He's easy to watch out.
No. Depths. Watch out short, come on.
1 HP on D, guys.
Oh, sorry, 3 on the B bomb site, and alone is Magiska on A.
Nico, you have to send us. Next have fake. Next have fake B. Give me C4. Jackie, fall back. Jackie, fall back, please. I want you to search next as well, okay? Yeah, go. Tell me wait. We need to wait for Jackie. I'm going up. Start faking on 32 next, okay? Yeah. I flash for you, cheminée, okay? Enter and Amar.
Don't just jump, Jack.
Get ready,
Don't
guys.
flash for us?
I'll flash.
Quickly go down with Amar.
Flash pit. I smoke small pit. 2B.
Short.
Nice. They're 2B.
One more short.
One more has to be A.
Nico, and it's Hunter. It's the 2 cousins left alive for G2.
Touch smoke. Touch smoke. Spike came on flash.
Now, he's got to keep the hopes and dreams of G2 alive with the man in question.
Mam flash za kratko, daj ako vidím. Okej, dal flash. Kuća možda.
Kratko. Ti poču dugo uskoro.
Kratko i
Gam vreme.
Daj to.
Nice.
That's why they've got these guys in G2. That's why they want to be.
This is props. Guys.
Frustrations, certainly. I mean, it has been a roller coaster of emotions, as most elimination games are. I've got Chad Sponge Birchall with me. Used to be shooting the headshots, now he's just shooting the shit with me. My name's Machine. We're getting on into our final half of play. One of these teams packing their bags tonight. And honestly, I thought it was going to be both of them at various points in this series. I really don't know anymore. 5. Is that enough for a CT team going into the T side? We'll find out. G2 now taking to the attack at the disadvantage. And I'm afraid I'm going to say it, this pistol feels near compulsory for the Samurai. Otherwise, Ninjas could be looking at a 13-5 start. Heading up second mid. To receive them, it seems like a gamble. 4 Swedes.
Flashing a peek here.
Yeah, the smoke will block off one side of this exchange. Oh my god, Plopsky overrun, just run down, and Brolin, the next victim. Hunter's not done. The conversations in the break, talking about what's at stake. Hunter looking determined as ever, and Hampus will have a slight opportunity, but only the one. It's Hunter's third. Takes the USP upgrade for the finish, as that bomb should be going down momentarily. Nico's just working it out. Yeah, there is a rather fast flank, and he does have the bomb. I hope Nico knows. Yeah, does get around the corner in time as the smoke arrives. Looks good for G2 here. It's hard to track. With the smoke down, they consider a boost, but there's very few opportunities to get back into this.
This is a situation where saving the armor is probably the better bet. Never mind, Rez wanting to change that dialogue. Takes out Nico immediately here. 3-on-2 situation now, but the bomb is down.
Very hard to break, and still no kit. They can play with food and Hunter. 4, could it be the ace? It is! Hunter injects some life back into G2.
You see them immediately getting fired up here. If that's not going to do it, nothing will. One individual stepping up, Hunter on the pistol round, doing it all on his lonesome. That's going to bring G2 up to 6 and allow them to start building in this T half, but flashes. There was a bit of a car crash in middle here, but Hunter just kept on kicking. Kill after kill comes his way. Isolated in the final with the USP, and that's what you want to see. Hunter stepping up, getting the boys fired up, and might be pulling G2 back into Inferno.
Whoa, testosterone flowing, and especially now NIP just going to have to eco. There is not a single penny spent, not a flashbang, not a decoy. They are just naked as the day they were born, if they were born with gas masks and USPs.
And maybe afraid too, because right here, all cowering in the corner of the CT spawn. The mouth of B, where they want to pounce, and Nico the individual task. Now they could all just wide swing, and Pepper with USPs like annoying little pesky players they are. Nico's just going to get parked here at the top of the sandbag. Is this on a timer here? Are they waiting until Hampus takes contact and then they'll swing wide? Because Nico's not having an issue. Smoke, oh, I was going to say, might hit one of the CTs, and now they may even come out of the gray screen. As soon as they note the players are here, they can just run into A.
Yeah, oh, and they will. Nico very quick to dispatch the swing. Hampus, there's the swing back, and one casualty for G2. Monacy with that UMP does well to take 2. So that's 2 weapons for a USP eco. 2 kills. See if they can hold on to either of them, because Hunter is, well, appropriately hunting. Ready for 1, and done. Plopsky down and out as well. Hunter really has started the second half as he means to go on. He's put himself up to 19. With, well, an ace and a 3K.
I think he just sat there for 2 minutes repeating in his head, I will not lose, because he's come out here with something to prove. And that right there was pretty costly. Sure, they lost a couple of guns there, but the fact that Monacy gets 2 with the UMP, that's going to be all right. He can get back in with no dramas whatsoever. So a couple of AKs equipped, MAC-10 and a Galil in the mix, and on the other side of things, 4 M4A1Ss and a FAMAS. No kits. A little bit light on util for some, but NIP, they could start and stall this G2 comeback conversation right here, right now. Started 3 towards B, and one of the conversations, or at least tendencies, that Mahone wanted us to look out for was the pop flash setup. Because there's a 3rd man on the site, NIP are reading that it might be a quicker play towards B. Hampus top mid, flirting with it, and deep util seems a bit scary. Is someone really brave enough to stand on their lonesome and throw a deep HE? Well, Hampus has a bunch of them. He's gone to his nest, he's picked up another, and ready to do some more damage.
So smoked off now. Does he immediately incendiary? Okay, that's the response. It's not going to stop G2 from throwing out their own for short control.
Watch the timing on Hampus's next nade. As that starts to fade and they creep, he'll drop it on the head, and there it is. Dunk at the feet of Alexi.
Done everything he can to try and buy time on this, but now the nades are in the air, and a battle for long control. Hampus just gives it up. He has no answers right now. Rez and Hampus under a lot of scrutiny. It's just the two of them. The whole G2 squad is here. More smokes to isolate into the site. Rez has to come up with something, because they're all over the site. What is going on here? One is all Rez has to celebrate. G2 successful into the A site.
A nade just landed directly on Rez there, didn't it? He was at the back of the haycut. Yeah. So I think they smoked pit, or at least he did. He repositioned towards mini pit so he could watch over towards the moto wrap. They dropped a smoke so he no longer had vision. And then I think they naded right on the toes. They accounted for every single movement that Rez had opted for in that little spree. And G2, it is a 2-round game.
I mean, consider, if you had tuned in at the start of this first half, you'd...
Where did we start again?
I'm doing the maths now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-0. 9-0 into a 10-5 half. It was such a recovery. The last, 5 rounds that G2 find in the last 6 has given them a real lifeline. Win the pistol, convert as they have, and Inferno now, it's game on. It is truly game on. We'll see who has got the mental fortitude to weather this storm and to meet Maus tomorrow for a battle for a last ticket to the Lanxess.
Yeah, that's it, right? There's not that many spots left to book. We had FaZe toppling Spirit earlier in the day and Astralis upsetting Cloud9. So those are now 4 names that we have locked in alongside of Movistar Riders and NAVI. Tomorrow we will also battling for semis and quarters respectively, but only 2 more spots. Default spread again here, just wanting to feel out where these saved rifles might be lying. And again, it seems like the 3-man B-lane name of the game. It's the exact same setup. Hampus over towards A, Rez in the pit, and hoping that they can send them towards the B stack, because otherwise they'll just walk away with another hit. G2 combing up through the apartments. Boiler call clear, top mid, no threat, no spam, no worries. And Nico is now evacuated from Banana. Hampus and Rez combined with these Deagles are going to have to hit some absolute bangers if they want to put up any resistance here on A.
That's for sure. All the indicators are there that the hit is coming. Smoke up on long side. Nico starting to poke and prod. You can see the flashes will be there to facilitate. Oh, okay, a little bit of a fight. Rez fires off his Deagle shot. Now Rez deploying the smoke to play behind. Already strafing in, and it's a big find from Alexi. The A defense is dead, and so is their hopes of finding an 11th. G2 close the gap now to a single round.
Well, let's hit the fast forward button, because I don't think anybody from NIP is going to be leaving the hidey hole of the B bomb site. I suppose the question is more so do G2 want to hunt, and I think they have more to lose than gain by going for this chase. The loss bonus is built out to the max. That means there'll be a buy, no dramas, even if they were to rip away these rifles. So they have more to lose. Still building a T-side economy here. Never a huge talking point. Traditionally, we're talking more on that CT side, but it's going to be great to have a few extra buys in the back pocket as this game continues. Maybe the teams all got their CT rounds out within the first 2 maps. They all showed the proficiency on the CT side, and now they've forgotten how to play. Because the CT side's the issue here on Inferno.
How peculiar this has been. It's just a constant tug of war.
Burning the Midnight Oil now as well, 10 to 12.
That's usually where the crazy Counter-Strike starts coming out.
Maybe we make it to overtime and we can really get crazy as we move into the next day of play.
It's certainly realistic, considering the way this game has gone. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish it in regulation.
S-Attack has been a difference maker with the AWP in key rounds here, so it makes sense to get it equipped on him in the early stages of the CT half.
Is he brave enough to take a peek? He's anti now. He might just have a quick cheeky one onto Monacy. Again, the difference maker delivers. And NIP have an opening off the back of their day.
And it's not something that they really make a key for him, right? It's more often than not that he has to stomach just being on a rifle because they don't treat him like a star AWP. But when he has it in his hands, he tends to find some traction here as Brolin needs to be careful now around the smokes. Don't want to give back the number keel to Nico, who is lying in wait in Banana. On the jiggles is Brolin. He has trusty Plopsky not too far behind. And then we'll start to rejig into a different defensive setup. Currently no information in Banana and no information top mid. The most forward member they have right now is S-Attack holding this short line, perfectly illustrated. Nico will be looking to at least make some noise and sell something in Banana. Is it just one? How many players are here? Well, there's no way for NIP to know. They're currently in the darkness, and when you play in this passive of a stance, it makes sense when you have a number advantage, but it means we might have a 4v2 on A site for Esatag and Rez to contend with.
Depends if they want to knock on Hampus's long side. Flash does imply they will. Alexi has a look. Library, smoke is fading as they're established, and Esatag actually going probing for more. It's damage into Jax. Will be able to reposition. More damage chipping away at Alexi B, and Hampus handles business. G2 left scratching their heads. It's just very low HP in this partnership. Jax and Hunter might have a go into the AWP, but Esatag will close what he started. The first for the Ninjas' defense. It took them 5 rounds to post, but as you had discussed, there's plenty of cash in the G2 coffers. They'll have a couple of attempts.
It is nice there, right, for Esatag to have the confidence to go for that fight. You can see him initially playing anti-flash, and also he can hear any trundling footsteps quickly out mid to give him the confidence to go for that fight. And that's a situation where if he peeks out and misses, he likely gets run down. So fortunate for Esatag that he found a lot of impact in that gun round and gets to keep the AWP to fight another day.
Interesting.
5 AKs out.
They gambled 3B.
Oh, this is fast A. This is fast A.
Oh, it's very quick, and it's only Esatag and Rez. I think Esatag not going to be as hard committed as he was initially. Look at the minimap.
Hampus isn't here.
They are so fast. 1 minute 30, Alexi's heading towards Library. And it's so quick, the flash doesn't catch him, and it's an easy collection for Hampus. He gets there just in time. A nice headshot out of Nico pulls us right back to the 4-on-4.
It's at least something from Nico there. Hail Mary from Alexi, right? Just speed demon along that arch side, hoping to deal with the rotations, but too little too late. Defensive CT smoke dropped towards the long side, but Nico flashed through, so he knows that nobody was watching.
Oblong, they scream. Brolin floating and cheating over towards the first letter.
Seen this flash before. It's going to land off the tall box. They're going to scream up short.
Esatag has vision. An easy collection. Nico gone, and there's more from Esatag, racking him up. And he might have to do more. Getting run on by Modesty. He gets him with a USP. 3 out of Esatag. He still needs the help of Plopsky. They know he's the B player. Likely Library as Hunter for more impact, and it's delivered. All of those heroics out of Esatag. 3 from him, but Hunter does better. Closes it out, and G2 still trail by just the 1 round.
Laser beam with that AK right there from Hunter. He is the hero on this 3rd map of play right now for G2. 24 kills and counting, and that's after Esatag does this. They're giving me Esatag vibes here, but Hunter dispatches of him, and Plopsky is the one who is having a rough game about things. Only 4 kills. Would have loved to get the 5th to his name right here, but having no impact whatsoever is Plopsky. If he can get activated now in the later stages for the NIP boys, especially with the cash low, that's what they need. He's the missing piece right now.
Yeah, this is where the changing of the guard occurs if they can't post. Some great chip damage. 2 players within that one-shot headshot range.
Well, this round doesn't have the same pace to it as the previous. That was so crazy, the pace that Alexi took. They're hoping to take advantage of a big stack, but it's a 2-3 split this time round.
He's likely grateful that they managed to pull that alpha, considering he was the opening death. So recovering there, 4v5 conversion for G2, 1 in the W column. And a different approach to the wall. He did this on T side, now he's done it on the CT side.
He would have heard that dink as well, so he knows at least somebody was in boiler. But they can just go back to execute B, and we need to take a look at the setup right now. Brolin and Plopsky, you can see Plopsky is playing a slither gap from the coffin position, so as soon as he sees anything, that'll be comp to Brolin, and Brolin drops the smoke. They've also given away that they have top banana with the half-wall flash.
Hunter trying to keep feet planted, and it may very well work, considering how pressured they've been on A.
And they have no info across the map.
So Plopsky's really going to have to do well with this. You can see the flash is released, and the bodies are dropping. It's too easy. It's too easy. Alexi P entries in 2B. And the rest will have to save. We'll tie things up now 11 apiece.
That is the perfect counter for that defense, because if they were just walking and playing contact for space, if they did that, the smoke would have dropped and there's no way to slide in. Catch this from Alexi's perspective. The smoke blooms, but he's already through. Massive stuff from the in-game leader here. Going to get himself up to 9 kills. Yeah, only 9 kills, but those have impact. A huge round here. 11-11, all tied up.
It's so peculiar. Honestly, the roller coaster these guys have been on, like, Wow, Monasty's showing us a new trick. You geeks. But 11-11, I mean, it's just mad to me how you go from these harrowing rock bottom lows that was the 8-0 half, and now it seems morale is high in the camp.
It's crazy, right? It must be such an up and down experience here.
I mean, you're going to be just emotionally fatigued, never mind physically. We are talking about, what, 12 o'clock now? 5 minutes too. So it is just going to be who can stay stronger, and there is a timeout called by the CTs. So NIP is the second of the 4 30-second breaks they can have, and if anyone needs to catch their breath, it's the man closest to you. Plopsky just trying to center himself.
It's hard as well. You never look to a player and say, listen, mate, we need your frag right now. No. You need to be able to activate him some way. Whether that's giving him a move or next time he gets a flash assist, you know, you're G'ing him up for doing a good job there, because obviously it's not just about the kills. But when he was in a one-on-one with Hunter, that's a kill you need him to get in an important round, right? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day as long as you get the W here. That's why I was pointing out Alexi's 2 kills and how important they were, even though he only has 9 kills to his name.
Yeah, but it was round winning. I mean, it's all about the impact your frags have. Nothing more direct than the frags Alexi posted in the previous.
Look at this line of Ts as well. You can see Jax in a passive position. Hunter was as well. And they're expecting an aggressive maneuver from NIP here. They take the time out. You wonder what's going to change. Well, some more map control required for NIP and a bit of damage done early. Nico's been put on notice here, so he's going to have to hang towards the back of the pack while others do the heavy lifting. Alexi B may be tasked with taking the banana control, and Nico can start setting them up. He has a flashbang to do so. Hunter in Boiler, Jack's not too far behind, but the key for me right now is the fact that Esatag has eyes on mid with this AWP. Well, had eyes on mid with this AWP. A smoke perfectly deployed is in the darkness again. This is the setup that NIP had. I remember years ago when Twist was on the roster, and you never loved it when they were just sitting back so passive because they could get executed on. You need some information on Inferno. You can't give up banana control and top mid. You need one of the two, at least someone with a little bit of info. And look at how passive this is.
If you'd have told me that coming into 2022, it would be Esatag that we consider to be the win condition at this moment in time. We really do. Every time he whips out that AWP, you're expecting to see the impact come through. Hunter's lining up for the haystack one way. If you can lurk out on that, it could just be smoke and mirrors, but you can see they are maneuvering towards long.
Such a gap here. Such a massive gap.
Oh, just late, just late. They're swinging through. These A defenders can do nothing but die. It's up to Rez, and one is all he can muster. And again, NIP forced to just try and hold on to what they brought in.
Yeah, well, the bomb is going to go down just in the nick of time. 5 seconds left on the clock and now make it 40. But if you're Alexi, you might even consider sending out a hunting party. Try and take away a gun or two. You've got a bit of residual cash on a few of your players here, but it is getting late into the game. So you can have the conversation for either. The way it would be devastating is if you completely rip these guns away, but this was a great shot over the Flames there from Monacy to open up the site. Rez only gets one, immediately traded from Alexi, and this is with Nico not having to do a whole lot. Remember, he got chipped on down to 32 immediately in the round. But NIP cannot play rounds like this. They need control of something, whether it's, you know, repositioning Esatag after the long smoke to play short and somebody else floats long, maybe set the AWP up in banana. They need to get info. You cannot play in the dark.
I think if you wanted a rousing speech, just reminding NIP that the G2, you know, did the same thing. It was it's pretty similar to this, actually. This is how the half played out. 7-1 as it currently stands. Admittedly, it was 8-0, but you're not far off. So in terms of posting 5 rounds, you know, it's certainly still within the realms of possibility. It is just a question of, as you've discussed, NIP cannot afford to just be executed on. We can't just see G2 get the info safely and throw numbers into the pack. You see Hampus is trying as hard as he might, and it leads to a fight favoring Alexi. Solo nade might do it. It does. Brolin claws him back.
That's something, but you know that Hampus was here, so you know that A is a little more susceptible right now. You know Plopsky was likely supporting with the flashes and U2, and Brolin's actually going to go back to spawn to try and pick up some even more nades. So in a 4-on-4 right now, hard to see who this one favors, but if they knock on Plopsky's bomb site, he needs to get a kill. It's not okay anymore just to go down without a fight, and they are starting to trot his way. All 4 Ts congregating base of banana right now. More than enough utility. They can smoke CT, smoke ruins, molly everywhere in the site, flash and go. Plopsky needs something here. This is his time to step up.
the Ninjas in contention for Cologne playoffs. And he's been spotted. It's Brolin. They know. Polsky, they call upon him, and it's the first bullet out of Jax's AK. Sits Plopsky down 3-on-3 now, and that bomb is across to the coffins. Maybe a wallbang Hail Mary. It's damage both ways. Hunter and Brolin operating at half. Nico as well chipped away from that USP.
Let's piece this retake together. Smoke towards Banana, possible here from Rez. Molly towards the back of the site and flashes to go, but the AWP on Esatag, if he can find a rifle, he'll love it. Hot toes for Nico now. Yeah, needs to move, but they're coming.
Spread out. 3 HP on Nico. Finished off by the Flames as they spread. m0NESY smoked off. If they can just isolate that duel, m0NESY caught out as well. Potent retake. Hunter asked to clutch, and it's too much as we go 12-12. Well recovered and well fought. NIP post their 12th.
Finally showing a little bit of intent in the game, right? At going for a retake, not just giving it up, because it's very easy in that situation to go Inferno, retake, not happening. But good use of the util there, and the fact that Rez was able to hold on to this for the majority of the round. Nico blind, steps back into the Flames. That opens the door. Brolin grabs the first, and they swarm onto Hunter, who's been a hero so far in this T-half. But back in it now, NIP, and both teams in with a full buy. This game is really going to heat up now.
Long day of play. m0NESY going knocking early towards this banana position. He'll fire off the shot. Safe from the flame with virtue of the smoke. It seems they've got a very clear intent towards this site.
You may as well exploit it. You may as well continue to exploit this bomb site. If you can walk in and you know that Plopsky's a non-issue, it's just Brolin here, and we've seen this setup before. Flash forward, Nico's going to deny. Hunt him down, take him out.
He's only one man. 4 frags to his name. Can he step up when he needs to? Molotov'd out, managing his angles. They assume it's clear. He does pluck one from the pack. Jax is down. Smoke to divide and conquer. The whole team knocking on his site. He has got some support now. Towards the coffins comes Hampus. A hard commitment. Nade looks bang on the money. Alexi down. A double out of Plopsky. In the dying stages. And they do deliver a supreme defense of the B bomb site. And DJL hypes him up. Plopsky has defended his honor on B, and it sends G2 into disarray.
It's not too little, it's not too late. Plopsky there, a massive contribution. Brolin goes down with absolutely nothing. The fact that he stands, he delivers. They've given them a chance in this half, and they've taken back the lead. The nade, absolutely perfect. The bomb was committed. It looked like G2 wanted to get out, but Plopsky says no. NIP aren't done just yet. And G2 are now the ones who have to take a timeout, have to have the conversation. Those highs, this roller coaster, the emotions, back and forth we go one more time.
God, you just got to be exhausted at this point. They'll pull around back. Galil's for Jax and Alexi B. Do you go back to B? One little proof of concept that Plopsky isn't necessarily the perfect target. Very much at the pointy end of this game now.
Continue with the 3-man B starts at NIP. They don't want to have Hampus over towards A whatsoever. So Rez and Esatag, the pressure is on them in the early stages. Deep molly down mid, same exchanged up banana. Licked by the Flames as Brolin. He's already lethally wounded, down to 26 points of health here. But look at this from Esatag.
Yeah, just noticed it myself. Now, bedroom timer, he is going to have to worry about that and will fall off in time. So good awareness from him.
And they were spamming too, so fortunate to get around the corner. But where does he reposition?
Alexi, you can see he's barking some orders. They want to retake this banana control. Careful, Plopsky, you are alone.
But look what they've done with Brolin. They're tucking him in towards A. So Brolin is just going to have to sit in the A site on the low HP.
This proactivity from Plopsky is helping them by buckets and spades. Unless they want to come back and invest utility, he can keep being this canary in the coal mine.
Could be the perfect time for him to find a little bit of confidence here as well.
Nade on the fade, chips away. Nico for the duel. Plopsky alive. And the B site will remain guarded. You can see Hampus going to cheat back over as Alexi threatens the A site with a util.
It's good at Hampus as well because he's got crowd control utility. Incendiary to his name. He can help Plopsky out a bit, but we've seen fakes before, and we're going to see fakes again. U2 over towards A as Alexi taking space. He's going to push with the arch smoke. He's through to the mid to B.
Because they're so passive.
20 seconds.
They are so passive. They were so nervous about an A. Here comes the whole squad into the two-man B setup. This is G2's round to lose now. And Hampus stands his guard. One of the many committing in. Hampus with 8 seconds has got one, but it's not enough to stop the plan. We will see another attempt at the retake. Not quite as flush on Util this time.
Alexi and Monacy to play off each other here towards Ruins. This crossfire could shut it down now because Jax is low towards Banana. If these two get bowled over, Jax will have to do it on 4 HP.
Safe from the flash, you can say you play off contact. Alexi down, it's up to Monacy now. And Rez has given NIP the 14th on a silver platter. Jax the 4 HP. It's just surely not enough. Time is sensitive. If he could somehow knock that defuse off, you've got to hit the first shot here. Esatag post up, Rez 2. He just needs one bullet to the back of the head. It's not to be. Rez came to play today, and he has bailed them out on multiple occasions.
Yeah, Rez is here on Inferno. R-Easy right now, 22 kills to his name, leading the scoreboard and trying to chase down Hunter. 14 now for NIP, just 2 more to eliminate G2 here in the group stage and keep themselves alive to take on Mouse tomorrow. Jax, what are you meant to do? 4 HP, don't even have an AK.
But I mean, that looked like a good setup. It really did. And you can see what it's done to G2. A tut of their tongue, a sigh, as they run on into round 27 conservatively. Tech9s, maybe some pace, and oh, their health is just evaporated. G2 dilapidated. They got nothing left. 3 of them. Oh, and there's more damage. Alexi joins them in the doldrums of 40 HP or sub 50. Relatively unconfirmed damage, though. NIP could still perhaps screw the pooch with a little mismaneuver. And there's a duel. There's a frag.
That's the biggest fight.
Brings down the healthiest member of the bunch.
Yeah, and that should be it right now. They used a lot of util just to take the banana control, and it's 2 smokes. You don't have a flash to initiate. They'll be running in or going dry.
Could be a nice spray down here for Plopsky. Get himself up to the double digits. Does fall off at the wrong time. Still, Alexi through into Brawler. No more damage as they're running out of players, running out of health. And it looks like a spotless 15th round will go NIP's way. G2 saved their pennies and now demanded to find 3 consecutive rounds.
G2 about to join the list of the big scalps in Group A that have been put in the grave. Heroics down there. You've obviously got ENCE in the mix. We just sent Vitality packing. And G2 going to be another name added. This is another team that started the year with audacious roster upgrades, or at least so they thought. But G2, Cologne last year, they were in the final this time round. We might see them eliminated in the group stage.
By the Ninjas, no less. 3 rounds in a row. What can Alexi muster? Hunter and Jackson towards ult mid. Esatag happy to bring the AWP into the apartments early. Hunter is up and over. There's battles on 2 fronts at the same time at this point. More nades with Nico's name on it towards those logs. Safe though.
Forced out a lot of smokes there just to keep G2 player members healthy. And that's going to definitely tell the intent right now of G2. If they're willing to extinguish our incendiaries, they want to come towards B. Nico now pushed up towards the half wall. His Rez trying his luck at a couple of more of those spams. This is a passive setup on B from Plopsky and Brolin, both towards the back of the site. 1 emo, 1 new box, and Brolin here, he can drop a smoke which creates a one-way. So if this comes into play, Brolin and Plopsky could lock them down. Top mid finally with a bit of info. Esatag's game-changing AWP. Look, he doesn't have the most kills, but he's definitely found a bit of impact with the big green. Was locking down mid. They'll relinquish control, but now the time, 40 seconds.
Oh, he's going to sweep. Their backs are turned, and he does take Jax out. G2, 4 hard to beat in. It's Alexi that quickens in pace.
Here comes the one
Takes down Hampus. Brolin, he hasn't thrown it at all here, but now the perfect time to drop it. Alexi, will he work it out? Safe from the molly. Peeking over. Brolin down and out. Alexi's pulled G2 back into the round. It's Plopsky with a double. Oh, chaos. 10 seconds they will plant. Both from Banana. Esatag, he's been having some serious impact, but the AWP, surely not the best weapon suited to the task of a 2v2 to close and knock G2 out of Cologne, Monacy and Hunter. Smoke on Esatag as well as the kit. That could be a nice partnership. The smoke going to be dropped now. Flash in unison as well. He's going to hold it. They're going to hold it. Oh my god, they have to. They have to! They're not going to do it! It's over! G2 eliminated by the defuse in the 2v2. And NIP just get themselves across the line.
What a way to seal it. What a way to break the hearts of G2. And you can see the glum look on the faces here. Map after map, we had huge comebacks, but Nico, he will not be in the Lanxess arena. NIP, they send G2 packing.
No Nico, no Zywoo, no Heroic, no ENCE. This is cutthroat Counter-Strike this year, and G2 learn it the hard way. What a series. And so concludes a long day of Counter-Strike. 2 more spots in 1 more day of group play.
Stick or twist, simple concept, roster change or not, is it required? That is the question. We'll start with G2.
Twist, both of you.
Yeah, I think they need that. They need a twist. I think that Jax is making a lot of space for the team and doing a lot of aggressive shit to make space for everyone else. So I think that he would be the obvious one, but I think that it's the bigger picture maybe.
I'm gonna stick.
Okay.
I'm gonna twist it. But if they do good at Cologne, we can stick it.
I think they have star roster, like everyone is good really, but they didn't have stuck with each other.
Did you remove Jax?
Just because he's my and Xtaz as well.
And Xtaz,
yeah, because they're my friends.
Completely.
Exactly.
All the French guy.
Bring them back.
Yeah.
Katowice, obviously, they played great. And after that, it was going down a bit. I think the biggest issue for them is probably to make space for all the star players. And that will always be an issue when you stack so many star players. So
fair enough.
Tough to say. I think Alexi B, he's a really good in-game leader on some maps. And some maps they are struggling more on. I'm not sure if that is a coincidence or is it something about him. You can't really argue for anyone else than those two, I guess.
Ooh. Keep them together a little bit more time. Tamsin's not so sure.
I just think they have some moves, but
okay, you like the team.
Yeah.
All right.
Nexus was a better, I think, was a better player individually, and I think they need someone to bring back the firepower. You know?
More time, more firepower.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So let's do this. Let's assume that they do poorly in Cologne. Who are you changing?
Ooh.
Are you sticking now?
No, I'm sticking. I don't want to get in there.
Players itself, I was very happy to see them. They are so bonded and like good friends.
I know you don't have to be best mates, but I think it helps.
Wow. What an absolute burner of an end right there. And a scorcher from the side of Plopsky, obviously holding on there in the back of the B site at some point, but NIP just get it done. They outlast G2. G2 go home, and for them, that is a commiserations. Not the specific placing they wanted here in Cologne in 2022 at the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to kick things off in a way a little bit differently this time. We're going to talk to the winners first. We actually have S-Tag standing by. You might have saw him on your screen. That's actually an illusion. He's actually standing here with us. So S-Tag, congratulations first and foremost. Fighting through the lower bracket can never be fun, right?
No, it never is. But when you face NAVI and they show up like that, that's what you have to do. So,
yeah.
My question for you would be, first, congratulations.
Thanks. Not a question.
Not a question, yeah. Here's the question, right? You guys got absolutely destroyed by NAVI. How were you able to kind of mentally reset and come into today?
It kind of felt off everything against NAVI. We knew how we could play because we did it against Heroic, so we just had to find that. And I think a big part of it is just NAVI has some insane individuals, and they all showed up, and we weren't able to. Didn't feel like a unit at all, and yeah, we knew we could come back and show that we do better.
So talk to me about this series, though, because the second map, I think, kind of caught a lot of people off guard. Were you guys expecting Nuke to kind of feel its way in here?
No, we were actually more expecting Mirage, but I mean, we don't say no to CT side Nuke. But yeah, it did catch us a bit off guard. I expected it as a third map, so still had a lot of prep on it. So we weren't totally caught off guard.
When it came to Inferno, right, we could see that comeback being mounted, so to speak, by G2, and it was getting a little hairy there. But did you make any specific changes in especially towards the B bomb site?
On Inferno?
Yeah.
I mean, not really. We were just able to save every single time on CT, which basically just meant that we always had a lot of chances. Never really running out of guns, always having a foot in the game, really, in the round. And we just, managed to close it. I think it's really hard, as T at least, because I do feel like it is a CT-sided map, so if you're able to keep onto your guns all the time, you're eventually going to have to get some rounds right.
Hey, so again, we're through the lower bracket. We're almost through. We've got just one more day of play. You've drawn Mouse Sports at this point, who've also stayed alive in beating Vitality not long ago. Going into that matchup, one final time, staying alive in the lower bracket. Tell me about that.
I mean, we haven't come this far not to take Mouse down, right? So, I mean, we're going to do that for sure. But that being said, I think Mouse has been looking a lot better than they've been doing recently. So I'm expecting a tough fight. But hopefully we can take that and just roll into the Lanxess Arena.
Yeah, roll right in there. Well, I think NIP fans around the world are having a nice sigh breath of relief right now, right?
There was definitely some throws about to happen. It was definitely getting close. Yeah, on both sides. But it was getting a bit hairy. But we made it. So.
Got it done.
Yeah. We made it. In the words of S-Tag, we made it. Well, congratulations, man. I guess I'll get you guys out of here. We'll move G2 in.
Thanks.
And that'll pretty much be that. So if you guys could just head that way together collectively. Adios,
I'll head
amigos.
that way. See ya.
Now becomes the hard part, the commiseration part. We're going to bring in Alexi B and my friend Yanko. We've got just a few questions here for the men. A rough day in the office, Alexi. For you guys, I want to start this one out kind of in the same light. And first of all, the veto itself. Let's talk a little about the preparation and kind of going into Nuke as an idea.
I mean, we knew that they like to play Mirage. They like to play Inferno. It's their best map also. And us picking something else, it was just the idea of everyone, honestly. Obviously, we need to agree on what we plan to do on the game. We know that they like to anti-strat a lot. And we saw it also on the veto process that they were fully surprised about the pick. Made us feel really confident going into it because we had a good plan. But I feel like they just got us fully off guard with, Broland got me off guard a couple times on lobby, playing really aggro. And we just started slow. And I feel like starting slow was the name of the game on second and the third map also. I feel like on Ancient we were on the driving seat and it was comfortable. On the other two maps, we weren't on the driving seat. We came back on both. On Nuke, maybe it was a little bit too late. On Inferno, it was really possible, honestly. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, like you said, you had a great Ancient, obviously, right out the gate, big lead, and then on Nuke, you started mounting the comeback. Do you think maybe in a way, coming back but not being able to fully complete it was worse off, right? Like, I mean, you spent a lot of energy there, I assume, you know, making the comeback, and then it slips away at the very last moment.
I mean, it's hard to say. I think the best thing is not to get fully smashed. But then again, feel like we felt more alive, and we kind of left the game with some momentum because we played a decent CT side overall, even though we lost. And we felt like we could just hop into this CT side after we won the knife round and decided it's like our best map and CT side. And suddenly we start, what, 0-9 or something? I don't even remember what the score was.
Wasn't fun. I don't think, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, with G2, it feels like sometimes until your backs are fully against the wall, that's really when you come online. You know, for example, the opening game against Movistar, right? You guys were really flat. Then you started playing better, and even over the course of a single series, right, until it starts going really bad, that's when you start playing, you know, your best CS. Can you talk us through a little bit, you know, if you feel that way and what could be the reason for that?
I mean, sure, yeah. I think every team kind of has it, like, after you're losing a lot, I feel the tension gets a bit lower. I feel everyone feels like we just want to go together and just white peak them, just get some fights, get it going on. And I feel like that 5% of extra confidence gets people usually to come back in these games. I mean, after we won the pistol round on T side and Nemanja got an ace, I felt like we could make it happen. Really small details here and there on that T half, but I feel like it is still pretty unacceptable, but that it's happening way too often that we can't really play a tight game or be more on the driving seat. It's just, yeah, unfortunate.
I think you guys went from 8-9-0 down to actually leading 12-11 at some point in the game. You lost 2 3v3s on B and a 2v2 as well. You know, it's usually one of the stronger suits when people look at your team, right? You have very good players, experienced players, good individuals. Was it just chaotic communication in some of those rounds, or maybe, you know, the round where Rez gets 2 kills, he just, you know, hit some really great shots as well.
Exactly. We even predicted, like, I wanted to go into this angle myself because I predicted they will flash in. Maybe we should have instantly peeked after the flash. I mean, in hindsight, it's easy to say afterwards what you should have done. But I mean, he just insta-killed us, but I feel like we had another round where it was like a 3-on-3 on B side, and we threw away all of our util, where it felt clear that they were playing retake, so we kind of threw away all our util, and then they started to come with their util. We couldn't answer back. First, Nico gets caught, like they threw perfect utility against him. Then another player dies, and Nemanja is a 1-on-3 situation on Dark. So I feel like maybe the pressure that we mounted this comeback and now we have to close it got into us. I don't know, but yeah, we didn't play the best, and as you said, it felt really weird that we didn't come out on top in these rounds, because it's usually those rounds that is our strongest suit. But yeah, I mean, it was like a weird game overall, and maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Hey, so we'll do this then. Obviously, we all need to get out of here. We've approached that midnight hour. Alexi, you know, with the commiserations and all of that aside, I kind of want to ask you, as G2 as a household brand, as a household name, not so much as what you take away from this tournament, but where do you go from here, Alexi? Do you want to tell the fans at home?
I mean, the #1 goal was to end the year on a good note. Not the year, but start the summer break on a really good note after us, like, continuously playing better from Dallas into this Blast Pro. Really close, we got into the finals and we kind of threw it away. And now we felt like this could be the tournament that we reached the final, and obviously we drop into lower bracket and now we bomb out. So it's a shock to all the players and the management, and honestly, I don't know, like, we are obviously going into vacation soon, or maybe we're going to have some big discussions. Maybe something's happening, maybe not. But as of right now, I feel like all the players and everyone is feeling really down. Mm-hmm. So we need to regather, and we need to see if there is light at the end of the tunnel, and see if we can make a comeback on the rest of the year.
Yeah. Hey, and like I said, we'll get you out of here. Thank you so much for your time, Alexi.
Thanks, man.
That is the unfortunate end of the road here for G2 in Cologne. We can run up those brackets to kind of paint that picture a little bit better. We start our walk over here too, Yanko. Let's go for a little walk. Brackets, Blair, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a bit of a bloodbath.
God, I just feel sad.
Yeah, just looking at the lower bracket. Listen, NAVI, Movistar, they made it through. NAVI expected Movistar a crazy fairy tale run. We're going to be seeing how they're going to be playing in the Lanxess later on next week. But you look at that Mouse, the plucky Mouse, they stay alive. They still stay alive. They live to fight another day against NIP, who have now taken out G2. We've lost G2. We've lost Heroic. We've lost Vitality. It's been a bloodbath.
It's been a weird one, Yanko.
I think Carrigan made a great point in his interview, saying Mouse, after beating Heroic, finally beating a very good team. Some of the youngsters, I mean, they're all youngsters really on that team, that gave them confidence, and they managed to come back today, T side of Overpass on the second map being 1-0 down, and then closing it out against Vitality. That's definitely going to be an interesting game tomorrow to see who books the last place in the Lanxess.
And of course, at the end of Group A, there's always just this Movistar rider that just seems to be hanging around, just giving them hell. Group B, though, FaZe Clan Astralis up at the very top. They survived the gauntlet. Now, what do we got, Blay?
Yeah, it's kind of similar as well, right? FaZe Clan, again, we're expecting them. They're coming in. Carrigan said he wants to win Cologne. He's going to be disappointed if he doesn't take Cologne as well. We have Astralis, who have looked really plucky. Taking down Cloud9 today was a bit of a surprise for me. And looking down to the lower bracket, that's pretty stacked as well. Cloud9 in the lower bracket, Liquid, Spirit, and FURIA. There are going to be a few tears being shed tomorrow.
Absolutely. Astralis beating Cloud9 2-0 as well. Pretty clean victory there. Listen, these winners' games for just, the semis, sometimes the favorites don't take them as seriously as they maybe should. I urge NAVI and FaZe, don't screw up. Make sure to win those games so we get you on the opposite sides of the bracket, right? But even though that's what, everyone would want, quote unquote, I think both Movistar and Astralis have proven to us and shown to us we don't care about, your brackets. We don't care about what you want, what you think is best. They came here to play, and, especially Movistar, man, they've been really impressive. And the thing that stands out, they play with no fear. They really are playing to win. So I'm excited to see if they can at least make NAVI sweat a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we're going to have our eyes on tomorrow around 4 p.m. local. Let's talk about that schedule just a little bit. Cloud9 v Liquid. Now,
oh boy.
So it is what it is. We're going to see how it pans out tomorrow. Both teams can show us that they can win games while also losing games simultaneously somehow.
Maybe Yakinder can help them a little bit. He played Cloud9 a lot of times during his time in Outsiders, right? But in reality, that whole bracket down there, that's Cloud9's, run to lose, so to speak.
Yeah.
The one thing that they have going against them really is the fact that they have to play 2 times. If they beat Liquid, they have to play again later on in the evening. And they've had some issues with stamina, if you go back and look at some of those best-of-5 finals from last year.
And for the B stream, at least here, Blast, Spirit, FURIA, NAVI, Movistar, and then that FaZe Astralis.
Yeah, look, a lot of questions here for FURIA, right? They have looked disappointing, so a loss tomorrow, getting knocked out is going to be, I feel like at that point, FURIA have to start looking inside and wondering what's really going on with this team. Team Spirit obviously getting knocked out in the groups. Considering they had to run in the major, it will still be a disappointment as well. The NAVI Movistar game, though, like you said, I do want that to be
yeah, and for FURIA as well, a little bit disappointing. And I saw Hart gave an interview. The headline was something like, we weren't playing like favorites, too much waiting, not enough aggression. So if Hart's saying there wasn't enough aggression, I can't imagine the type of Counter-Strike they're going to show us tomorrow.
Shock and awe.
I think we've seen enough Counter-Strike for today. And I don't think I've ever said
One would say for a lifetime.
One would say perhaps even for a lifetime. But yes, that does run to the conclusion of Saturday, tomorrow, not even Championship Sunday. It's basically staying alive Sunday and finding out where we're going to be when we get to the Lanxess, guys. So without anything else left to be said, good night.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. ENCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ENCE.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step up.
And it's all done. Astralis win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's NAVI.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
It's happening. O Major é nosso.
Oh my God, what a play!
Claiming it forward, but now it's Deathlight time to come alive. Yes! It might be the last, but he's gonna go in style! You can see what it means to get right.
Sees Gary as well burning quite significantly, and Fallen's obstacle strikes, looking for the Quadra!
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei.